Chapter 24, The Last of the Dragon Lords. Steel clanged in the courtyard, the sound ringing through the air beneath Dragonstone's crimson skies. Visenya Targaryen moved like a predator, her long silver braid whipping behind her as she circled the training yard. In her hands, Dark Sister shimmered the dark blade of Valyrian steel, slender and sharp, nearly weightless in her grip. Across from her stood Orys Baratheon, taller by a head and broader in the shoulders. He wore only a sleeveless tunic, soaked with sweat, and a grimace of concentration. His great sword was a brute of a weapon, heavy, broad, and dangerous, but against Visenya it might as well have been a club. Orys made the first move, stepping in with a low sweep meant to force her back. Visenya parried lightly, turning her wrist so the impact slid off with a shriek of metal. Another swing from Orys, this one overhead and powerful. She stepped aside with a dancer's ease, letting the blade strike the ground with a thud. Slower than yesterday, Visenya said with a smirk, her voice low and amused. "What's the matter, half-breed? Your bastard blood weighing you down?" Orys snarled. His next strike came harder, faster, anger flaring in his dark eyes. He swung again and again, great arcs of force meant to batter her down. "You really ought to think of a better insult," he growled, breath ragged. "That one's getting tired." "Oh? And here I thought it still stung," she teased, easily sidestepping another blow. "Poor Orys. Does it hurt your little feelings?" With a roar, Orys lunged, putting all his fury behind the strike. But fury was not enough. Visenya's blade flashed once, twice. She twisted inside his reach, ducked low beneath his arm, and struck the back of his knee with the flat of her sword. Orys stumbled. She moved behind him before he hit the ground, one foot sweeping his legs while she shoved him forward. He landed hard, face first in the dust. "Ow," he muttered, groaning. Visenya laughed, a rare, sharp sound. She planted one foot on his back and leveled Dark Sister at the base of his neck. "You anger too easily," she said, her tone half mocking, half genuine. Visenya offered her hand to Orys, but just as his fingers brushed hers, she yanked him halfway up, then planted her foot against his chest and shoved. He went sprawling again with a grunt of surprise, landing hard on his back. Visenya loomed over him, expression flat. "Lesson not learned, it seems." Orys coughed, brushing dust from his face. "Was that necessary?" he muttered. "Yes," she said, wiping the edge of Dark Sister on her sleeve. "Because you're still letting anger rule your blade. In battle, rage will get you killed and get others killed with you. You can't be Aegon's shield if you can't even protect yourself from your temper." "I'm dealing with it, Vis," Orys grumbled, still flat on his back. "Not enough," she snapped, stepping away from him. "And I'm sure you plan to go with him when those envoys finally beg him and convince him." "Of course," he said, propping himself up on an elbow. "I'm to be his blade, his sword, his shield." Visenya gave a short, cold laugh. "Then Aegon's already dead if this is the best his shield can manage." Orys winced. Her words bit deeper than he let on, and he looked down at the ground. But Visenya's voice softened as she turned back to him. "You will work on this," she said more quietly. "And tonight, you'll meet me again. We spar at dusk. No excuses." She offered her hand a second time. Orys hesitated just long enough for her to raise an eyebrow, then clasped it, allowing her to pull him up. He was about to speak when he paused, his eyes narrowing past her. "She's back," he said with a slow smile. Visenya turned sharply, following his gaze toward the horizon. Merax's soared above the sea cliffs, silver wings cutting through the grey clouds. The sun shimmered along her scales as she descended toward Dragonstone. Rhaenys had returned. Visenya smiled. "Continue your drills," she said over her shoulder as she strode away, the wind catching her braid. "And remember dusk." She left Orys behind, making her way down to greet her little sister. As Visenya walked down the sloping path from the training yard, the wind caught her cloak and tugged it toward the sea. Below, the dark waters of Blackwater Bay churned under grey skies, and the scent of salt and storm clung to the air. The docks of Dragonstone stretched like grasping fingers into the bay, and moored along them were sleek foreign ships with bright sails purple and teal, green and crimson out of Pentos and Tyrosh. Envoys from Essos. They had arrived with urgent pleas and gold-filled chests, begging the dragon lords to intervene in their war against Volantis. The so-called First Daughter still tried to claw her way back to power, even a century after the doom of Valeria. The dream of a new freehold, reborn from the ashes, was a fantasy. Essos had become a graveyard of broken ambitions and ruined cities, especially now, after a century of blood. Aegon had agreed to hear them. Visenya had counselled that something useful might be gained. As Lord Regent of Dragonstone he ruled in their father's place. Their father had not left his bed in a year, laid low by a wasting fever, the lover's pox. It had stolen his strength, leaving only Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys to lead. And lead they did. High above the cliffs, the great she-dragon loomed, her silver cream scales gleaming faintly despite the overcast sky. Her large, intelligent eyes were half-lidded in pleasure as Rhaenys stroked the bridge of her snout. Visenya halted at the field's edge, watching them from a distance. A sharp pang twisted in her chest. Jealousy. It was an old wound, deepened over the years. The first wound had been her own dragon. A hatchling had emerged for her at birth, a creature of obsidian hide and emerald eyes, but it proved too wild, too vicious. After it mauled 2 keepers and devoured a fellow hatchling, her father forbade the bond. Now the beast dwelled in the volcano's black heart, feared and named only in whispers. A monster, they called it. That left her a single choice, Viagar, her father's temperamental dragon. She visited Viagar often, bringing meat, preparing to bond once her father's time was done. Yet she had never flown alone, not truly. Not like Aegon astride Bael Ryan, or Rhaenys soaring above the waves on Meraxes. The second wound of jealousy cut deeper still. She had married Aegon last year, on his 17th name day. Duty demanded it. She loved Aegon, of course she did, but as a sister loves a brother, the same way she loved Rhaenys. She did not love him as Rhaenys did, and he did not love her as he loved Rhaenys. That was what burned. She knew he meant to wed Rhaenys as well, and she did not mind, such was the way of dragon lords, but the knowledge left her feeling that something essential was missing from her own life. Vis. Rhaenys called, her voice bright as sun breaking through storm clouds. You're late, Visenya replied, sharp, but laced with affection. Her violet eyes flicked to the shivering man crouched behind Rhaenys, clutching a bundle of parchments as though it were his only warmth. Acolyte Enar. The poor fool had accompanied Rhaenys to chart the stormlands from the sky. Rhaenys laughed softly, brushing windswept curls from her face. Poor Enar. It was his first flight. I think you should find something hot to drink before you turn blue, Enar, she added. The young man stood, limbs trembling. Why yes, my lady, he stammered. Visenya arched a brow. Don't forget to give your findings to the maester. He'll be with the masons at the table. Enar bowed hastily, parchments clutched to his chest. At once, my lady, he muttered, then fled toward the castle. Pathetic, Visenya murmured. Oh, come now, Viscount, that was the poor man's first flight, Rhaenys teased, nudging her sister with a grin. Visenya shrugged, though her smirk betrayed amusement. He still looked as though he'd rather soil himself than see the sky again. They fell into step together. You were late. Why? Visenya asked. I stopped by Driftmark, Rhaenys replied, her expression sobering. There's news, important news. Especially about those rumors from the Riverlands. Visenya's eyes sharpened, her stride faltering for a heartbeat. Ever since traders from Saltpans had brought word of a rebellion against Harren the Black, they had paid attention. She did not speak at once, but her mind raced. Could they use this rising? Should they accelerate their plans, begin with a foothold in the Riverlands, as she had urged Aegon to do? From childhood, the three of them had dreamed of conquest, of forging something greater from the fractured kingdoms of Westeros. Dragon lords were not meant to cower on one rocky isle. Their ancestors had fled the doom with fire in their blood and wings beneath their heels, and then done nothing, cowed by an old Valyrian prophecy that Westeros would spell doom for the blood of the dragon. But not them. Not Aegon. Not Visenya. Not Rhaenys. They believed it was their destiny to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, to bring order to the quarreling realms. "Come," Visenya said at last, her voice a quiet command. "Let's find Aegon. If this rebellion has weight, we may have just been handed the opening we've waited for." Rhaenys nodded once and followed. Equals. Visenya and Rhaenys found Aegon striding down the corridor that led from the throne room, jaw clenched and brows furrowed in annoyance. Yet the moment he saw Rhaenys, the tension melted from his face like frost beneath the morning sun. "Ray," he exhaled, his voice softening. Rhaenys was already running toward him, golden skirts sweeping behind her as she threw herself into his arms. Aegon caught her easily, holding her close with a low chuckle and burying his face in her hair as she laughed. "You're late," he murmured. "I was about to come looking for you." "I stopped at Driftmark," she said, pulling back just enough to smile up at him. "You know how Uncle Gamon loves to talk. You can declare your undying love later," Visenya said dryly, arms crossed as she stepped beside them, her braids swaying. "Sister, now that Aegon is here, tell us about the rebellion." Aegon's expression sharpened at once. "Uncle Gamon?" he asked. "Yes, Uncle Gamon," Rhaenys confirmed. "They thought it some small unrest at first." "Well," Aegon said, already walking and gesturing for them to follow, "let's hear it. How long until Harren crushes it?" Rhaenys fell into step beside him, her voice serious now. "They say it isn't a simple revolt. They say it's being led by a sorcerer." That made Visenya pause mid-step. Her eyes narrowed. A sorcerer? In a realm where most feared magic if they didn't actively despise it, that was no small claim. Rhaenys said. "Lords Frey, Blackwood and Mallister have declared for him. Greyholt has fallen." "Yes, that Greyholt. This is serious," Visenya thought. She and Aegon had only yesterday discussed ways to take that castle without a dragon. "Lord Haldon Greyjoy and both his sons are dead," Rhaenys went on, "and Harren's second son Prince Aeron is this sorcerer's prisoner." Aegon frowned. "And the most interesting part?" Rhaenys asked, a spark of excitement in her tone. "What?" Aegon said, brow arched. "He calls himself Dragonborn." "Dragonborn?" Aegon and Visenya echoed, disbelief on their faces. "Yes," Rhaenys said, watching them both. "What if he's from Valyria? What if he's like us?" "I doubt it," Aegon replied quickly, his voice tight. "As do I," Visenya agreed. Rhaenys shrugged. "Well, I believe it. I've heard tales castles torn apart by his voice alone. They say he flies without wings, that he's the gods made flesh 7 and old." Visenya scoffed, lips curling in sarcasm. "Perhaps he's a dragon in disguise as well." Aegon, ever composed, did not smile. "Regardless, we should watch this closely. Perhaps he's just a clever fraud, a charlatan Harren will crush in a moon. But if he's not?" He let the thought trail away. Visenya finished it silently, "Then everything changes. Another notion flickered. If he truly was a sorcerer, perhaps she should meet him, for she dabbled in the arcane herself." She opened her mouth to speak again just as the door at the corridor's far end banged open. "My lord! My ladies!" Sir Hagen's voice cracked with panic as he hurried toward them, breathless. "Your father!" All three turned at once. They ran. Visenya stood with a schooled, unreadable expression while Aegon dropped to his knees beside the bed. The chamber was dimly lit, heavy curtains choking off the sun, and the air reeked of damp cloth, old sweat, and the cloying sweetness of sickness. Their father lay on silken sheets now stained by his affliction. The lover's pox had ravaged his once regal face, blistering and scarring it until little of the proud Targaryen visage remained. One eye was nearly swollen shut, the skin beneath it a sickly purple. His mouth trembled as he tried to speak, the words barely escaping cracked, bleeding lips. Visenya's gaze was cold, distant. A dark corner of her heart whispered that this was justice punishment for the man who had dishonored their mother time and again, for every maid he had dragged to his bed, for every moment her mother suffered in silence, and for Oris, whose very existence was a daily reminder of their father's lust. She clenched her jaw but kept her face a mask. Rhaenys knelt beside Aegon, tears flowing freely as she clutched their father's hand. Aegon said nothing, only bowed his head and pressed his lips to the dying man's palm. Their father's voice came as a ragged whisper. "Don't, the prophecy, your plans, they will doom us." Visenya almost rolled her eyes. Aegon leaned closer, calm but firm. "Father, I have dreamt a prophecy of my own. I cannot ignore it." For a long moment Aerion Targaryen stared at each child: Aegon, dutiful son, Rhaenys, golden joy, Visenya, firstborn, even Oris, standing by the door with lowered eyes. "I love you, my children," he breathed at last. His chest rose once, then fell. And did not rise again. Aegon's knuckles whitened around his father's lifeless hand. Rhaenys sobbed and turned into Oris' embrace. Visenya stood motionless, eyes burning though her face remained stone. Without a word she turned and left. She moved through the hushed corridors like a shadow. No servants, no guards, no voices, just the echo of her steps. Outside, she kept her pace unbroken as she crossed the courtyards and strode toward the Dragon Mont, smoke curling faintly from its peak. And there she saw Viagar. The great dragon waited near the mountain's base, wings folded, immense amber-grey eyes tracking her approach. In the beast's stillness she sensed understanding. Dragons always knew. Woman and dragon regarded one another, grief mirrored in both sets of eyes. Visenya stepped closer, heart hammering. She took the leather reins, and for the first time Viagar did not pull away. She climbed, boots finding the old notches in scale and saddle, until she sat at the giant neck's ridge. "Sovs," she whispered. Wings unfurled, and the wind screamed as Viagar leapt skyward. Air tore at Visenya's face, stinging her skin. Stars pricked through the high clouds, and there, amid the heavens, Visenya Targaryen finally let herself break. Tears streamed back into the night as the wind swallowed her cries. High above the world, cloaked in the darkening sky, Visenya was no lady of Dragonstone, only a daughter, mourning her father, alone among the clouds. Back to Harald POV next. Chapter 25, Rebellion PT1. The fire crackled in the darkness, its glow throwing long shadows across the trees surrounding their makeshift camp. Eric sat in silence, knuckles white around the haft of his axe, listening to the rustle of wind through leaves and the distant hoot of some night bird. The low murmur of his fellow Ironborn's voices rose and fell nearby, laughter and curses echoing through the air. Then came the sound he hated most, his father's heavy boots approaching. Dagmar Stonehand stood tall, his long cloak of whale hide swaying behind him. His one good eye burned with the same cold disdain it always held when it landed on Eric. "Planning how you'll run from the next battle as well, boy?" Dagmar growled, arms folded like iron across his chest. "Trying to hide how useless you are?" Eric swallowed. "Just waiting for orders, father." Dagmar sneered, leaning closer. "I've already got 3 sons better than you. You're weak, boy. You can't row, you can't fight, you shame my name. This is your last chance." Eric tensed. "I'll do my part." "You'd better," Dagmar said, voice low and dangerous. "If you don't bring back something worth your breath, I'll tell the crew you stumbled on the rocks or fell asleep during watch." And I'll make sure it's true." Then he turned and walked away, his broad back disappearing into the night. Shaking, Eric stood and stumbled over to the fire where the others gathered, rough voices raised in amusement. They were listening to the 5 Ironborn who had arrived yesterday, survivors from Fairmarket and Grey Holt. Filthy, gaunt, half mad with fear, but alive. "Tore the gates off with his voice, I swear it," one of them said, hands shaking as he gulped from a skin of sour ale. Spoke a word, and the whole damned wall cracked like thunder. The men around the fire howled with laughter. "You're cracked," someone jeered. "He's serious," said another survivor, wide-eyed. He walked through flame like a demon, a giant in black armor, eyes glowing gold. "He took our weapons from our hands with a word." "I," muttered the first, quieter now. "They call him Dragonborn, say he's their god's herald, sent to kill us all." "7 soft shits," a man barked, slapping his thigh. "Greenlander gods are weak." The laughter returned, louder now, but Eric noticed that none of the survivors laughed. They just stared into the fire like men who had seen the abyss blink back. Then the scout captain walked in, and the sounds of laughter and mocking stopped. Weathered, with a mangled ear and a steel-wrapped mace, he stood over them all. "We move at dawn," he said. "We split into 2 groups. One will scout Fairmarket's roads, see if there's truth to this army the rebels are building. The rest of you will take the North Trail and sniff out Blackwood patrols. Lord Drum will not be happy if we fail." He turned and left without another word. Eric hesitated, then moved closer to the quietest of the survivors, a man called Harald. His eyes were sunken, and he barely blinked. Eric crouched next to him. "Was it true?" he asked softly. "What you said about the Dragonborn?" Harald turned to him slowly, as if waking from a nightmare. "We're all going to die," he whispered. "You hear me, boy? Not on the sea, not with salt in our lungs like men of worth. No, we are to die in this cursed land." Then, suddenly, Harald grabbed him by the collar, eyes wild. "He is not a man, I saw it with my own eyes. The storm god sent him to torment us. I saw him breathe fire, I saw him kill 10 of my friends as if they were nothing. Hear me, boy, leave. Leave for the sea. We are only safe there." Eric struggled, heart hammering in his chest until a fist crashed into Harald's jaw, sending the madman collapsing onto the dirt. Dagmar stood over them, hand flexing. "Get up, worm," he growled at Eric. "Since you seem eager for tales, you can take the first watch. The true warriors need rest." "Yes, father," Eric muttered, scrambling to his feet. He took his place at the edge of camp, staring into the black woods. His hands still trembled. Behind him, the fire's glow flickered over slumbering shapes, but Eric could find no peace, not with Harald's words ringing in his ears. Eric fought to keep his eyes open. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the briny stench of the nearby river and the ghostly creak of branches. He sat hunched, gripping his axe tighter than necessary, his breath fogging in the chill air. All around him, the other Ironborn slumbered, snoring, muttering, twitching, their weapons stacked within easy reach. He was about to nod off when he heard it. A soft rustle. A faint shifting of leaves. The sound of something moving. Eric's skin prickled. He turned his head slowly, ears straining. Nothing but the low moan of the wind. He stood, uncertain, and took a step away from the fire, then another, the forest's edge looming like a mouth in the darkness. His heart thudded. Another sound closer this time. A low grinding, like stone dragging against stone. He swallowed hard, raised his axe, and stepped into the trees. Every branch seemed to claw at him. Every step crunched like thunder. Shadows twisted between trunks, thick and heavy, pressing in. His breath quickened. His hands shook. Then he heard it again, louder now. A low, inhuman rumble unlike any beast he knew. "Who's there?" he croaked. Silence. He asked again, his axe quivering in his grasp. Then two red lights opened in the blackness. Eyes. Eric's knees locked. His mouth hung open. No scream came. The thing staring back at him was massive, towering, its head scraping the trees. The eyes glowed like embers. With a growl, the giant moved. Screams erupted from the camp behind him, shouts, curses, pleas for help, steel being drawn, flesh being torn. Eric turned to run, but too late. A massive hand, cold as granite, closed around his body and lifted him like a rag doll. He screamed then, his voice piercing the night, flailing helplessly. The giant held him before its face, and Eric saw it clearly, skin like cracked rock, joints glowing with molten light. In its chest pulsed a heart-sized gem, blood red and burning with unearthly power. Please! Eric sobbed. Mercy! Mercy, I! The hand began to squeeze. Bones creaked. Pain lanced through him. He thrashed, kicked, and pounded with weak fists until, by chance, one hand slammed into the glowing stone in the giant's chest. There was a flash of red light. The giant let out a rumbling howl, and its grip slackened. Eric fell, crashing hard to the earth. His vision darkened at the edges. The last thing he saw before the blackness took him was the glow of more red eyes, 4, 6, 8 of them emerging from the woods. Then all was darkness. Harald POV. They have returned, Lord Merrick Frey said, his voice tinged with awe as the earth beneath his boots quivered to the steady rhythm of their march. Harald stood beside the Lord of the Crossing, arms crossed, eyes narrowed, watching his creations arrive. The Ash Guardians advanced in a perfect column, emerging from the treeline. 8 feet tall, they towered over Fairmarket's outskirts, each a hulking form of hardened ash sculpted into a vaguely man-shaped silhouette. Their bodies were lean yet unnaturally muscular, every limb dense and powerful. Their skin, if skin it could be called, was a mixture of cracked stone and ash, dry and crumbling at the edges. Deep within their chests, embedded like the heart of a volcano, glowed a single heartstone, red, throbbing faintly with life. The stones gave off a dull thrum with each step, and thin tendrils of smoke drifted from beneath their ribs like a forge that never cooled. Nelith and Harald had labored to improve upon Nelith's original Ash Guardian. Before leaving Solstheim, Harald had acquired a hoard of heartstones and mastered 3 summoning spells, each producing a different construct. The first was the Standard Guardian, the second, which he called the Golem, 10 of which now marched for the rebellion, and the third, the largest and most powerful, was the Colossus. Soldiers stepped aside in fearful reverence. Town folk peered from walls and rooftops, mouths agape. Even the circling crows kept their distance. Merrick let out a breathless laugh and shook his head. I was wrong to doubt you, Dragonborn. Harald had been precise in his orders. Each of the 3 lords was to bring only as many men as they could feed without taxing the small folk. Harvests were already lean, and rumors of an early frost whispered through taverns and villages. Harald refused to win a war only to rule a starving kingdom. Merrick had brought 750 men from the crossing, though he insisted he could raise 4 times that number. Harren Blackwood had arrived with 1,000 and made the same boast. Lord Mallister, as instructed, remained in Sigurd, his fleet and men ready to defend the western shores. The Ironborn would strike by sea first, Sigurd would be their opening target. Harald and Merrick walked toward the camp outside Fairmarket, the so-called Army of Liberation, as Leopold proudly named it. Smoke curled from cooking fires. Men sparred in the dirt or sat cleaning blades, all watching the golems in awestruck silence. They entered the largest tent. Inside waited Harren Blackwood, tall and grim as ever, and Leopold. Leopold. Lord Harren, Harald said in greeting. Dragonborn. Harren boomed, standing over the table in the center. Lord Tully has written back. He is very interested in what we've begun here. Harald raised a brow, a faint smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. So he should be. You told me he's been plotting for some time. Hother grunted, bracing his heavy hands on the table. With Edmund on our side, Lords Vance and Piper won't be far behind. After them, the rest will join as well. Harald circled the table, his eyes scanning the hand-drawn map spread before them. To the north lay the lands of Frey, Blackwood, and Mollister, the three lords already in revolt with him, holding most of the northern riverlands. Harald's gaze then drifted eastward. Bordering those rebellious houses were the domains of House Mandrick of Greenwich March and House Ryger of Willow's Reach, both subject to House Harlaw, the Iron-born governor of the eastern riverlands. The Harlaws ruled from Ramsford, a stout town on the Green Fork and a key Iron-born outpost. Merrick tapped the southern edge of the map, his finger resting on Riverrun. Since Lord Edmund has agreed to meet, we should march south now. Hother agreed, folding his arms. Once Tully joins, the tide will turn faster than we expect. Harald tapped his fingers on the edge of the table. And the east? What of the Harlaws? Won't Harren order them to strike while we march south? Merrick shook his head. Harren is too paranoid for that. The Vale still eyes the salt pans, and he knows it. The Harlaws are his bulwark. If he moves them against us, he leaves the eastern border open to the Arryns. He won't risk it. Harald gave a sharp nod. So south it is Vance, Tully, and Bracken. The mention of Bracken drew a disdainful grunt from Hother. Harald glanced over. Will you be able to work with Lord Remund Bracken when the time comes? Perhaps, Hother muttered. If he doesn't throw in with the Ironborn first. The Brackens have courted Dagon Greyjoy the Crown Prince for years. Merrick let out a dry laugh. Come now, Hother. The Brackens despise the Ironborn as much as any of us. They aren't fools. They'll join us the moment they see the power of the Dragonborn. He fixed Hother with a level look. Just, keep the old grudge buried, for now. Hother grunted reluctantly. We'll see. I have a plan, Harald said at last, his voice low and steady. That earned the full attention of everyone in the tent. Leopold, Merrick, Hother. They leaned in. He pointed to Fairmarket on the map, tracing a path southward. We move fast. Our numbers are small and that's our advantage. Drum will assume we're gathering a much larger army, he'll expect us to consolidate and move slowly. He will not anticipate a strike this swift. He tapped the map twice. And he certainly won't expect this. Harald's hand shifted toward the tent flap, gesturing to where the ash golems loomed outside. Leopold grinned. And you, Harald, he said with a smirk, are not exactly what he expects either. Exactly, Harald agreed. We kill any scouts he sends north, leave him blind. The less he knows about our strength or numbers, the more cautious he'll be. Or worse, he'll grow overconfident, thinking he still holds the advantage. He dragged his finger farther down the parchment, stopping near a wooded mark labeled Riverrun. We meet Edmund Tully here. With him, we march on Drum. His hand moved again, resting over a small castle drawn in Bracken lands. Weeping Hall, that's where we finish him. Hother Blackwood, arms crossed, gave a sharp nod. Strike before he can even raise his men. I like it. Merrick Frey tapped his chin thoughtfully, then looked to Harald. Fast, decisive, I see no flaws. I believe I have already killed Lord Drum's son, Harald said. Carl Drum, Hother replied with a smirk. Jonal told me. I don't think Drum even knows yet. And do not forget, my lords, that we have a prince as hostage as well, Leopold added. Prince Aron is a non-factor, Harald said. I have other plans for him. So we are decided, then. They all nodded. Hother leaned forward again. It will be quite a sight, bringing down that cursed castle. Harald glanced up from the map. Weeping Hall. Merrick nodded grimly. Has our Septon not told you of it, Harald? Harald shook his head. No. Should he have? Leopold let out a quiet breath. It's a sad tale, he said, his voice edged with both sorrow and anger. The castle once belonged to the Severance River Knights, vassals to the Brackens. A proud house, known for their hospitality and honor. Harald listened in silence. Lord Severin had 7 daughters, Leopold continued, each said to be blessed by one of the 7. They were admired, loved throughout the Riverlands. Then the drums arrived, not long after Harren installed them as governors. Merchik's jaw clenched. The eldest, betrothed to a Tully Lord Edmund's uncle, I believe was taken as a salt wife by Lord Drum himself. They say she leapt from the battlements soon after. Harold's face tightened. The second, Leopold went on, his voice darkening, was shorn and cloistered in a silent September as a mockery of the mother. The twins, Merrick added, vanished one night. Whispers say they were given to drum captains as gifts. Harold's fists clenched. The 5th tried to flee, Leopold said. They hanged her from the watchtower. And the 6th, who was said to possess a beautiful voice, had her tongue torn out when she refused to sing for Lord Drum. He hesitated. The 7th. Leopold looked away. Her tale is best left untold. What's whispered is too vile to repeat. It's why the river lords call it Weeping Hall now, he finished. A castle soaked in tears and ruin. Stories like this are why the Riverlands will rally to our cause. They won't need much convincing, Harald. Harald stared at the table for a moment longer, then straightened. We leave at dawn for Riverrun. Prepare the men. Hother and Merrick bowed slightly and left the tent without a word. Only Leopold remained. Arms folded behind his back, he said quietly, I hope we can do this quickly, Harald. In a drawn-out conflict, the small folk will suffer. Even if we win, they suffer. Harald gave him a calm, knowing smile. My friend, it will end sooner than you think. Chapter 26, Rebellion PT2. I understand that you wish to join us, Harald said calmly, eyeing the villagers who blocked the path. They carried little more than pitchforks, scythes, and rusty blades, yet their eyes shone with fierce determination. They had halted in a border village between the Blackwood Vale and the Riverlands, resting after a relentless march south from Fairmarket. A weather-worn, middle-aged man with a crooked nose and broad shoulders stepped forward. We're ready to fight, Lord. A ripple of agreement murmured through the crowd. Leopold had seized every stop along the road to preach, hoping to keep the magic-fearing small folk from turning on him. Moments earlier he had healed an old man's bent leg, a miracle, he assured them, convincing many that his power was divine rather than dark sorcery. They're ready to die for you, Sir Aryan Whiteflame whispered behind Harald, or to loot whatever corpses and castles they think we'll sack. Harald allowed himself a faint smile. War, after all, offered profit to high lords and low peasants alike. He faced the villagers once more. I know you burn with fury. Many of you have lost sons, fathers, and brothers to the Ironborn. You want vengeance. But vengeance without duty is ruin. Winter is coming. Who will harvest your fields if you leave? Who will feed your children? This rebellion cannot succeed if the land starves. Hesitation followed murmurs, a few nods. You serve our cause best by guarding your homes, Harald continued, his tone softening. Pray for our victory. Keep your families strong. When the time comes, you will have your place in the new Riverlands. The pitchforks and weapons slowly lowered. As Harald turned away, Aryan chuckled. I doubt that'll stop the next batch of peasants. Equals. The army pushed south, leaving the Blackwood Vale behind. Harald rode at the vanguard, ebony armor catching the light. To one side rode Lord Hother Blackwood, flanked by his heir Benyon and younger son Jonal, to the other rode Lord Merrick Frey with his eager heir Maron. Their numbers had swollen to nearly 1,900 as hedge knights flocked to the cause. Among them marched the ash golems silent, tireless, their ember-glowing hearts eerie even in daylight. By dusk they camped on the riverbank, barely half an hour's ride from Riverrun. In Harald's tent he conferred with Blackwood, Frey, Sir Arion, and Leobold about how best to approach Lord Tully. "We should ride to Riverrun in the morning," Merrick said bluntly. Harald nodded. Leobold spoke, changing the subject altogether. "Harald, if I may, the gift you plan to send Lord Drum, are you certain it's wise to provoke him in such a manner?" Harald's lips curved into a cold smile. "It sends exactly the message we need: terror. Let him feel a taste of what's coming." He turned to Arion. "How will you deliver it?" Arion's grin was wolfish. "Two of our best riders will take it to the edge of Weeping Hall and leave it where it can't be missed." "Good," Harald said. "I'll give them 2 potions of invisibility. Remind them no heroics. In and out." Just then the tent flap flew open. Jonal Blackwood and Maron Frey burst in, flushed from running. "What is it?" Harald asked, rising. "We spotted riders," Arion answered before either youth could speak. "Lord Tully and Lord Vance, they're on their way here." "Vance as well?" Hother Blackwood said, pleased. "That makes things simpler." Harald turned to Hother and Merrick. "Ride out and greet them. Escort them back to camp with the proper courtesy." The 2 lords nodded and strode out of the tent. It was time for the trout to meet the dragon. Edmund Tully POV. Lord Edmund Tully stood in the sunlit courtyard of Riverrun, his hands folded behind his back, his expression composed but his eyes scanning the southern road. The banners of House Tully fluttered on the battlements above, and the water surrounding the castle shimmered under the sun's rays. Beside him stood his wife, Lady Maria Tully, formerly Vance, cradling their fussing 2-year-old daughter and gently rocking her in her arms. Their eldest, just 6, clung shyly to her mother's skirts, peeking out with curiosity at the guards assembling in orderly formation behind them, sworn men of House Tully in mail and tabards, ready to greet another lord. Hoofbeats echoed beyond the gate, and soon a small party rode through the archway bearing the sigil of House Vance, a black dragon on white, with 2 golden eyes set in a golden ring on black. At their head rode Lothar Vance of Wayfarer's Rest, his auburn hair gleaming in the sun, his cloak of rich green and silver snapping behind him. He dismounted smoothly, grinning as he approached, his steps light and easy. "Welcome, Lord Vance," Edmund called out formally, stepping forward. "Oh, come now, Edmund," Lothar replied with a chuckle, waving a hand. "Do we really need such stiff formalities between family?" He embraced his good brother warmly, clapping him on the back. Edmund returned the hug with a smile. Lothar turned to his sister, his face softening. "Maria," he said warmly, kissing her on the cheek. "You look well. And these little ones, gods, they've grown. Look at you," he added, crouching briefly to greet his nieces, who giggled at his dramatic flourish. He straightened and raised a teasing brow at Edmund. "So my sister is with child again, is she?" Maria gave him a playful slap on the arm, laughing. "That's none of your business, Lothar." Edmund grinned, but then his smile faded. "We should talk." "So soon?" Lothar asked lightly, pretending to pout. "I've only just arrived." Maria frowned. "Let him catch his breath, Edmund." But Edmund shook his head. "This matter isn't one to delay." Lothar sighed, his jovial expression slipping away. "Yes, yes. I was only jesting. Come, then. Let's go to your solar." Together they walked through Riverrun's stone halls. When they reached the solar, Edmund paused, noticing his uncle, Sir Roger Tully, already inside. Seated with him were Septon Hayden, clad in white and gold with his hands folded piously, and Maester Flowers. Lothar's brow furrowed. "Why is the Septon here?" Considering the circumstances, Septon Hayden insisted on being part of it, Edmund answered. "Humph," Lothar muttered. "Mine has been quite supportive of the rumours from the North Herald of the Gods and all." "Well," Edmund replied, casting a sideways glance at Lothar, mine has not. At the door, Edmund motioned for the others to follow him inside. The solar was a chamber befitting the Lord of Riverrun, modest in its opulence, richly appointed but not gaudy. Polished stone floors were covered with rugs of river blue and moss green, the walls bore tapestries of fish leaping from the tumblestone and of great river battles of old. Behind the desk hung the sword of Edmund's grandsire, and a high-backed oak chair faced a carved hearth, now dark in the summer heat. Edmund gestured to the chairs. "Let's begin." "It's time, nephew," Sir Roger Tully said at once. "Yes, uncle, you've been saying that for a moon now," Edmund replied with a sigh, his voice weary rather than angry. Roger brought his palm down lightly on the arm of his chair. "What are you waiting for? Our family has waited for such a moment for 20 years. The Riverlands have waited for it for a century." Edmund looked at his uncle. The old knight's face was lined and weather-beaten, a living remnant of every failed hope and act of defiance the Tullys had clung to since the fall. And Roger was right. Their house had opposed the Whores from the beginning. Tommen Tully had backed Lady Agnes Blackwood in her doomed struggle to resist Harwin Hardhand's invasion, and the Bracken's betrayal throwing their lot in with the Ironborn had turned the tide then. Since that day, House Tully had quietly sown dissent, defiance living in whispers and wary alliances, and they had suffered for it. The Whores had kept a close eye on them ever since, and Edmund knew it was only measured caution that had preserved his house at all. His own father had wed a piper and then married him to a Vance, strengthening those ancient ties and always hoping to rebuild something large enough, strong enough for another rebellion. Roger pointed to the map spread across the table. "Your father paved the way. And now? Now the gods have sent you this. Your father married a piper, you married a Vance, and our dear Elsa was supposed to..." Roger began, then stopped himself, his eyes sliding toward Lothar Vance, who now stood silent, his earlier ease gone at the mention of Elsa Tully. Edmund did not flinch. "I know, uncle. I know." A brief, tense silence settled over the room until Septon Hayden spoke, his voice rising with righteous indignation. "They are heretics, my lord," he declared, his face flushed. "Heretics? Septon Riam and Septon Leobold have gone mad. This man they follow, this dragonborn they claim was sent by the Seven. Worse, Leobold says he is the Seven made flesh. This is blasphemy of the highest order." Lothar's voice cut in, sharp and clear. "I have heard another interpretation." His eyes narrowed at the Septon. "My own Septon, Manfield, supports Septon Leobold. He says this dragonborn may be the champion the Seven long promised." Hayden's jaw tightened. "You would follow a sorcerer? A man of dark eastern magics?" Lothar rounded on him, glaring. "I would follow anyone who can free us from the Ironborn. Would you rather cling to Harren the Black, a heathen, if you've forgotten, than embrace a chance at freedom?" The Septon flinched at Lothar's words. He looked between them all, flustered and cornered, his voice small now. "It is heresy, heresy." "Septon, thank you for your counsel," Edmund said evenly, though tension still edged his voice. "You may leave us now." Septon Hayden hesitated a moment, clearly wanting to protest further, but thought better of it. With a stiff nod and a final murmured prayer, he gathered his robes and left the solar. As the Septon left, another figure entered. She seemed to glide rather than walk, her presence immediately commanding the attention of every man in the room. Her hair was red as flame, vibrant and free, cascading in loose waves down her back. Her eyes were a piercing blue, deep and sparkling like the blue fork at midday, yet filled with warmth. She wore a flowing gown of sapphire silk, cinched at the waist with silver embroidery shaped like running trout, the Tully sigil glinting faintly in the lantern light. "Elsa," Edmund said, his voice softening as he beheld his sister. "Brother," she replied with a smirk, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "It seems I'm late." Her gaze shifted, landing on Lothar Vance. "Lothar." "Elsa," Lothar answered, quieter, more restrained. She stepped farther into the room, her voice gaining strength. So have you decided when we're joining this Dragonborn and the 3 northern lords? We were discussing it, Edmund replied cautiously. Elsa's eyes flashed. What is there to discuss, brother? This is it. The time is now. Roger grunted his approval. Elsa is right, Edmund. You know she is. We don't know the full details yet, Edmund said, looking between them. The time for caution is over, Elsa snapped, her passion breaking through like a flood. You know it, I know it. It's time for action. Maester Flowers cleared his throat. Lady Elsa, with respect, this must not be an emotional decision but a logical one. A war. Fuck that, Elsa cut in, her voice as sharp as broken glass. How long have we waited? Our father and grandsire sacrificed so much they should not be forgotten. She paused, locking eyes with Edmund. Are you going to deny me my vengeance too, brother? Do you plan to stand with Drum and spill Riverlander blood beside him? Silence settled over the room. Then Lothar moved to stand beside her. She's right, Edmund. It's time. Edmund looked at his sister, at the fire in her face and the fury hidden behind her eyes. His mind drifted, just for a breath, to that day years ago when the Crown Prince came to Riverrun, to what he had done to her. He swallowed, then gave a single, slow nod. Send word to House Piper, uncle, he said quietly. Then he turned to Lothar. And to your cousins in Atrintat. He stepped forward. We will join this rebellion. Edmund Tully and Lothar Vance rode hard from the castle, 20 knights thundering behind them. Edmund had received word that the rebel host led by the man known as the Dragonborn had encamped near Riverrun, and he had set out at once, even though night was drawing on. Edmund had already resolved to join their cause, but before he pledged his sword and the strength of his people he needed to look the Dragonborn in the eye and be certain of his choice. Look, Lothar said, breaking Edmund's thoughts. The camp. Just ahead. Edmund lifted his gaze and slowed his horse. The rebel encampment stretched along the riverbank in neat rows of tents and supply carts, but it was small, far smaller than he had expected. The combined forces of Frey and Blackwood alone should have numbered at least 7,000. What stood before him could not be more than a fraction of that, 2,000 at most. He frowned, puzzled. Perhaps more troops were on the way and this was merely an advance force. A knot of riders approached at speed. As they drew near, Edmund recognized Lords Merrick Frey and Hother Blackwood at their head. They met midway, reining in their horses amid a small clearing. Lord Tully, Lord Vance, Merrick Frey called with a grin, dipping his head in greeting. Welcome. Lord Frey. Lord Blackwood, Edmund replied, cordial yet guarded. Lothar gave a short laugh. So we hear you're doing a bit of rebelling. Merrick chuckled. You could say that. Then, with a more serious tone, he added, I trust you'll be joining us as well. Edmund's eyes lingered on the camp, brows knit in thought. Why so few men? He asked, his voice edged with concern. Lord Hother answered, rough-voiced but confident. Trust me, Edmund, this is more than enough. You'll understand soon. I intend to, Edmund said. Take me to this Dragonborn. I'd like to meet the man who claims to be sent by the gods. They rode toward the camp, and as they neared it, Edmund saw them. At first he mistook the shapes for statues, great, hulking figures standing motionless by the tents. Then one moved, turning with the heavy grind of stone, and his breath caught in his throat. Each giant stood 8 feet tall, broad as a warhorse's flank, formed entirely of ash-grey rock shot through with faintly glowing red veins. In every chest lay a jagged, molten red gem that pulsed like a beacon, and their eyes were pits of living fire. They needed no weapons, a single blow from those stone fists could pulp a man. By the gods, Lothar Vance whispered, his voice small beneath the giant's looming presence. Edmund said nothing, his throat dry. Hother smirked at their odd expressions. As you can see, he said, we don't need many men when we have those. How? Edmund managed at last, turning to the lords beside him. Merrick answered, pride gleaming in his eye. Conjured by the Dragonborn himself, a gift from the gods. He pointed across the camp. There. That's him. Edmund followed the gesture and saw the man. The Dragonborn stood near the central pavilion, clad in armor unlike anything Edmund had ever seen. The dark metal, of unknown origin, shimmered faintly in the waning light. His blonde hair was bound back, revealing the face of a warrior who had seen countless battles. Everything about him radiated power. As Edmund and Lothar dismounted, the stone golems turned their heads in unison. The scrape of rock on rock made Edmund's gut tighten, yet he forced himself to stand firm. They strode toward the figure at the camp's heart. I have made the right decision, Edmund thought. There could be no doubt now, not when the very air around this man crackled with a divine purpose. Welcome, Lords Tully and Vance, the Dragonborn said, his voice steady and resonant. I am Harald Stormcrown. We have much to discuss. Edmund found himself nodding before he realized it. Yes, he answered softly, almost reverently. Yes, we do. Chapter 27, Rebellion PT 3. Dagon Hor, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of the Isles and the Rivers, moved through the cavernous, unlit corridors of Harrenhal like a storm cloaked in flesh. The air was damp, thick with the scent of cold stone and rot. The walls massive, black, towering seemed to close in around him. The castle was simply too large, too empty in its sheer size, and parts of it sat in shadows nearly permanently. It took too many hands, too much time, too much wood to keep its thousands of hearths aflame. So most of the fortress lingered in silence and shadow. Dagon's jaw clenched. A rebellion. Blackwood. Frey. Mallister. Traitors. Greenlander filth. The fury churned in his gut like seawater in a storm. He wanted to see their keeps in flame. He wanted their sons flayed, their daughters broken, their line ended. He wanted to watch the light leave their eyes. But it wasn't his decision. Not yet. He was nearing the Hall of 1,000 Hearths. The echo of his boots on the flagstone was swallowed by the vastness of the space before him. The throne room of Harrenhal was an architectural marvel and an abomination. Cavernous, towering as if built for giants, it stretched out before him with hundreds of cold, dark hearths spaced along the walls. The air within the hall was still and cold, carrying the faint scent of old smoke and forgotten feasts. Shafts of light struggled through high-set slits in the stone, casting dim stripes across the chamber floor. At the far end of the room, atop a high, black dais, sat the throne of the Iron Kings, a monstrous thing carved from the bones of a leviathan dragged from the depths of the Sunset Sea by the first king of the Isles. Its ribcage curved to form the seat's arms, its jaws held aloft as a grim canopy above the king's head. Fangs gleamed faintly in the dim torchlight. And seated within that horror, draped in shadow and silence, was King Harren Hor. Even in his old age, the king was imposing. The years had not made him frail. His long hair, streaked with iron grey, hung like seaweed over his shoulders, and his beard was trimmed with brutal care. His armor was dark, scaled like the skin of a deep-sea serpent, and on his brow rested the black crown of the Ironborn. As Dagon strode silently toward the throne, his boots now hushed against old banners spread like rugs, he could hear the deep voice of First Captain Balong Goodbrother reverberating off the stone walls. Lord Drum has reported signs of gathering forces among the rebel lands, Balong said, standing tall before the dais, one fist clenched behind his back in the Ironborn way. He is preparing to raise the river lords under his command. Scouts have been sent north. As for these rumors, Balong's voice hardened. About some fire-wielding, spell-casting madmen called the Dragonborn, my king, I say they are tales spun by Greenlander cowards to stir peasant hearts. Nothing more than trickery and fear-mongering. No sorcerer threatens the might of the great King Harren. King Harren said nothing yet. He leaned slightly, fingers tapping once against the Leviathan's fanged armrest, his pale eyes fixed ahead. Dagon finally reached the foot of the dais and stood silently to the side, near the other members of the court, grey-bearded captains, priests of the drowned god, and a handful of iron-born lords who lingered in the shadows like sharks circling blood. The first captain finished his report. Then silence. A heavy, bloated silence, one that suffocated, that coiled and waited. Dagon's jaw tightened. This was what he feared. His father sat motionless upon the bone-carved throne, not a word, not a breath, not even a flicker in his cold eyes. Dagon scanned the room, his gaze catching on the shadows at the edge of the dais, where his younger brother, Harren the Younger, leaned against a pillar. As always, his expression was blank, bored, empty, his eyes distant, disinterested. Heretic, Dagon thought, turning his attention away in disgust. He had never understood how their father tolerated the boy's insolence. And then, Balan, the king said. The word rang like a dropped blade. Instantly, every eye turned toward the king. My king, Balan good brother answered, stepping forward with a slight bow. Where is my son? Harren asked. Balan hesitated. My king. Harren's voice came again, lower now, slower, calm. Too calm. Where is my son? The stillness thickened like fog rolling in from the sea. Balan blinked. I do not understand, my king. But Harren was already rising. The old king stood tall, his figure wreathed in shadow and torchlight, his cloak trailing across the bone of the throne. As he descended the steps of the dais, his boots rang out in perfect rhythm, each one like a war drum. The hall seemed to shrink beneath his presence. Let me tell you a tale, first captain, he said, his voice hollow and thunderous, each syllable coiled tight with fury. Not a soul spoke. No one dared. This morning I awoke, everything was as it had been, until I noticed something different, he said. On the stone beside my bed was a parchment. A note. He paced, slow and deliberate, his presence like the tide vast, cold, inescapable. It was not from you, not from my scribes, not from the men sworn to my house. His lip curled. It was from this Dragonborn. Gasps rippled through the hall. Dagon froze. He claims to have my son, Harren said, his voice sharpening. My dear Aaron. My boy. Absurd, Balan replied too quickly, too loudly. It must be some. A thunderclap cracked through the hall, the sound of flesh striking flesh. Balan staggered. Another slap. Then another. The first captain dropped to one knee, his cheek already red and bleeding. Do not interrupt me. Harren roared. He has my son, the rebels, the Greenlander filth. My king, it could be. A boot slammed into Balan's gut, iron clanging against bone. Another followed. Then another. Balan collapsed to the floor. They crept into my chambers, into my harrenule, Harren bellowed, spittle flying from his lips. Into my fortress. They slunk in like rats and they left me a gift. He reached into his black cloak and hurled something across the hall. It skidded over the stone. A finger. Cleanly severed. Upon it lay a ring, a black iron band edged with the Hor sigil in gold. Aaron's ring, the one Harren had given his second-born the day he became a man. Dagon stared. He remembered it well. They all did. His father's eyes burned. They have my son, he seethed. Balan groaned on the floor, clutching his stomach. I will tear their towns down stone by stone. I will drown their children in their rivers. I will grind these rebels beneath my heel. The court stood frozen, paralyzed, none daring to speak. Dagon. Dagon flinched at the sound of his name, barked with thunderous fury. Dagon. King Harren roared again, his voice bouncing off the walls of the Hall of 1,000 Hearths like a battering ram. Dagon straightened at once. Father, he said, stepping forward. Come here, boy. He crossed the dark stone floor swiftly, his boots echoing in the vast silence. He climbed the steps of the dais, halting only when his father loomed directly over him, tall and monstrous in his heavy black cloak. Gather every man you can muster, Harren growled. Every sword. Every axe. March north and destroy everything you see. Dagon nodded, his face set. Harren's hand shot forward, seizing Dagon by the jaw, rough fingers digging into flesh. He dragged his son close, their foreheads nearly touching. And find Aaron, the king snarled. Bring him back. Alive. Do you understand me, boy? Yes, Dagon rasped, his voice strained. Yes, father. Alive, Harren hissed again. He shoved Dagon back, the prince lifted a hand to the aching imprint on his face. What are you standing here for? Go. Dagon bowed his head and turned at once, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum in his chest. Behind him, his father's voice lashed the hall, now aimed at the broken first captain. Send word to Wex. I want him to burn Sigurd to the ground. Equals. Dagon was nearly at the threshold of the vast chamber when he heard the voice. Brother. A soft, cold voice, unbothered, playful. Dagon turned sharply, teeth grinding. He already knew who it was. From the shadows emerged Harren the Younger, the youngest son of King Harren. His face was unreadable, as always, lips curved in a faint smirk, eyes filled with unsettling calm. What do you want, boy? Dagon spat, the last word dripping venom. I've no time for your heretical nonsense. Harren tilted his head. I have information. Dagon's eyes narrowed. About the sorcerer, Harren continued, almost lazily. The one leading the rebellion. Dagon scoffed. I've no time for your. Suit yourself, his brother said with a shrug. Perhaps father would like to hear it first. I'm sure he will call upon you afterward. Dagon froze. Fine, he snapped. Show me. But if this is any of your heretical nonsense again. It's not, Harren said simply, already turning to lead the way. Come. Every muscle in Dagon's body was taut. He did not trust his youngest brother, not for a heartbeat. But in that moment he followed, he had no wish to face their father's wrath, and he knew the old king had his favorites. They descended in silence, each step deeper into Harren's bowels, twisting Dagon's gut tighter. The torches along the walls grew fewer, the air was thick, damp and choking. Dagon recognized these lower halls. Once storerooms, crypts, and vaults, they were now something else, his brother's playground, a sanctum of rot and whispers. What is that smell, boy? What have you been doing down here? Dagon asked, catching the stench of carrion. Harren the Younger only smiled and kept walking. They reached a rusted iron door, and Harren led Dagon inside. The chamber beyond was circular, its walls were lined with books and scrolls. At the center stood a pedestal of black stone, and upon it, a book. A massive, pulsing tome of jet black leather. It shifted slightly, as though breathing. Dagon's steps slowed. What is that? Harren turned to him, wicked glee lighting his face. A gift, he said. From my master, the one who sees all, who knows all. He faced the pedestal again. And now it will give you strength, brother. A gift to make things more difficult for the Dragonborn. He has displeased my master, you see, and my master wishes to punish him. Dagon's stomach twisted. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this madness? The book opened on its own. And the tendrils came. Black, glistening, writhing tendrils shot from its pages like vipers from the abyss. Before Dagon could move, they wrapped around his arms, his chest, his throat. He tried to scream, but the tendrils were already inside. Pain erupted. Vision blurred. His knees buckled. The last thing Dagon saw as darkness swallowed him was Harren's calm, smiling face, and behind him, rising from the shadows, a shape, a being of swirling green eyes, writhing tentacles, and incomprehensible vastness. A voice echoed not through his ears, but through his soul. "You shall serve." Then Dagon knew nothing at all. Chapter 28, Rebellion PT4. Why is Drum taking so long? Lord Remund Bracken asked, his voice edged with frustration as he paced the stone chamber assigned to him within Weeping Hall. Torchlight flickered across his weathered face, throwing deep shadows beneath his eyes. He stopped at the narrow slit of a window, peering out into the morning light. "He told you, father," came the calm reply from his eldest son and heir, Hoster Bracken. The young lord sat near the hearth, sharpening his blade. "He's waiting for Prince Dagon to arrive." Remund scoffed. "Bah! We don't need the prince. We could crush those rebel scum ourselves." Hoster paused, the whetstone slowing against steel. "Father, perhaps we should." Remund whirled on him, jabbing a finger in the air. "No, boy. I'll not join that treasonous pack led by that cursed Blackwood." "But father," Hoster said, rising now, voice firm, "Blackwood isn't leading the rebellion." "You know who is." "I know exactly who it is." Remund cut him off sharply. "Some dark conjurer, a foreign mage who dares to call himself the Seven Made Flesh. That's blasphemy." He began pacing again, voice rising. "Septon Maynard was right, this so-called Dragonborn is a heretic, a false prophet come to seduce weak-minded lords. Frey and Malister. It's the Blackwoods, I tell you. Always the Blackwoods. They brought this scourge here with their tree worship." Hoster sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "The Tullus and Vances remain quiet. What if they've joined the rebellion too?" Remund stopped cold. "If the Tullus joined, that would give the rebellion teeth. Real teeth." Just then the door slammed open and in rushed his second son, Mark, breathless and pale. "Father, father!" "Outside." Remund narrowed his eyes. "What is it, boy?" Mark gulped air, struggling to find words. It's Carl Drum. They found him." Remund moved swiftly through the cold stone halls of Weeping Hall, his heavy boots echoing off the walls as his sons followed close behind. Mark led the way, still winded, face ashen as though he had seen a ghost. Hoster walked in grim silence, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. As they neared the courtyard, Remund heard wailing, and to his surprise, it came from Lord Garmund Drum himself. They stepped through the archway, and the sight that met them froze Remund in place. There, kneeling in the center of the yard, was Lord Garmund Drum, head bowed, shoulders heaving as he screamed toward the overcast sky. Before him rested a stout iron-bound chest, its lid pried open. And within, Remund's breath caught in his throat. The body was already decaying, skin a mottled grey, lips drawn back in a death grin. On the corpse's hand gleamed a ring set with a crimson stone, carved with the sigil of House Drum. "My gods!" Remund whispered, voice barely audible. "Is that?" "Yes," Mark said, his voice hushed. "It's Carl. They found the chest just beyond the outer road. A patrol stumbled across it this morning. There was a note, it called him a gift from the Dragonborn." Remund could only stare, rooted to the spot. A howl tore through the courtyard, Garmund's rage unleashed. "We march," he bellowed. "I am going to kill them all." Steel rang out as soldiers and captains scrambled, stirred by their lord's fury. Remund stood unmoving, heart pounding. Finally, he thought. But as he looked once more at Carl's lifeless face, lips purple, eyes sunken, something twisted deep in his gut. A seed of fear. And with it, a single thought. Had he chosen the wrong side? Harald rode at the head of the column atop his spectral steed. The red cloak gifted to him by Edmund Tully flared behind him in the wind as the army advanced along the well-worn road east of River Run. Behind him stretched the men of 4 great houses of the Riverlands: Frey, Blackwood, Tully, and Vance, more than 4,000 soldiers in all. More would join soon. Lord Piper's levies, and the Vances of Atrintau, were already on the move. Tully and Vance had followed his instructions, bringing fewer men than they could have raised, only as many as they could feed without bleeding their peasants dry. After witnessing the towering ash golems and the lightning destruction magic Harald had shown off to them, there was little appetite for dissent. Harren Blackwood rode closer. "I'm telling you, Dragonborn, the Brackens have thrown their lot in with the Ironborn. It's in their blood, treachery and piss." Harald turned his gaze slightly. "I believe they will join us, my lord." "Bah," Harren scoffed. "They'd rather die with an Ironborn cock in their mouths. Brackens have always supported the squids." Edmund Tully and Lothar Vance caught up, Merrick Frey at their heels. Edmund raised a hand in greeting and offered a more measured tone. "Remund is a pious man, Dragonborn devoted to the Seven. The stories about you, what you are, what you claim to be, well, they might have unsettled him." "Understandable," Harald said evenly. "He'll come around, I'm sure of it. When we march on Harrenhal, I want House Bracken with us, not bleeding at our feet." He turned in his saddle, his red cloak snapping in the breeze as he looked back. The 7 ash golems followed in perfect formation, monstrous silhouettes of blackened ash and stone, 8 feet tall, red heartstones pulsing in their chests like silent war drums. They moved with eerie grace, silent save for the crunch of earth beneath their weight. 3 had been sent ahead, dispatched to strike terror into the Ironborn near Harrenhal. Harald hoped the mere sight of them would rattle the Ironborn and drive them back to their islands. They had occupied these lands for a century. Even with Harren defeated, it would be difficult to force them all to leave. A rider from the northeast broke Harald's thoughts. A lone scout galloped up the road, mud flying beneath his hooves. Edmund and Harren spurred forward to meet him. After a brief exchange, they wheeled back, worry lining their faces. "They've been sighted," Edmund said, his voice grim. 5,000 strong, 2,000 Ironborn, and 3,000 marching behind under the banner of House Bracken. Harren spat. "Traitors! What did I tell you, Dragonborn? Treachery runs in their veins." Harald's expression did not change. "We've drawn Drum out of the castle." He turned to the gathered lords, his voice clear and firm. "Let's make this Drum's last day, one step closer to liberating the Riverlands." A great cheer rose from the men. They resumed the march, and soon the enemy came into view, a jagged black line of Ironborn axemen in the van, their mail glinting dully, their formation sloppy with eagerness, and behind them the Bracken host, more disciplined, marching in tight blocks. "Drum leads like a mad dog," Harald muttered. "And Bracken follows like a leashed one." He raised a hand. "Send for Parley. I want words with him." Leopold leaned in. "Parley, Harald? I don't think that is wise." "I have a plan," Harald said, eyes never leaving the enemy line. "Prepare the men for battle. When the golems charge, you follow." Edmund, squinting toward the rear of the enemy formation, murmured, "I saw Remund marching behind." "That's not like him." "It means he can be turned to our side," Harald replied. Lord Merrick Frey looked puzzled. "Why Parley, Dragonborn? We should attack now." Harald shook his head. "I don't want Bracken caught in it. I will challenge Drum to single combat, and when I kill him the golems will begin their assault. You follow after." The lords accepted the unorthodox plan, and soon they were riding to meet Lord Garmund Drum under a banner of truce. Harald led the party with Edmund Tully, face grim with resolve, Lothar Vance, sharp-eyed and silent, Harren Blackwood, every breath heavy with restrained fury, and Merrick Frey, who kept glancing back to be sure the ash golems still loomed behind. Leopold rode last, his septon's robes whipping in the wind, lips moving in silent prayer. Ahead, beneath the white banner, 2 figures waited. One was unmistakably Garmund Drum, towering in rust-red armor, face contorted with rage, eyes red-rimmed from grief and hatred. The other was Lord Remund Bracken, silver breastplate gleaming faintly, though his expression was anything but bold. His eyes flicked to Edmund and Lothar, then to Harald, and could not seem to look away. "Traitorous Greenlander scum!" Garmin bellowed, glaring at Tully and Vance. Edmund's reply rang out, sharp and clear. "Traitors to whom, Drum?" Drum turned, narrowing his gaze on Harald. You killed my son." Harald tilted his head, a slow smirk curving his lips. "I did." Drum's hand twitched near his hilt. "I'm going to gut you, then lay waste to every one of these treacherous Greenlanders, salt their fields, string up their children. Nothing will be left." "Nothing." Harald didn't flinch. He looked to Remund Bracken. "And you, Lord Bracken, have you chosen your side?" Bracken's mouth opened, then closed. His voice was low and uncertain. I. He has," Drum snapped. "Bracken is a loyal dog. Loyal to the rightful king, loyal to Harren. That's how all Greenlanders should act, obedient and grateful." Harald studied Bracken for a moment, his voice cool and final. "I'm disappointed, Lord Bracken. But it's not too late, yet." Something flickered in Bracken's eyes, shame, or doubt, but he remained silent. Harald spoke again. "Where I come from, there is an old tradition, when two armies stand ready to clash, they send forth their champions, one from each side, to duel to the death, sparing needless bloodshed." He let the silence settle like frost. "I challenge you, Lord Garmin Drum," Harald said, his voice like steel drawn from the forge. "Here. Now." For a moment Drum said nothing. Then his lips curled into a snarling grin. "You want a duel? Then you'll have one, Greenlander. For my son. The drowned god will feast on your soul tonight." Harald chuckled. "Oh, you have no idea how many gods your drowned god will have to fight for my soul." He turned to the assembled lords and nodded, a signal. They wheeled their horses and rode back. Harald cast a final glance at Lord Bracken. The old lord said nothing. He simply turned his mount and rode away toward his host. Harald and Drum remained alone, Drum quivering with rage, Harald calm as the soft wind stirring around them. Garmin raised his battered iron shield and drew his heavy, salt-rusted long sword with a rasping hiss. He sneered across the clearing at Harald. Harald, for his part, did not even reach for the massive war axe strapped to his back. Instead, he calmly drew the blade at his hip, a long, slender sword of dragon bone whose edge shimmered faintly in the afternoon sun. Drum laughed. "A sword made of bone, sorcerer? Is that supposed to frighten me?" He banged his sword against his shield, snarling. "I'll enjoy taking it as iron price along with that armor of yours." Harald's eyes remained cool, unreadable. "Are you going to talk all day, or fight?" With a roar, Drum charged, slamming forward like a crashing wave. Steel flashed. Drum swung hard and fast, but Harald stepped aside with ghostly ease. Another blow came, first an overhead cut, then a low sweep, and again Harald pivoted clear, not even lifting his blade. He moved like a shadow, laughing softly as he danced around the frenzied Ironborn lord. "Fight me, coward!" Drum bellowed, sweat already slick on his brow. Harald kept circling, every dodge fluid, almost mocking. "Is this it? The famed might of Garmin Drum," he called, voice lilting with amusement. "I am Garmin the Mighty, fear me!" Garmin yelled. "I thought they called you Garmin the Rapist," Harald replied, making Drum even angrier. Step by step their duel drifted closer to the Ironborn ranks. Archers and footmen watched in stunned silence as their lord was humiliated. Drum grunted with rage and fatigue. At last, Harald raised his sword not to strike, but to parry. The bone blade moved with eerie precision, catching every blow and turning it aside like water flowing round a stone. Then Harald struck. Not with a killing stroke, but with precise, surgical cuts, one to the thigh, another across the arm, a third slicing the joint of the shoulder plate. Blood welled and seeped down Drum's armor. He howled, stumbling back. "You," Harald said coldly, "are the worst fighter I've ever faced." Drum roared and lunged again, fury now blinding him. As their struggle inched closer to the Ironborn line, a sudden grin split Drum's face. "Fool," he spat, panting. "Archers, loose!" Bowstrings sang. But before the arrows could land, Harald opened his mouth and spoke a word of power that shook the air. "Fuzz!" The first syllable of the unrelenting force shout thundered like a hammer blow. A blast of raw kinetic energy erupted from Harald, flinging the arrows aside in a wide arc and scattering them harmlessly to the ground. Drum's face twisted in horror. "Sorcerer!" Harald stepped forward, eyes glowing faintly. "I thought you already knew that." He glanced up at the archers scrambling to notch a second volley. "We're close enough now," he said with a smirk, lifting his blade. Garmin staggered, blood leaking from the rents in his armor, his breathing labored. His sword hand trembled as he raised the blade one final time. Harald did not hesitate. With a single, vicious downward arc, his dragonbone sword struck Drum's weapon at the hilt and shattered it. Steel splintered with a shriek, fragments spinning away like broken teeth. The stub in Drum's hand clattered uselessly to the ground. Before the Ironborn Lord could react, Harald drove a boot into his gut. Drum lurched backward as the air burst from his lungs and collapsed to his knees, wheezing, his face twisted with pain and disbelief. "Please. Mercy," he rasped. Harald stepped forward, raising the bone sword high. "Your son died the same way on his knees, begging," he said coldly, and brought the blade down. Drum's head flew clean from his shoulders, landing with a dull thud in the grass several feet away. His body toppled to the side, blood pumping in a final crimson arc. The army before Harald froze. Silence rippled across the Ironborn line. He wasted no time. Turning toward them, he spoke all three words of the disarm shout. "Zun! Haal! Vik!" The words of power tore through the air like an invisible tidal wave. Weapons flew from Ironborn hands, axes, swords, spears ripped free and flung to the earth. Even among the bracken men behind them, swords slipped from fingers and shields tumbled as wide-eyed soldiers gasped. Then, from behind Harald, came the thunder. 7 ash golems, towering constructs of cindered ash and molten muscle, charged. They hit the disarmed Ironborn like an avalanche. Limbs snapped, bones crunched, screams erupted. Golems swatted men aside, stamped them underfoot, ripped through the ranks with burning fists. The Ironborn line dissolved in chaos and blood. Surveying the carnage, Harald spotted movement at the rear. Lord Remund Bracken wheeled his horse and led his men away from the slaughter. One more lord to the cause, Harald thought. Within minutes the Ironborn force lay obliterated. The field ran red, bodies were strewn like broken dolls. Not a single Ironborn lived. The road to Harrenhal was now wide open. Lord Remund Bracken joined the victors as soon as the battle ended. While Lord Harren Blackwood made his displeasure known loudly and often, Merrick Frey and Lothar Vance worked hard to keep the two feuding lords apart, with Harald ensuring neither crossed the line. Tempers ran high, but for the moment the greater cause held them together. They marched on Weeping Hall next. The grim old keep steeped in legend and sorrow fell without a fight, its battlements now lined with the banners of Frey, Blackwood, Bracken, Tully, and Vance. He had chosen Weeping Hall as the mustering point for the next phase. He planned to gather the full force here, the reinforcements promised by Tully and Vance, the levies of House Piper, and the Vances of Atranta all marching within the next 2 weeks. More importantly, Edmund Tully believed that the lords of the eastern borders Rhaegar, Mandrick, and others would not remain neutral once they saw the scope of this rebellion. Harald stood atop those walls, arms folded, gazing over the dusky countryside. The assembled lords flanked him, Blackwood and Bracken traded sharp glares. Merrick whispered to Lothar, both casting uneasy looks between the rivals. Edmund Tully's arrival broke the tension. He strode up, parchment in hand, brow furrowed. "Lord Piper and the Vancess of Atranta will be here within the week," Edmund said. "And that's not all. My spies in Harrenhal have finally sent word. Harren has ordered Prince Wex to raid the western coast. Sigurd is in danger." Harald's eyes narrowed. "That changes things." "There's more," Edmund went on. "Dagonhor marches with 15,000 men, nearly every Ironborn left under Harren's command. They're coming our way." Bracken exhaled sharply. "That means Harrenhal is almost unguarded. He's emptied the castle." Harald allowed himself a slight grin. So Aaron's finger had the intended effect. He had sent Harren his son's finger using an old spell he had learned from a former Moragtong assassin on Solstheim, magic meant for intimidation and terror. He had never expected to use it. Harald stepped forward to ask more about Wex's coastal raid, but stopped. Suddenly his body stiffened, his face blanched, his eyes widened. "How?" Every lord around him noticed at once. "Dragonborn?" Hother asked, tense. "Are you?" "I'm fine," Harald said quickly, though his voice betrayed him. "I just felt something." He looked to the east, jaw tight. "The golems I sent ahead, they're gone." Silence gripped the battlements. "How?" Hother exclaimed. "Gone?" Bracken echoed, half scoff, half fear. "You mean those stone giants?" "What do you mean gone?" Merrick stepped closer. "Is that even possible?" Lothar asked. Harald nodded slowly. "I don't know how, but they're gone." Edmund swallowed hard. "What does it mean?" Harald faced them fully, voice low and grim. "It means the Ironborn have helped new and dangerous allies. It means we need to rethink our approach." He stared eastward toward the looming spectre of Harrenhal he imagined in the far distance. Hermias? Bal? Or some other new arrival? Why couldn't things be easy? Chapter 29, Rebellion PT 5. Harald stood atop the black-stoned battlements of Weeping Hall. The sky was overcast, a low blanket of grey that smothered the sun and cast the world in a cold, steely hue. Below, the camp of the Army of Liberation stretched across the fields like a sea, its flickering campfires dotting the dawn like dying stars. Most of the men were quartered outside the castle, while the lords and their household knights remained within its walls. Harrenhal lay just a week's march to the east. And in a week, Harald intended to end the Hoare dynasty, drive the Ironborn back to the sea, and claim for himself the title of King of the Rivers and Hills. It had been a simple, decisive plan, one that had felt right when the rebellion began at Greyholt. Then, the path had seemed clear. Now it was clouded. He narrowed his eyes at the horizon, where mist curled along the tree line like writhing fingers. The wind carried no sound this morning, only the taste of damp earth and smoke. He let the silence settle around him. The Daedra were here. That truth pressed against his mind like a cold dagger. He already knew Sheogorath was aware of this world. The mad god had been the one to send him here. But Hermias Mora had made himself known as well. And if the Prince of Fate had found him, the others would not be far behind. He clenched a gauntlet hand on the stone. One question plagued him: why had Mora not manifested fully? This was not Nirn. This realm lacked the divine walls raised by Akatosh, the barriers that forced the Daedra to whisper instead of roar, to tempt rather than conquer directly. Here, in this new world of fragile gods, they should have been able to walk freely. But they hadn't. Why? Harald's gaze followed the mist again, searching for a shape in the fog. Some power protected this realm, he was certain of it now. He was sure because, considering how their last encounter had ended, Hermias Mora would have manifested here and tried to kill him, yet he hadn't. Harald was convinced the Prince of Secrets had begun seeking a mortal champion, and he suspected Mora had found one. His ash golems had started to die. 4 of them had already been destroyed. The 4th had fallen yesterday, sent ahead again toward Harren to scout the path. 4 days he had felt it moving across the landscape, then, without warning, it was gone just like the 3 before. Footsteps echoed softly on the stone behind him, pulling Harald from the depths of his thoughts. He turned to see Leopold and Lord Merrick Frey approaching. More lords had arrived since the defeat of Garmundrum and the capture of Weeping Hall. The rebellion was no longer a flicker, it had become a blaze, consuming most of the riverlands. The Vances of Atranta and the proud, impulsive pipers of Pink Maiden had joined, along with the lesser houses of Smallwood and Leicester. By Leopold's reckoning, more than 60% of the river lords now marched beneath the rebellion's banner. Leopold. Merrick, Harald greeted, nodding calmly. Dragonborn, Merrick replied, bowing slightly, his tone casual, yet edged with deference. Leopold merely smiled and offered a silent nod. Harald faced Merrick. How are our new arrivals? Still digesting what you showed them, the Frey lord said, grinning. You shattered the laws of the world before their eyes. A hard mouthful for many. Harald chuckled. You all reacted the same way. He had indeed given the newly arrived lords a demonstration. They had seen the golems, witnessed his magic, and listened to Leopold's fiery sermons. Having answered House Tully's call, they were now convinced of the rebellion's chances. Harald's tone shifted, becoming brisk. Merrick, I need you to take your men and ride north to Sigurd. Merrick blinked. Sigurd? We're so close to Harren, so close to the end. Why now? Because, if Bracken's information is correct, Harald said, eyes sharpening, Prince Wex will strike the western coast. Sigurd will be first. I want you there, Merrick. Reinforce Lord Malister. Merrick frowned. I can't do that alone. The Iron Fleet is too large, and Wex himself leads 7,000 men. Malister and I cannot hope to defeat him. I had hoped you would lead us yourself, once Harren was dealt with. Harald didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned and reached for the long object propped beside the battlement wall, a staff. It stood just over 6 feet tall, carved from ebony black wood that shimmered with faint, iridescent veins, like obsidian caught in starlight. At its head was a twisted metal cradle shaped like curling talons, cradled within lay a glowing crystal the size of a clenched fist. The gem pulsed slowly with a deep blue light, wisps of arcane energy clinging to it as though the staff were alive. Merrick and Leopold instinctively stepped back as Harald raised the staff above his head, the blue crystal humming with power. This, Harald said calmly, is a staff of fireballs. The staff of fireballs? Merrick echoed, his brows furrowing in disbelief. Leopold repeated the words in a whisper. Better to show than to speak, Harald replied. He walked to the edge of the rampart and pointed the staff at a clearing well away from the camp. Knights and retainers on the wall fell silent, every eye fixed on him. A soundless pulse flashed from the crystal. A heartbeat later, a roaring sphere of flame shot from the staff's tip, screamed across the field, and slammed into the ground. The explosion shook the earth, fire blossomed in a shock wave that hurled dust and debris skyward. 7 above. Leopold gasped, shielding his eyes. Mother preserve us, Merrick muttered, stunned. Harald turned back to them, his expression unreadable. With deliberate calm he extended the staff toward Merrick. Even you can use it. I'll teach you. Merrick blinked. You mean? I can do that? Harald nodded. Yes. It will take a day to learn. I've made some adjustments, anyone can wield it with the proper guidance. Still shaken, Merrick accepted the staff. Harald smiled faintly. Now what do you think your chances are against Wexhor? Merrick's grin turned wolfish. By the time you take Harren's head, I'll have his fleet burned to cinders. Harald clapped a hand on his shoulder. Good. But remember, the staff has a limit to its magic. So use it wisely. We'll drill outside the castle. Merrick nodded and strode off slowly, the staff in hand. When he was gone, Leopold spoke in a low voice. Is that wise giving such power to him? Harald kept his gaze on the horizon. Merrick is the best choice. He's the most honorable man here. He turned to Leopold. Before I join him, we need to talk. I believe the Ironborn have allied with one of the evil gods I told you about. Are you certain? Leopold asked. Harald nodded. I have a plan to turn it to our advantage, but I'll need your counsel. He gestured for his friend to follow him into the castle. Harald led the army of liberation 12,000 strong through the rolling hills of the central riverlands, marching eastward from Weeping Hall. 3 days had passed since they left the castle, and now they neared the lands ruled directly by Harren the Black. 3 more days to Harrenhal, he thought. Harald rode at the head of the column, clad in darkened armor astride his faintly glowing spectral steed. Yet even with his own power and 12,000 soldiers at his back, his thoughts were troubled. Hermias Mora was watching. He felt it in his bones, an itch in the soul, the weight of unseen eyes flitting from shadow to shadow. The Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Fate had not acted yet, but Harald knew better than to trust the silence. Mora never waited idly, he plotted, seeded thoughts, bent destinies. Is Dagranhor his puppet now? Was it Mora who destroyed the golems? Harald's scouts ranged far and wide in search of answers, but so far they had seen neither an army nor the prince. Sieging Harrenhal will be difficult, said Lothar Vance, squinting ahead. Its walls are higher and thicker than all of ours combined. The place is truly monstrous. I don't think Harald plans for a siege, good brother, Edmund Tully replied. His voice alone might crack those stones. Harald allowed himself a smile. That was indeed the plan, give Harren one chance to surrender, an empty show of mercy, and, when he refused, bring the walls of Harrenhal crashing down before sacking the fortress. If only Mora doesn't interfere. The walls aren't like Greyholt, Lothar added. You won't shout them down that easily. Harald turned in the saddle, grinning. Lord Vance, what if I told you I haven't shown my full power yet? Lothar and Edmund stared at him, mouths agape. You haven't? Edmund asked. Harald laughed, then faced the road again and spurred his steed forward, leaving the 2 lords to resume their discussion. He knew Tully and Vance were plotting something nefarious that he knew. They were plotting to crown him. Together with Blackwood, Mollister, and Frey, they had become true believers, already scheming to sway every lord of the Riverlands to that end. This was what Harald and Leopold wanted, so he was not going to stop them in their plot, it only made things easier. Once Mandrik, Ryger, and Viprin declare for us, Edmund Tully said, his tone careful but confident, we'll be unstoppable. We're already unstoppable, Lothar Vance replied. We've got Harald. I meant politically, Edmund muttered, frowning. Oh that, Lothar said with a shrug. What of Mutin, Root, Wad, Goodbrook, Grull, and the lords of Blackwater Bay? Harald asked from ahead. Edmund's face soured. They're still under Harren's thumb. They won't dare join us yet. As for the Blackwater lords Roshby, Darklin, Stanton, and the rest, they were never truly river lords. Petty kings who sometimes answered to river kings or storm kings. Mostly they just want to be left alone. Harald nodded, absorbing every word. He had already begun planning their future. Once the Riverlands were his, the Blackwater lords would have to bend. For securing the Riverlands it needed to be done. The rapid drum of hooves snapped him from his thoughts. Harald turned. Scouts were riding hard toward the column. The other lords noticed as well and spurred their mounts forward. The scouts reined in before Harald. My lords, the first rider gasped, we've sighted an army large, 15,000 strong, marching straight toward us. Harald's eyes narrowed, he already knew what would come next. The Crown Prince leads them, the scout finished. Dagonhor. Mora's possible champion. The second scout cleared his throat. There's more, my lord. A second host 5,000 men advancing from the northeast. That was unexpected. Murmurs rippled through the gathered nobles. Did you see Harlaw colors? Edmund Tully asked, calm but urgent. Is Lord Harlaw with the smaller force? The scout bowed his head. I had to leave quickly, my lord. I apologize. I couldn't. Harald raised a hand. It's fine. By the gods, Hother Blackwood muttered, jaw tight. That's 20,000 men. Scared, Blackwood? Lord Bracken sneered. Shut up, traitor, Hother shot back, fingers brushing his sword hilt. Enough, Harald said, his voice cutting through the tension. Silence fell. He turned his gaze southeast, toward Dagonhor's 15,000, then northeast, where the smaller host approached. What are the chances it's Mandrik, Ryger, or Viprin answering our call? He asked Edmund. There is a chance, Edmund replied. I sent word when we left my father and I have courted them for years, as we did the Pipers and the Vances. But I can't be sure they've risen for us or if Lord Harlaw commands them. Harald nodded slowly, weighing his options. Then he turned his horse toward the south. We ride to meet Dagon, he ordered. He rode a few paces ahead, drew a deep breath, and used a trick Greybeards taught him to amplify his voice. Men of the Riverlands. The host stirred as one, heads turned, every gaze lifted to him. The crown prince of the Ironborn marches toward us. Like every salt-soaked raider, he thinks us Greenlanders weak that we will tremble at the sight of these squids out of water. No. Never. Fuck them squids. A roar of agreement rose from the ranks. I say we meet this prince of salt and rot on the field. Let us show these iron fucks the strength of rivermen. We'll take his head and gift it to his cunt of a father, let it rot on Harrenyl's gate as we shatter its walls and burn it to the ground. The cheers swelled, blades flashed, banners snapped in the wind. 1 week from today, this land will be free. The kingdom of the Isles will fall, and the kingdom of the rivers and hills shall rise once more. Dragonborn, they roared. Dragonborn. But over that thunderous chant Harald heard another, growing louder. King! 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 He did not acknowledge it yet. Turning his steed, he led the column forward as the army began to march. His face stayed stern, eyes blazing with purpose, but deep within, Harald felt a tremor of unease. Somewhere out there, the Prince of Fate was waiting, and whatever plan Hermias Mora had woven was unknown to him. Chapter 30, Rebellion PT 6. Dagon sat alone in his tent, the heavy flaps drawn shut, muffling the noise of the encamped host beyond. 15,000 men waited for him, ready for war. Yet here, within the stillness of dark canvas, he heard only the whispers. They came in hissing tongues, low and churning, they coiled through his skull, whispers from his god. Dagon looked at his hands. He had been changed. The man who had left Harrenyl was no more. His skin, once bronze and proud like any scion of the Isles, now looked as though it had been dredged from the deep, pale and veined, as if barely clinging to life. It hugged bone and sinew, clammy and ever slick, as though the sea had marked him forever. His eyes had gone black, not merely dark, but pitch black, total and lightless, save for the faint greenish glow that bled from their corners. Even his hair no longer dried. It hung in wet ropes across his face and shoulders, soaked with water that never left. He had been remade. The drowned god had touched him. He remembered the night in Harrenyl before riding out, how he had been visited by his god in a dream. He recalled little else from that day, save his father's anger and a glimpse of his useless younger brother. In the dream, the sea had boiled and parted before him. From its abyss rose a thing not of flesh or form, but of tendrils and swirling black mass, millions of eyes blinking across an infinite body. The drowned god. You and I have the same enemy, the god said. The voice drowned everything else. The rebel. The one they call Dragonborn. And Dagon had understood. He had been chosen by his god to put down this dragonborn. It seemed even the drowned god had taken offense at the man. He awoke changed, and only grew stronger as he rode out to gather his army. The force he assembled suffered from low morale. They had heard of the dragonborn and his exploits, and some even deserted. That did not last long, however, for Dagon revealed his newly gifted powers. The dragonborn had sent his stone giants against them. Dagon needed no axe, no blade, only his fists. He ripped the giants apart, stone and ash split open, shattering into dust with a shriek. 2 more came. He shattered them both, his fists stronger than steel. The men who had once spoken in fear of the dragonborn fell to their knees instead in awe of Dagon. From that day forward, there was no doubt, no whisper of rebellion within his host. They would follow him not merely as crown prince but as the champion of their god. Dagon Hor, son of Harren the Black, soon to be something more. He would kill the dragonborn, and when the rebels were dust and the river lords broken, he would turn on his father. Only the chosen of the gods should rule, after all. Suddenly, Dagon was alert, every thought freezing beneath an invisible touch upon his body. "My champion," came the voice, slimy, oily, slow, like rot dripping into his ears. He fell to his knees, the black kelp of his hair falling before his eyes. His palm slapped the damp floor of the tent. "Command me, my lord," he said with fervent obedience, his breath ragged. A slick chuckle echoed in his skull, slithering through every crack in his thoughts. "Good, good, he is near." Dagon's heart beat like a war drum. "I will crush him in your name." "No," the voice said. The single word struck him like a hammer to the gut. "What?" Dagon gasped. "What do you mean?" I said, no. You can't." His god's words shocked him to his core. Dagon's stomach twisted, and all the certainty, all the power he had tasted these past weeks turned to salt and ash. You doubt me," he whispered, more disappointed than angry. "The dragonborn is too powerful," the voice replied, slow and final. "You cannot defeat him, not as you are. Not alone." Dagon bowed his head, feeling something in him collapse. His whole world, his path, his glory reduced to dust in the tide. "But you can serve," the voice said. "You shall do what I command." Dagon shuddered. Yes, anything. Take up your sword." His hand obeyed before his thoughts caught up. The blade, long forged of Isle's iron and heavy with the blood of his enemies, now lay in his palm, and it began to change. Dagon recoiled as the weapon melted in his grip, not from heat, but as though it were unraveling. The metal darkened to blacker than black, a void metal that hissed with each breath of air. Tendrils squirmed from hilt and blade, wrapping around his wrist like hungry leeches. It pulsed in his hand as if alive. Dagon stared in awe and horror. "With this, you shall stab the dragonborn," the voice said. "Then I will take care of the rest." But Dagon began. "Do not face him alone," the voice commanded, sterner now. "Strike him from stealth, or in the chaos of battle. But do not face him as you are. You will fail." Each word fell like a weight upon his shoulders. It was not doubt in his loyalty he heard, but truth. His God knew the limits of even his chosen. "Do not fail me," the voice whispered. And then silence. The sword still pulsed in his grip, writhing like a living thing tasting the air. Dagon's black eyes stared at it, unblinking. A weapon fit for a god's champion, yet to be wielded from the shadows? No. This was a test. Of faith. Of courage. Yes. His god was testing him, as the sea tests every man with wave and storm. He would not creep like a rat in the dark. He would stand before the dragonborn and slay him in the sight of all. He would prove his strength to the true God. He rose and walked out of the tent. He would obey, in his own way. Dagon emerged into the camp. Around him, his army stirred 15,000 strong. Men sharpened blades, packed supplies, and adjusted their armor. He moved with unnatural calm, his boots whispering over the trampled grass. A presence appeared at his side, Captain Eric, his most loyal commander. "My prince," Eric said, breathing hard, "the Greenlander lords Root, Wad, Lance, have arrived. They await your command." Dagon did not look at him. "Keep them in the back," he said, his voice quiet but cold. "Let them watch while we slaughter their fellow rivermen." Eric parted his lips to reply, but his eyes dropped to the weapon fused to Dagon's hand. He froze. "My prince, what is that?" Dagon glanced at the sword, the thing now grown into his flesh. "A gift," he murmured. With that, he mounted his black courser. The beast snorted with unease beneath him. Dagon turned to face the host assembled before him. 15,000 men fell silent, even the crows in the branches above seemed to hush. A breathless stillness settled over the camp. He lifted his head. His voice, though not loud, carried as if whispered into every ear. "The enemy is upon us," he said. "The rebel Greenlander filth have risen against their true masters. They are led by a man who claims to be chosen by their gods," Dagon continued, his tone dark with contempt. A murmur rippled through the ranks, shifting feet, nervous glances. He raised his pale hand. The sword he held twisted and writhed with oily black tendrils, the blade shimmering like liquid void, its edge glistening with something indescribable. "This," he said, lifting the weapon higher, "was given to me by the one true god, the drowned god." The Greenlander lords looked stricken. One made the sign of the seven, another took a step back. Dagon's abyssal gaze swept over them. "There will be no mercy, no survivors," he declared. His voice deepened, it was no longer his alone. It felt as though hundreds spoke through him, and the murmurs of the men swelled into fervor. "We will take the iron price from every man, woman, and child who dared rise against us." He turned his head slowly, those lightless eyes piercing every soul that met them. "What is dead may never die," he intoned. The army roared in answer, their voices fierce with devotion. "But rises again, harder and stronger. Hail Dagon! Hail the drowned god!" They cried it again, and again. "Dagon! Dagon! Dagon!" The trees shook, the birds fled, and the sky darkened. And Dagon marched his host out against the last Dragonborn. Chapter 31, Rebellion PT 7. "They are close," the scout said, urgency in his voice. Harald's gaze sharpened. "And what of the other army?" The scout shook his head. "We dared not go too far northeast, too much risk." Harald gave a curt nod and turned to the gathered lords, mounted and alert, their retainers waiting in tight, disciplined formations. "We'll take the high ground," he said, pointing toward the broad crest of a steep hill that dominated the surrounding plain. "That ridge commands the field. Let them try to take it from us." At his command, the army moved 12,000 strong, a river of men and steel winding up the slope. Towering behind them came the ash golems, 2 of them, each a massive, lumbering beast of hardened ash and stone, glowing heartstones pulsing in their chests. Harald had only 2 left, 4 had been destroyed, and he had sent 4 more with Merrick to aid the siege at Sigward. "Are you certain?" Leopold asked. "About Dagon, and him being granted power by this dark god." Harald didn't answer at once. He looked out over the field below, where the wind stirred the tall grasses, and his face tightened not in rage, but in guilt. Quiet, gnawing guilt. "Yes," he said finally. Leopold saw the change in him at once. "Then, what troubles you, my friend?" Harald turned his head just slightly, his voice laced with something between irony and regret. "Come now, my friend. You know why." He gave a dark chuckle. "It is because of me that Hermias Mora is here. And I am certain he will not be alone for long. The others will soon be upon us as well. I have brought great evil here, Leopold." He looked at the Septon. "It seems your sermons have become true in the most terrible way." I have truly become the herald of the gods, the herald of the Daedric princes to this world. Leopold's throat tightened. But you said they couldn't fully manifest, that something kept them from coming through. Yes, Harald interrupted gently, I said that, and I still believe it. Something in this world prevents them from fully appearing. That is why they work through men, through avatars, through champions. But I do not yet know what that something is, what keeps them at bay for now. He glanced skyward. Perhaps there are secrets here I must uncover before the mystery yields. Leopold stood silent as Harald rode ahead with a final word, come, let us not delay our plans. Harald made his way to the front of the army. The host stood at full attention, a sea of men awaiting his words. All of you, lend me your ears. A hush rippled over the gathered host, even the horses' snorts seemed to quiet. Harald glanced at Leopold, who gave him a subtle nod. There is something, Harald began, that I must tell you, something I have kept from you all. Murmurs rose at once, a few men exchanged uneasy glances. You have seen the ash golems I created, Harald said, his voice ringing across the ridge. Only 2 remain. 4 I have sent with Lord Frey for the defense of the coast, but a week ago I had 10. I must confess to you that the 4 I dispatched to Harrenhal were destroyed. Gasps sounded at once. How, called a Lord Smallwood or Piper, Harald could not tell. How, echoed others. It was Leopold who stepped forward, solemn and firm. Because the enemy does not fight alone, he said. Just as our gods the 7, and the old gods of forest and stream have chosen to bless and send forth Harald Stormcrown as our savior, so too has the drowned god, in his malice, chosen a champion of his own. A low rumble of disbelief and fear swept through the ranks. Hermias shared certain unsettling similarities with the drowned god, so Harald and Leopold had agreed it was best to frame the threat in those familiar terms. Harald raised both hands. My friends, listen. The murmurs died at once, quelled by the force of his voice. This is the truth. The drowned god is a lord of chains and blood, of drowning and desecration. A cruel being that lives only to devour. Our struggle has grown far beyond rebellion. We stand in the midst of a celestial war. Every eye fixed on Harald. And you must have noticed, he went on, that the gods old and new have chosen this field for their battle. Not the Reach, where the High Septon in Old Town proclaims divinity. Not the Vale, whose airy peaks boast of piety. Not even the North, where they say the old gods still linger. No, here, in the Riverlands. Your land. Our land. He swept an arm over the hushed host. This land that has bled under reaver boots for 100 years, that has burned beneath conquests by other kingdoms. Villages razed, children stolen, men and women enslaved. This land that has suffered more than any since mankind first set foot on Westeros. His voice rose, bright with fire. It is this land the gods have chosen as their battlefield, this land they deem worthy to be lifted up and crowned in glory. Harald brandished his battle axe. This land is the heart of Westeros. A great cheer thundered back. And in these heartlands we will crush the Ironborn, cast down their dark god, and we will never kneel again. Heartland! Heartland! The army roared, the chant rolling like thunder across the hill. Equals. Harald watched as the host of House Hoare finally emerged across the plain, banners bearing its sigil snapping in the wind. The Army of Liberation had been deployed with deliberate care. On the left flank stood the men of House Piper, joined by the twin Vance contingents of Wayfarers Rest and Atrintat, arrayed in neat, disciplined ranks. On the right gathered House Blackwood, House Bracken, and House Tully. The rest held the centre, while archers advanced in a broad screen before the line, ready to rake the Ironborn with arrows the moment they came within range. If Harald timed matters well, the force marching from the northeast would arrive to find Dagon Hoare already broken, and that, he believed, would be enough to make the wavering river lords in that host change their allegiance. Edmund Tully rode up beside him, grimacing as he studied the enemy column. Root, Wad, they're at the rear. "They've thrown in with Harren," he said, sounding almost crestfallen. Harald did not flinch. "Don't fret," he replied softly. "Like Lord Bracken, they'll change sides when this is finished." Edmund nodded toward the flat ground below. "The archers have the range. The fool has brought his men too close and in the open." "Then the fool must have a reason," Harald muttered, narrowing his eyes. Something was wrong. Dagon had indeed advanced too far, too fast. Then they saw him. One figure stepped out from the Ironborn van, striding alone across the field. He appeared inhuman, unnaturally pale, almost translucent. A long, twisted blade hung at his side, the tendrils along its hilt writhing faintly even from this distance. When he spoke, his voice carried impossibly far. "Dragonborn! I challenge you! Let us battle! Come and face me if you truly claim to be the champion of your weak gods!" A hush fell over the rebel host. All eyes turned to Harald. "Dragonborn, do not accept!" Lord Harren Blackwood roared from the line. "This reeks of treachery!" But Harald only smiled. This was better than he had dared hope. To clash with Dagon amid the chaos of battle would bring ruin on both armies. If Hermias Mora had granted the prince new powers, it was far wiser to meet him now alone. Harald turned to Edmund. "Make sure the Ironborn do not advance from their line. If they do, rain arrows upon them." Edmund stared. "Is that wise? This could be a trap." "It is better this way," Harald answered, calm. "After I kill him, you will charge and ride them all down." Edmund nodded slowly. Harald wheeled his horse toward the slope and reached for his battle axe, its runes pulsing along the ebony surface. He gave his mount a light kick. The steed reared and thundered downhill, hooves tearing through the grass. As speed built, Harald loosed a battle cry, the axe gleaming in his hand, wind whipping around him while he bore down on the lone figure before the Ironborn host. The sight of his foe turned Harald's stomach, pale and slick. The man looked scarcely human, the reek of Hermias Mora's taint clinging to him like a miasma. Harald expected Dagon to move, but the Ironborn prince merely waited. Only when Harald drew near did he raise his twisted sword. Black-green light pulsed along the blade, oily tendrils writhed across its edge. Harald's eyes widened. It looked too much like Marake's sword, the one he had faced when he fought the first Dragonborn. Before he could react, the weapon screamed. A torrent of shadowy tendrils and warping energy erupted from the blade, shrieking through the air and striking Harald's spectral steed. The horse gave one agonized cry, then burst into pale blue flame and vanished, its ghostly form dispersing like smoke. "Feim!" Harald shouted just before he struck the ground. The world shimmered as his body turned ethereal. The earth could not bruise him, the impact could not harm him. He rolled, ghost-like, tucking his shoulder, and rose smoothly to his feet, his form solidifying the moment he stood. Across the field, Dagon advanced slowly, grinning like a predator baring its teeth. Harald narrowed his eyes and broke into a run. Wind howled around him as his speed doubled, then tripled, tearing the ground beneath his boots. Mid-sprint he hurled his battle axe at Dagon. The prince moved with eerie grace. A single, elegant motion of his tentacled blade diverted the axe's path. It sailed past him harmless to Dagon, deadly to those behind, smashing into the Ironborn ranks with a sickening crunch and killing 2 men in a spray of blood. Harald did not slow. "Mol Qah!" he roared. Ghostly draconic armor flared into being, gleaming scales of golden-red energy coalescing over his arms and shoulders, the very essence of his dragon's soul. Dagon's grin widened as he lunged, his sword howling with whispered voices. Harald reached him first. He drove a gauntlet fist into Dagon's chest, the dragon aspect armor ringing on impact, yet the prince absorbed the blow like living stone. Harald's hand shot up to seize Dagon's face, they locked eyes, black pits against burning grey irises. Dagon did not flinch, his smile only broadened. The twisted sword slashed again, tentacles whipping toward Harald, but they rebounded harmlessly off the glowing armor. "Good try, Hermias," Harald muttered, now knowing how strong Dagon was, but still not strong enough. "Foz! Are you? Mar!" The dismay shout burst from his throat, a shockwave of terror rippling outward. Dagon staggered back, screaming and clutching his head, the grin faltered, fear flickering across his features. Harald seized the opening. His outstretched palm blazed with runic light, recalling his weapon. The battle axe tore through the air, spinning like a wheel of death, and slapped into his waiting grip. With a savage cry, Harald struck. Dagon parried, ebony bit against writhing black matter, sparks flying as the ground trembled beneath their clash. "Hermias, are you there?" Harald asked, tilting his head in mockery. Dagon blinked, taken aback. "Are you mocking me?" Harald's grin was quick and cruel. "I'm not talking to you, Prince, only to your master." With that, he drove a boot into Dagon's gut, breaking the stalemate. The prince staggered, winded but upright. Harald pressed the advantage, sweeping his battle axe in a brutal arc. Dagon recovered just in time, parrying with his writhing blade. Sparks and black ichor spattered where the weapons met. What followed was a tempest of steel and shadow. Dagon's sword snapped out in long, serpentine strokes, its oily edge leaving trails of darkness. Harald twisted away from one strike, caught the next on the haft of his axe, ducked beneath a third, and answered with a spinning blow toward the prince's ribs. Dagon blocked but retreated a step. Tentacles of black energy sprang from the sword. Harald vaulted aside, rolling low to dodge the slithering lashes. "All this power you claim to possess," he growled as their blades rang again, "yet you still hide behind a mortal, Mora. Why?" Dagon snarled and hacked downward with both hands. Harald sidestepped, hooked the crook of his axe around the descending blade, and locked their weapons together. "Is this the might of the great Hermias Mora?" Harald sneered. With a roar, Dagon wrenched free and attacked in a frenzy, vicious strokes falling like hail. Harald met each blow, weaving and blocking, edging ever closer. "I wonder," he murmured, voice low and taunting, as he slipped inside Dagon's guard. The prince raised his sword to cleave down. And Harald bellowed. "Yol! Tur!" A torrent of dragon fire blasted from Harald's mouth at point-blank range, engulfing Dagon. Flames wrapped around him, the prince shrieked a raw, inhuman wail as oily corruption bubbled and burned from his flesh. His armor steamed while he roasted alive within it. Harald watched, disgust twisting his features. Then a voice seeped into his mind, slimy, slithering, mocking. "Ah, Dragonborn!" It oozed through his thoughts like oil. "It seems this simpleton has failed." Harald let out a low chuckle, eyes never leaving Dagon's blazing corpse. "You should have chosen a better champion, Mora." The Daedric prince laughed a wet, gurgling sound. "Champion? You mistake a pawn for a king piece. This one? No, no. He was merely a test. A new world, after all." The voice tittered. "Your theory is correct, something in this realm keeps us at bay. I was simply probing the cracks." The tone drifted, as though receding into fog between realms. "My true champion has long since left these lands. He will unravel your world's secrets for me." Harald tightened his grip on the battle axe, glowering at Dagon horse-charred remains. "Enjoy your little kingly endeavor, Mora cooed. We shall meet again. I always win, Dragonborn, and next time, what was promised will be mine, your soul." Hermias was gone, and with him the fire that had engulfed Dagon. The burned prince stood swaying, as if in a trance. His body began to contort, spine arching unnaturally, and he screamed a cry of pure horror. "What is happening to me?" Dagon wailed, clawing at his disintegrating face. Harald stepped back in rising alarm as flesh sloughed from the prince's bones like wet paper. Muscles twitched and split. Skin turned a sickly, slime-sheened green, stretching over a frame that twisted and swelled with unnatural force. His mouth gaped wider than any human's, revealing rows of needle-like teeth, while his lower limbs thickened into scaled columns. His armor cracked and fell away. Slick tentacles burst from his back, writhing angrily. Harald narrowed his eyes. "Really?" he muttered, almost offended by Mora's parting gift. "A lurker." With a wet, revolting snap of cartilage, the transformation finished and the creature that had once been a prince shrieked. Gasps and cries rippled through both armies. The river lords on the ridge stared in awestruck terror, the Ironborn dropped to their knees, praying to the drowned god, convinced their deity had manifested in flesh. To Harald, however, it was merely another lurker. He had lost count of how many he had slain in Hermias's realm. He shouted a single word to end this as quickly as he could. "Tid." The word echoed like thunder compressed to a whisper, and time slowed. Wind froze mid-gust, a falling leaf hung motionless in the air. Colors dulled to grey-blue, and the lurker's pounding strides crawled in sluggish arcs. Harald stepped aside lightly, almost leisurely, hearing the steady thump of his own heart. He walked a few paces, turned to face the creature squarely, extended his arm, and began to weave a spell, the advanced destruction incantation known as Incinerate. Not exactly incinerate, but an even deadlier variant he had devised at the college. Harald called it Hellfire. Flames gathered in his palm, a seething vortex of red-hot plasma, licking and writhing like a caged beast. The moment the shout ended, boom! He released it. The lurker never had a chance. One instant it raised a slime-slick claw, the next came blinding light. A sphere of searing fire shot from Harald's hand and struck its chest. The blast blossomed into a burning shockwave, engulfing the creature in a heartbeat. It never even screamed, it was simply gone. The firestorm rolled on. The front ranks of Ironborn were caught in the flare, some vaporized where they stood, others hurled backwards, flesh charred, armor half melted into their skin. Harald, silhouetted amid glowing embers, allowed himself a satisfied smile. Then he heard it, the rumble behind him, 12,000 boots and pounding hooves. The army of liberation charged, swords high, shields locked, flooding over the hill like a released river. For the heartlands, they roared. The stunned Ironborn tried to flee, only to be cut down by Root, Wad, Lance, and their men, who had turned their cloaks at the last moment. The slaughter became complete when the army from the northeast arrived, led, to Harald's and Edmund's surprise, by Lords Mandrik Ryger and Viprin, with no Harlaw in sight. 18,000 blades closed in, the host of Hazu-Hor was annihilated. None survived. Harald and the army of liberation stood victorious. Only Harrenhal remained to fall, then the Riverlands would be free, and his ascent to kingship assured. Chapter 32, Rebellion PT 8. "We can hold out for 2 more weeks, Martin Mollister said, his voice firm but weary. Around him, in his father's solar that served as their war room, his family was gathered: his father, Lord Jasper, grizzled and fierce, his uncle, Maven, lean and sharp-eyed, and a half-dozen cousins, Ban Ermin, and retainers crowding close around a map marked with Ironborn positions. 2 weeks. Maven snapped. "We won't last 2 days if they breach the harbor gate." "They haven't yet," Jasper growled. "And they won't." Martin's stomach clenched. He knew where this was going. "You know what we must do, brother," Maven said. "You want to charge out." Jasper spat, throwing down a carved wooden token. "We hold. Reinforcements will come." "From where?" Maven shouted. "No one will come." Martin tried to intervene. "Father. Uncle. Please. We've sent word." Jasper barked. "Stormcrown will not abandon us." "Oh yes," Maven sneered. "The sorcerer. Maybe he'll fly in on a dragon made of smoke and fart fire over the harbor." "Watch your tongue," Jasper thundered. Before Martin could step between them, a young knight rushed into the chamber, his breath ragged. My lords! They've called for you. The Ironborn at the gates. They say you're to see something. They wasted no time. The chamber emptied, and Martin found himself walking briskly behind his father and uncle. As they passed through the keep's lower levels, Martin spotted his wife in the courtyard, helping with the rationing, handing out small parcels of dried meat to the women and children. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Up the battlements they climbed, the sea wind sharp and cold. When they reached the wall top, Martin saw it at last. Sigurd was surrounded. Ironborn covered the hills and shore like ants, nearly 1,000 of them on land. In the harbour, nearly 30 longships bobbed in the tide. Below the wall, a group of Ironborn had approached with a cart drawn behind them, covered by a dark, sagging cloth. One among them stepped forward. "Prince Wex demands your surrender, Lord Malister," the Ironborn called up. His father leaned over the crenellation and spat. "Tell your little piss prince he'll get our answer in steel." The Ironborn captain's face didn't change. "Your rebellion will die with you. Your allies will be crushed, your halls sacked, your people taken as thralls. This dragonborn you follow, he won't come for you. He is already dead." Jasper laughed, a hoarse, bitter sound. "You think we fear your soggy little fleet?" he shouted. "You lot couldn't conquer a fishwife's kitchen." Martin winced. "Father." But Jasper was on a roll now. "You want a message for Wex? Tell him his mother rode my dog and squealed louder than your drowned god." The Ironborn stared, unmoving. Martin's eyes narrowed. "That cart, why bring a cart to a parley?" "Remove the cloth," the Ironborn captain said. The wind howled across the battlements, ruffling the canvas on the cart as every eye fixed upon it. Slowly, almost lazily, the raiders peeled back the filthy covering. It flopped over the side. Inside the cart were heads. Dozens of them, men, women, children. Some still wore fragments of clothing. Their expressions frozen in terror, pain, and pleading stared up at the walls of Sigurd. "A gift," the Ironborn captain said flatly, "from Prince Wex." "You monsters!" Jasper Malister bellowed, gripping the battlement so tightly his knuckles turned white. The Ironborn only shrugged. "The prince sails for Molistan next. When he returns, we'll have cartfuls more." He looked up, eyes like dead stone. "You have 2 days." Then he turned, and his men followed him back down the slope toward their lines. Silence hung over the battlements. Martin's chest heaved as he stared at the cart. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears. The image was burned into him, those faces, those eyes. A shout shattered the hush. "I'm killing them all!" Maven snarled, drawing his sword. Jasper stepped between them. "Calm yourself." "Calm." Maven's voice cracked. "Those are our people, Jasper. What happened to you, brother? When did you become such a craven old fool?" Jasper's face twisted in fury. "You dare draw steel on your lord? You're not acting like one now." Martin moved to intervene again but stopped. He turned back to the siege below, eyes sweeping over the mass of Ironborn, the black sails bobbing in the harbour. They had 2 days until Wex slaughtered Molistan. Martin clenched his fists. "Gods," he whispered. 7 above, if you truly walk among us, hear me." The stone beneath Martin's feet trembled. He blinked. Then it trembled again, louder. "What was that?" Maven asked, lowering his blade. "I felt it too," Jasper muttered, stepping back. A third, heavier tremor followed, then a fourth, like the beat of a monstrous drum. Martin ran toward the direction the vibrations were coming from and saw them. 4 enormous stone giants charged across the field. Each one stood 9 feet tall, eyes glowing, limbs trailing embers and soot. They barreled into the Ironborn camp with the force of a falling mountain. Men screamed. The giants swung massive stone fists, crushing the Ironborn as though they were made of parchment. Flames licked along their backs and shoulders as they smashed into ship crews near the docks. Martin's eyes widened, he could hardly believe it. Then came the roar of horns. Cavalry and footmen surged from the woods with thunderous cries, cutting down the stunned Ironborn in a storm of steel. "I told you!" Jasper screamed, wild with joy. "I fucking told you he'd come!" Martin wheeled to see his father, red-faced with triumph. Jasper drew his sword and raised it high. "Well, Maven," he bellowed. "You wanted to charge, now's your fucking chance!" The Mullister men cheered wildly. Martin didn't hesitate. He sprinted from the battlements, down the tower stairs 3 at a time, and out into the courtyard. His wife met his gaze again, this time with a fierce, proud smile. He grabbed his helm, mounted his horse, and shouted for his men. The gates of Sigurd groaned open. It was time to break the siege. Martin Mullister drove his sword into the Ironborn's chest, silencing the man's gurgling cries. The steel slid through flesh and into the earth beneath him. The body spasmed once, then stilled. It was over. The entire force that had besieged Sigurd had been wiped out. The stone giants had crushed the raiders like dry reeds, and Lord Merrick Frey's charge had ended the fight almost before his riders reached the fray. Breathing hard, Martin pulled his sword free and turned. His uncle Maven was pacing, arguing fiercely with Jasper, while Lord Merrick Frey stood between them, one hand resting on a curious staff crowned with a large crystal. "Are you mad, Frey?" Maven snapped, his voice ragged from battle. "You want to sail after Wex?" "You're the one who said Wex would sack Molliston," Frey retorted. "Now we have a chance to stop him." 5 ships. Jasper shook his head in disbelief. "Merrick, that's all we have." Lord Frey lifted the staff slightly. "We don't need numbers. The Dragonborn himself taught me how to use this." Martin stepped closer, brow furrowed. "What is it?" Frey only grinned, tapping the butt of the staff on the ground. "You'll see, young Mullister. You'll see." "Fine, Frey, know this, if we die, I'll kill you myself in the 7 hells," Jasper growled. Everything happened so fast after that. Orders were given, and Sigurd's 5 ships were readied within hours. By dusk the sails were raised, and the small fleet slipped out of the bay. Martin stood on the prow of the Sea Eagle, the Mullister flagship, salty wind lashing his face. Jasper spoke in low tones with Lord Frey, while Maven, his sons, and several cousins captained the remaining 4 vessels. Ahead, in the dying light of evening, Molliston rose on the horizon. And surrounding it, the dark sails of Wexhor's fleet. 30 ships a blockade cinched around the coastal town like a noose. Martin's hand tightened on the rail. Wex was preparing to burn the town. Some of the Ironborn vessels had already begun to stir, several pivoting in the water. "They see us," Martin said sharply. "Well, what is your plan, Frey?" Jasper bellowed, gripping the rail. "Get us closer," Merrick Frey replied, calm as ever, striding toward the bow. "Close enough to taste their fear." Martin swallowed hard, torn between dread and awe. Whatever Frey had planned, it had better work, otherwise they were sailing straight into the drowned gods' halls. The sea groaned beneath them as the wind billowed the sails. The ships cut toward the enemy fleet. Then it happened. Lord Frey halted at the edge of the forecastle, lifting the black staff with both hands. The crystal at its tip began to shimmer, first red, then gold, then crackling with jagged streaks of white lightning. Martin shielded his eyes as the glow intensified, and then a roaring explosion of fire and lightning burst from the staff's tip, screaming through the dusk and striking a ship at the center of Wex's line. The Ironborn vessel erupted in a blast of shattered wood, flame, and smoke, its mast hurtled skyward like a javelin. A second blast followed a heartbeat later, smashing into another ship, which detonated in an inferno that flung burning men into the sea. "Holy Mother's tits," Martin heard his father gasp, his voice caught between horror and awe. Martin couldn't speak, couldn't even blink. Frey did it again. And again. Ironborn screamed. Sails went up in flames. Some ships split apart entirely, others drifted, crippled and crewless. At last Frey staggered, lowering the staff. Martin turned to him. What happened? It's spent, Frey said hoarsely. He lifted his gaze with a tight smile. But the damage is done. Martin followed his eyes and saw that he was right. The blockade was shattered. Wex's fleet, once 30 strong, was in chaos. A third were burning, others drifted with broken oars and torn sails, their hulls cracked open like eggs. What remained was ripe for the taking. Ram the prince's ship, his father roared, his voice sharp with fury and vengeance. I want that fucker's head on a pike. The crew answered with thunderous cheers, their oars biting the water with renewed force as the Sea Eagle surged toward its target. Wexhor's flagship, a towering behemoth and one of the largest ships Martin had ever seen. Martin braced himself, gripping the rail as the Sea Eagle slammed into the iron-borne vessel with a crunch of splintering wood and a cascade of sea water. The two hulls locked with an echoing groan. Grappling hooks flew, boarding lines arced through the air. Board! Take the deck! Jasper bellowed. Martin was first over the rail, blade drawn. His boots hit ironwood planks slick with blood and brine. An iron-born warrior charged. Martin drove his sword through the man's throat in a single, smooth motion. First blood was his. Screams and steel rang in his ears as he fought forward, cutting down another raider and kicking the body aside. He moved like a man possessed, ducking under axes, slashing past shields until he reached the heart of the battle. And there stood Wexhor. A giant of a man, his long black hair matted, his face painted with blood. He wore no helm. His great hammer, twice as broad as a man's torso, crashed down onto a Mollister knight, turning armor and flesh into ruin. Come then! Wex roared. Die for your dead gods! Martin lunged. Their weapons met once, then twice, but Wex's strength was overwhelming. He batted Martin's sword aside and slammed the flat of his hammer into Martin's chest, sending him sprawling with a cry. Air fled his lungs. Gasping, Martin watched Wex step forward to finish him, only to be met by Lord Frey and his father charging together. They fought as one, Frey with twin daggers, his father with his long sword. Wex met them head-on, roaring as his hammer swept in wide arcs, smashing wood and steel. Frey ducked one swing, but Jasper was not fast enough. The hammer struck his father across the ribs, hurling him against the mast with a bone-cracking thud. Father! Martin cried, pushing himself up, his sword forgotten. He rushed in again, but Wex caught him, slamming him to the deck with a backhand. The world spun. Martin blinked, dazed. His eyes focused just in time to see Wex raise his hammer aimed directly at him. No, his father shouted, hurling himself forward and shoving Martin aside just as the hammer came down. It landed on Jasper's chest. The sound was sickening. Father! Martin screamed as Jasper slumped lifeless to the deck. Wex turned to finish him. Martin scrambled back. His hand brushed something, the staff. Frey's staff. The crystal at its head flickered faintly. He grabbed it, raised it, pointed it. Nothing happened. Wex grinned. What's that supposed to do? He jeered. He lifted his hammer, ready to crush Martin into the deck. Martin closed his eyes, the staff still trained on Wex. A strange thrill coursed through his body and the staff erupted in fire. A column of flame burst from the crystal with a screeching roar, engulfing Wex's head in searing light. The iron-born prince screamed, inhuman, flesh melted, hair burned. Blinded and half dead, Wex dropped to his knees, clawing at empty air. Martin rose, rage and grief pounding in his veins. Wex's hammer lay nearby. He seized it. The weapon was far too heavy, but Martin lifted it with both hands, muscles screaming. He raised it high. For my father, he said. He brought the hammer down. Wexhor's skull shattered, his ruined face collapsed inward as the hammer drove through Ho's body. It was over. The planks were littered with iron-born dead. Cheers rose from the Mallister men. The battle was won. Wexhor was dead. But so was Lord Jasper Mallister. Martin knelt beside his father's broken body, chest heaving. He looked out over the water toward the distant horizon. He prayed his father's death was not in vain, and that the Dragonborn, even now striking down Harren. Chapter 33, Fall of Harrennial. Harren, king of the rivers and the isles, sat slumped on his massive throne of Leviathan bone, the weight of doom pressing down on his hulking shoulders. The hall of 1,000 hearths was cold and empty. Beside him stood only a handful, first Captain Balon Goodbrother, 2 iron-born lords for Wind of Lonely Light and Black Tide of Oldwick, and a quiet priest of the drowned god, his eyes sunken, his robes damp and heavy. Dagon failed. Harren's voice was hoarse and quiet. Balon stepped forward cautiously, his head lowered. "My king, that is. I mean." Harren's head twisted slowly. That is. You stammer like a scared boy, not the first captain of my fleet." He surged to his feet with frightening energy. "I am surrounded by weakness, by rot and failure." He stepped down from the dais, his rage billowing with every word, echoing like thunder through the vast hall. "My son's failures. Dagon, my heir, was supposed to be a sword in my hand, and what is he now? Dead. And Aaron dead." His voice cracked. "My line, my legacy." The others said nothing, cowed by the storm building in the old king's eyes. "This castle," Harren bellowed, gesturing to the black walls around him, "this glory of my line, my triumph, my grandfather's dream. What use is it now? It was meant to make kings kneel, not fall to Greenlander scum and some sorcerer from Asai." The drowned priest dared to speak. "If Sigurd holds, my king, Wex might." Wex. Harren turned on him, spittle flying from his lips. He was supposed to burn the western coast to the fucking ground. He was supposed to be the tide that washed them away. Where is the raven that told me Sigurd fell? Where is Wex with the rest of my army? The first captain tried again. "My king, we may still have a chance if we hold Harrennial. The walls won't stop a man who commands lightning and flame." Harren stumbled backward, laughing bitterly, and fell once more onto his throne. "It's over," he muttered. "All of it, my sons, my kingdom. Our people die with me." Silence fell over the throne room like a burial shroud. But then something shifted. Harren's eyes, mad with fury and fear only moments ago, now gleamed with something else, resolve, perhaps madness. He straightened, his hands gripping the arms of the Leviathan bone throne like claws. "No," he whispered. "No, I won't die a coward, waiting for him to burn down my keep. I'll go down fighting." He looked at Balon. "Where is my son? Where is Harren?" Balon hesitated. "He is missing, my king. No one has seen the prince since." Harren laughed, raw and bitter. "Cowards and fools! That is what my blood has become." He slumped back, breathing heavily as candlelight danced in his sunken eyes. Then, slowly, a new shadow crossed his face, a darker thought. "Round up the thralls," he said. The room stiffened. "My king?" Lord Blacktide asked cautiously. "The Greenlanders. The castle servants. All of them." Harren's voice was deathly calm. "I have a gift for the Dragonborn. When he arrives, he will find it waiting for him." Balon swallowed hard. "A gift, my king?" Harren's lips curled into a cruel smile. His fingers tapped the bone armrest. "Yes, a gift." Harrennial was vast, so vast, in fact, that even Harald, who had walked beneath the spires of the white gold tower and seen the great castles of High Rock, was finally impressed. Its black towers loomed above the riverlands like a shadow that blotted out the sun, a monument to Harren's cruelty and megalomania. He glanced back at the banners stretching as far as the eye could see, the blue trout of House Tully, the black ravens of Blackwood, the silver arches of Vance. More had joined in the days after Dagon's annihilation route: Wad, Vipran, Mandrick, Ryger, Goodbrook, Grell lords who had either ridden with Dagon and surrendered or turned cloak on Harlaw and joined Harald from the east. Mandrick, a grizzled man, had told him plainly how they had ambushed and gutted Lord Harlaw in the night after hearing of the rebellion. The new lords had witnessed what Harald had done to Dagon and become believers in the tale he and Leopold had crafted. By now, every lord accepted it. Now the army of liberation now numbered 24,000 strong. Many were knights and retainers of the lords, but more and more had come from the fields and forests, the small folk, the broken men, the widows' sons hardened by a century under Hor rule. Most had lost someone to Harren's cruelty, and they had come for blood. Harald had not intended to let the rabble march with him, but these people would not be denied, and he understood. In their eyes burned something he knew all too well, the righteous fury that boils in a man's heart when justice has been denied for too long. "I want to see it torn down," Edmund Tully said, riding beside him, his eyes fixed on Harrenhal's spires. "Piece by piece. Stone by stone. Why bother?" Hother Blackwood scoffed from the other side. "Let Harald keep it." Harald laughed lightly. "Too big. Too dreary." That drew a chuckle from the others. But Edmund remained grim. "It's a curse upon the realm. This place, it festers. As long as it stands, so will its shadow. If you truly want to heal the Riverlands, Harald, burn it to the ground." Harald nodded. He had once thought to make Harrenhal his seat, but now seeing it fully he knew better. It was a monument to fear, not a proper place to begin his rule. They pressed on, and as the sun dipped toward the horizon they arrived. The army of liberation fanned out, establishing camps and preparing for a siege. Harald called for a council to discuss their next steps, and soon the lords gathered in the command tent. Blackwood and Bracken stood opposite each other, bristling as always. Edmund Tully stood beside the Vances Lothar and Limond. Piper and Root, Wad and Vipran, Mandrick and Ryger, Goodbrook and Grell lords from every corner of the Riverlands filled the tent. Harald made it clear he wished to spare the innocent. The thralls and servants trapped inside Harrenhal, who had lived as slaves in all but name, should not suffer for Harrenhal's madness. Even in war, mercy mattered, that was Harald's way. Before he could continue, the flap of the command tent burst open and a knight stumbled inside. "My lords! Dragonborn, on the walls!" They. What is it?" Harald demanded. "You must see it. All of you." They moved together through the darkening camp. The wind had picked up, it tasted of smoke and rot. At the outer trench they looked up. Harrenhal's titanic walls loomed like black cliffs, jagged and grim beneath the fading crimson sun. But it was not the walls that made the lords real. It was what hung from them. Corpses, dozens, perhaps hundreds. Men. Women. Children. Naked, bloodied, broken, strung up like butchered animals. Some dangled by ropes from the parapets, others were nailed to the battlements or crucified against scorched stone. A few had been flayed. Some were still twitching. Harald stepped back in horror. A cold gust swept through the host, but it was not the wind that made so many men shiver. "That monster!" someone whispered hoarsely behind him. Leopold pushed his way forward. The Septon stared in horror and then, with a groan of grief, dropped to his knees, burying his face in his hands. The guards atop the walls laughed. One of them shoved another corpse over the parapet, letting it tumble to the ground like garbage. Harald turned to Edmund. "Our men, are they rested?" Tully nodded, face ghost pale yet resolute. "Yes." Harald looked back at the walls, eyes burning with quiet fury. "Then sound the horns. Tell them to prepare. We attack when the sun goes down." Murmurs rippled through the gathered lords. Mandric grumbled about rashness, Viprin raised cautious issues as well, and Grull suggested delaying a day. Harald silenced them all with a single look. There will be no waiting, he said. We end this tonight. Equals. Night fell, and as the full moon climbed higher it bathed the land in cold, silvery light. Harald walked alone at the head of the host, 24,000 men following in solemn, deadly silence. Their boots hammered a steady rhythm into the earth as they marched toward Harrenhal's looming black silhouette. The greatest fortress in Westeros rose before them like a mountain of midnight stone. On the battlements, Ironborn scurried like ants stringing longbows, loading scorpions, and readying trebuchets. Harald saw them. They were ready, but so was he. He lifted one hand. The army halted. Then Harald let out a roar, a dragon's cry of war, and burst into a sprint. The defenders answered in kind, arrows rained from the walls. "Feim," he shouted, and his body shimmered, faded, became incorporeal. The arrows passed through him like mist. "Wood! Nat! Kest!" came the next shout, and in a flash of blue light he surged forward at impossible speed, a blur across the fields. "Wood! Nat! Kest!" he cried again, his figure shot even faster, a comet of motion streaking toward Harrenhal. Now he was close. The great wall, tall as a mountain, loomed before him. Harald skidded to a stop, armored boots slamming into the earth. He closed his eyes. Paarthurnax's lessons echoed in his mind. Fuss! 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 He reached deep into his dragon soul, into the knowledge the Black Book had given him of the Thursday. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly. Then he spoke. Fuss! Row! Da! The shout struck the wall with the fury of a million hurricanes. The entire outer wall was destroyed, not cracked, not broken, obliterated. Stone meant to be unbreakable shattered like glass. A wave of force rolled outward, tearing through the outworks and blasting the outer bailey into rubble. One of Harrenhal's 5 colossal towers, built to be impervious to siege, wide enough to house armies, shook. It groaned, then toppled sideways, crushing everything beneath it. The Ironborn inside screamed, some were buried in the rubble, others blown back by the shockwave, still more hurled into the air like dolls. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then Harald raised his arm high and 24,000 voices howled behind him. The charge began. Steel gleamed in the moonlight, horns sounded across the field. Harald did not wait for them. Battle axe in hand, he sprinted through the breach, charging into the heart of Harrenhal. Equals. Harald charged through the breach. The outer bailey was gone, nothing remained but debris and broken bodies. The unrelenting force had torn it apart like dry parchment. Ironborn corpses lay flung against splintered walls, impaled on jagged beams, or crushed beneath collapsed towers. The survivors offered no resistance, they sprawled screaming, dying, or already still. But Harald did not slow. Wood! Nat! Kest! He cried, and in a flash of blue light he blurred forward, crossing the ravaged yard in moments. He sped past the broken barracks, the smithy now a blazing ruin, and the armory reduced to shattered stone. Ahead rose the inner walls, taller, thicker, built to withstand the fiercest engines of war. Atop them Ironborn scrambled, eyes wide with terror. They did not notch arrows, they ran. Harald opened his mouth again. Fuss! Row! Da! The inner wall erupted. Stone cracked, then shattered, men flew backward with screams that ended in bone-splintering crunches. Parapets collapsed in great slabs, the Thursday ripping the very soul from the stones. From a tower on the left, a knot of Ironborn charged desperate, weapons raised. Harald wheeled toward them. Fuss! Row! Da! They flew, some slammed into the tower and crumpled, others sailed clear across the bailey, one landing on a spiked barricade and dying instantly. Harald advanced. He crossed into the inner bailey, the heart of Harrenhal, as more Ironborn poured forth, panic shining in their eyes. Some charged, others turned and bolted. He gave them no chance. Fuzz! Row! Da! Again and again the shout broke the night. Men slammed into walls and into one another, some were hurled skyward and vanished over rooftops. Buildings shook, cracked, and collapsed, roofs caving in as all of Harrenhal seemed to tremble beneath the onslaught of his fury. He moved like a storm, cutting down all whom the Thursday had left standing. A screaming Ironborn lunged at him with a spear. Harald buried his axe in the man's chest, splintering bone and mail. Another turned to flee. Harald hurled the axe, shearing the man's head from his shoulders. A third begged for mercy. Harald showed none. By the time he finished, the inner bailey was drenched in blood. The stones ran red, and he stood alone amid the ruin. Then came the sound of horns. Edmund Tully led his host through the breach, with Lothar Vance and Harald Blackwood flanking him. They swept into the bailey and began entering the buildings, hunting for any remaining Ironborn. Harald pointed toward the rest of the castle. "Secure every tower," he barked. "Kill every Ironborn." The lords nodded and fanned out. Harald turned to the looming black spire of the king's tower where he knew Harren would be and stormed inside. There, the last of Harren's sworn swords had made their stand. "Yol! Tur! Shul!" Harald shouted, unleashing a wave of blistering flame that surged down the hall. They didn't scream. They didn't even have time. The inferno consumed them in a heartbeat, leaving only ash and blackened armor. Harald stepped through the scorched archway into Harrenhal's vast throne room. At its far end, seated upon his throne, sat Harren Hor. There were only 2 men in the chamber. Harald hurled his battle axe at the man cowering beside the throne. The blade split his chest, slammed him to the stone, and left him twitching in a widening pool of blood. But Harren did not flinch. "So," the Black King said, his voice echoing coldly through the hall, "you are the sorcerer, the false prophet of the Greenlander gods. The Dragonborn." Harald said nothing. His boots thudded steadily across the floor. Harren's voice rose proud and mad. "You rebels think you've won, but I shall have the last laugh. Even now my son Wex burns your western shores. You will rule nothing but ash." Still Harald did not answer. He kept walking. Behind him the heavy doors of the throne room flew open. Edmund Tully strode in with Harald Blackwood, Lothar Vance, Lord Piper, Bracken, Root, Ryger, lords of the Riverlands, knights sworn to the rebellion. Blood-spattered soldiers spilled in behind them, victorious and grim. Harren's eyes widened. His voice cracked. "Did you not hear me?" he barked. "You have won nothing. You." He never finished. Harald's armored fist slammed into his jaw. The king cried out as Harald seized him by the collar and flung him from the throne. Harren Hor, Black King of the Isles and Rivers, crashed to the stone floor. Cheers erupted from the gathered lords and men. Harald loomed above him. "Your sons are dead. Your lords are dead. Your line is dead. And now," he reached out his hand, "I take your kingdoms as well." He yanked the black iron crown from Harren's head. The king whimpered, dazed and bleeding. Harald stared at the crown, a twisted thing, a symbol of a century of Riverlander suffering. He closed his gauntlet hand around it. Flames burst from his palm. The metal sagged, then ran molten between his fingers. "You are king of nothing," Harald said. Harren whimpered, bloodied and broken, slumped against the cold stone of his own hall. His once proud glare was now a mask of agony, twisted with hate and humiliation, yet a flicker of defiance still smoldered in his eyes. Harald loomed over him. I will kill." Harald drove his boot down on Harren's knee with a sharp, brutal crack. The fallen king howled, his scream echoing through the hall. The gathered lords cheered. "Kill him, Dragonborn," Lord Piper growled. "End that wretch," Harald Blackwood urged. But Harald raised a hand. No. Silence fell. He turned to Tully and Vance. Take him. I want him to see something before I take his head. Without hesitation, Tully and Vance hauled Harren upright, limping, coughing blood, his shattered leg dragging behind, and dragged him from the throne room to the roar of the victorious host. The tyrant was defeated. Only one task remained. Harald faced the throne of Harrenhal and smiled. It was time to claim a crown of his own. Chapter 34, King. Harald placed the old Dwemer artifact he had recovered during his travels through the many Dwemer ruins in Skyrim right in the center of Harrenhal's vast throne room. Only Jonal Blackwood and the young heirs of houses Mandrick, Root, Wayne, and Piper stood with him. They circled the room, curiously awed by its immensity. What is it? Jonal asked, looking at the object Harald had just placed on the ground. You'll see, Harald replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Jonal's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he nodded silently. It had been 3 days since Harrenhal fell. Even though Harald had tried to save as many of the thralls and servants trapped inside, Harren's slaughter before the siege along with those who died in the assault meant only half had survived. Every Ironborn soldier had been cut down. Only Harrenhal remained breathing. How's Lord Darry reacting to all this? Harald asked at last. He seemed surprised when he met me. Lord Daemon Darry had arrived yesterday, answering Harren's summons, only to find Harrenhal partially destroyed and Harrenhal in chains. Jonal shrugged lightly. He's an old friend of my father. They've been talking. I'd say he's taking things better than expected. Harald nodded at that, but his attention shifted as he saw Leopold entering the hall. Give us a moment, Harald said to Jonal. The Blackwood heir nodded and quickly ushered the other heirs out, their murmurs fading beyond the massive doors. Leopold approached, a faintly satisfied look on his face. My friend, Harald said, you seem happy. Leopold smiled. And why shouldn't I be? The Riverlands are free from Ironborn tyranny. Harald chuckled. So, how are things with the lords? Almost all of them are convinced you should be king, Leopold said. Tully and Blackwood have convinced them all. That was easy, Harald remarked. Leopold's smile widened. I may have had a hand in it. The champion of both the old gods and the seven, ascending to kingship and founding a blessed line just like houses Durrandon, Lannister, Arryn, and Stark. What more could they want? And truly, how could they refuse you after what they've seen you do? Harald shook his head faintly. I don't want to be king through fear, Leopold. Of course not, Leopold said smoothly. I was merely pointing it out. Leopold's expression shifted slightly as they walked. The houses of Blackwater Bay have all announced their independence, he said. Harald snorted. And I'm sure they'll all be swallowed by the Storm King soon enough. Leopold nodded. House Muten has also declared itself independent. Harald glanced over at him, a faint smile on his lips. Well, good thing we'll be conquering down in the Blackwater, then. He strode from the ruined throne room, Leopold following close behind. Outside, their horses were waiting. They mounted, and Harald led the way, riding out through the shattered walls and buildings of Harrenhal. The once mighty fortress was still a scene of chaos, scavengers and looters being driven out by soldiers, wagons hauling away the last of the Ironborn arms and spoils. Harald also noted the weirwood leaves on the ground. It was something that had happened in the last 2 days, fresh weirwood leaves carried in on strange gusts from the god's eye. To some, it was nothing more than an oddity, but Leopold had seized on it, weaving the sight into his growing narrative of a new faith blending the old gods and the seven. Harald still wasn't sure where his friend was going with that. It reminded him, oddly, of how Christianity had split from Judaism back in his first life. Religion was a dangerous tool, potent, but volatile. When the time came, he and Leopold needed to sit down and talk about what the Septon's plans were. He also made a mental note to visit the God's Eye itself. It was one of the few places in this world where he could feel the thrum of magic, one of the many nexuses, as he called them. He needed to see it with his own two eyes. They rode into the camp to cheers from the army. Harald dismounted, and Edmund Tully was there to meet him, a wide grin on his face. "Dragonborn," Tully said, "Lord Frey and Lord Malister have been spotted. They'll be here before evening." "Good. That means Harren dies today." "More good news, we've found Harren's food and drink stores. Tonight, we can truly celebrate," Tully added. Several men nearby caught the last part and roared in approval, the cheer rolling through the camp like wildfire. Harald smiled. "Well, looks like everything is going well. Are the lords behaving? No problems? Considering there's no king now in the Riverlands history, I expected trouble." Tully's lips quirked upward. "Who says the Riverlands don't have a king?" Harald raised a brow. "Oh? Have you selected one?" Tully shook his head with a knowing smile. "Come now, Harald, don't play the fool with me." Harald chuckled. "If everyone agrees to it, I'll take up the mantle. But I'll tell you this, Edmund, the lords will have to accept my way of ruling. I plan to make sure the Riverlands are safe for generations, and that means compromises will have to be made." Edmund's tone was blunt. "It's either you, or anarchy. Or worse, we'll be torn apart by Starks, Arryns, Durandons, Lannisters, and even the Gardeners." Lord Tully is correct. "This is quite a precarious situation. If you were not present, the seven hells would have broken loose in the Riverlands," Leopold said. Harald gave a short nod. "Let's see what happens." A shout rang out from one of the Blackwood soldiers. "Lord Frey and Lord Malister approaching." Tully turned toward the sound. "They're early." Harald, Tully, and the gathered men waited as the two lords rode into camp. Both were grinning like madmen. They dismounted quickly, almost running to Harald. "You did it, you actually fucking did it." Frey laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. Malister was still staring past Harald at the shattered silhouette of Harrenjal. "I cannot believe it. You destroyed it." "How?" Harald's lips curved into a sly smile. "You missed all the fun." Malister shot back, "Because we held the coast for you, Dragonborn." "And a damn good job you both did," Harald said, clapping each on the shoulder. "Good work, my lords. You've played a pivotal role in ending this rebellion quickly and without more bloodshed." A different voice, ragged, bitter, cut through the air. How? Harald turned to see Arenhor, the former prince, bound and dragged forward by one of Frey's knights. Frey smiled. "We brought him, just as you said." Harald's eyes narrowed with cold intent. "Imprison him. I have plans for him." Then a slow, dark smile spread across his face. Harald looked to the lords. "Now that you're here, we can begin." The entire army had gathered to witness the end of Harren the Black. Not just the lords, knights, and men-at-arms, but small folk too, drawn from the nearby villages. Word had spread that the tyrant who had ruled the Riverlands for 4 decades would die this day, and no one wanted to miss it. A great raised platform had been built, upon it stood Harald, clad in his full ebony armor, the black metal gleaming faintly in the fading sunlight, his great ebony battleaxe resting in his gauntlet hand. He looked like the champion of the gods he claimed he was. From the crowd came jeers and curses as Edmund Tully and Merrick Frey dragged Harren the Black forward. The once proud king's face was a ruin, his jaw shattered by Harald's fist days before, now held together only by a strip of cloth. Rotten fruit, stones, and handfuls of mud and even shit were hurled at him as the crowd roared its hatred. Off to one side, bound but alive, stood Arenhor. Harald had no plans to kill him, not yet. But he would witness all of this. Edmund and Merrick forced Harren to his knees. His eyes glared upward, though there was no power left behind it. Then Harald gave a slow nod, and 2 pikes were brought forward. Upon them were mounted the heads of Wex and Dagon. Wex's face charred and half melted, Dagon's skin grey and stretched over in human features. Harren's gaze locked on them, and for the first time, a flicker of grief broke through his defiance. Harald drew in a deep breath and unleashed a Thursday of his own making. Gone. Lom. Volog. His voice rolled over the crowd, amplified and carried to every ear as if he stood right beside them. The noise of the gathered thousands faded into silence. Your tyrant of the last 4 decades kneels before you, Harald began, his voice a deep, resonant boom. Look at him, Harren the Black, who thought himself unbreakable. See how far the great king has fallen. The crowd jeered again. The gods, old and new, sent me here. I was without purpose, until I saw the faithful crushed beneath the heel of these invaders. I swore to drive the Ironborn from the Riverlands, and this day I have done just that. A thunderous cheer erupted, the sound shaking the air like a storm breaking over the camp. Harald let it roll a moment, then raised his hand for silence. And now, before I send Harren to the 7 hells, I will destroy the most cruel, most evil thing the Ironborn ever forced upon this land. He turned slowly to face Harrenhal, the monstrous fortress that had loomed over them all, even with most of it destroyed. He made sure Harren was facing it as well. A turquoise and gold device appeared in his hand. His thumb pressed down upon it, and power hummed in the air. Harald drew in a breath once more. Fuzz. Ro. Da. The shout tore from him with earth-shattering force. The outer towers of Harrenhal shivered, cracked, and then the whole colossal structure exploded inward in a maelstrom of stone and dust. Walls that had stood for a century disintegrated into rubble. In moments, the greatest castle in Westeros was gone, reduced to a smoking heap of rocks. The crowd gasped, then erupted into cheers so loud it felt as though the ground itself trembled. Harren's eyes widened as he stared at the ruin of his legacy, the destruction complete. Harren's shoulders slumped, the last flicker of defiance gone from his ruined face. His gaze lifted once toward Harald, and then dropped to the ground, as though the weight of all his failures had finally crushed him. Harald shifted his grip on the ebony battleaxe, the black blade catching the fading sunlight. Without a word, he raised it high over his head. The crowd held its breath. With a single, brutal stroke, the axe came down. The blow was clean. Harren the Black's head tumbled from his shoulders, rolling across the dais before coming to rest in the dirt. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Harald stepped forward, his voice booming over the sea of faces. The tyrant is dead. Thunderous cheers erupted, a roar of triumph and release that rolled across the camp and into the fields beyond. Men pounded shields, women shouted blessings, and the lords raised their voices. The Riverlands had a new dawn, and it began with the fall of its darkest shadow. The celebration afterward was something to behold. Harald stood at the center, watching as lords, knights, and even the small folk drank, sang, and roared their victory. Casks were cracked open, meat roasted on spits, and the sound of pipes and drums rolled through the night like the heartbeat of a reborn Riverlands. Leopold stepped up beside him, cup in hand, eyes on the dancing crowd. So, he said, his tone carrying just enough teasing to cut through the revelry, that was your full power, then? Harald smiled. Gods, no. I could have done it before, but I'm still not at my full strength. He nodded toward the smoking ruins where Harrenhal had once loomed. That was all done by a repurposed weapon crafted by the Dwemer of Tamriel. I used it to amplify my shout. The tonal architecture the dwarves mastered, well, it did the rest, making sure the blast collapsed inward. Leopold blinked, chuckled, and shook his head. I didn't understand a single thing you just said. But I do understand one thing, I'm a bit terrified that you're not yet at your full power. Harald gave a low laugh. Good thing I'm not an evil bastard, then. Leopold's grin widened, and he took a sip of wine. We're lucky, then. Very lucky. Harald noted how every lord had drifted closer, their laughter and conversation dimming as Edmund Tully raised his hand for silence. The great camp quieted in moments, only the crackle of the bonfires breaking the stillness. Edmund stepped forward. "Today," he began, "we celebrate a new dawn for the Riverlands. A century of Ironborn rule has ended. The chains that bound us have been broken, their cruelty cast down. But this victory is not only an ending, it is a beginning. We must now turn our eyes to the future." The lords leaned in, some nodding already. "The Riverlands," Edmund continued, "have seen many dynasties rise and fall, the Mudds, the Justmans, the Teagues. We have not been blessed, as other kingdoms have, with royal lines stretching back thousands of years. Instead, our history has been one of contention and blood, of crowns won and lost in constant war." He let his gaze sweep over the gathered nobility. "But now we have hope. I believe one man, chosen by the old gods and the new, can end this cycle. One man to lead us into an age of peace that will last not just for decades, but for thousands of years. A man who is truly divine. A man who is proof that the gods have chosen the Riverlands and, in his own words, have chosen these lands as the heartlands of Westeros." A murmur of approval rolled through the crowd, growing into calls of agreement. "There is only one king who can lead us," Edmund declared, his voice ringing like a trumpet. "My lords. Harald Stormcrown, king of the Riverlands." He stopped himself, his tone swelling with something greater. "Nay. King of the Heartlands." And then he dropped to one knee. The sound that followed was greater than Harald's own shout. Swords were drawn and lifted high. Some lords Blackwood, Frey, Piper followed Edmund's example and knelt. The chants began at once, overlapping and roaring into the night. "King of the Heartlands! King of the Heartlands! Harald King! King Dragonborn! Lead us! Chosen of the gods! King of the Heartlands! King of the Heartlands!" The air shook with it. Harald stood, smiling widely, letting his eyes sweep over the sea of men and steel before him. He turned his gaze to Leopold, who met it with a broad grin and tears bright in his eyes. "Now," Harald thought, "now the real challenge begins. First arc over. We'll be back with the next one next month." Chapter 35, Let it be known to all PT1. To all kings and lords of the Seven Kingdoms, let this be heard across all realms of Westeros. Let it be known, Harren and his Ironborn are shattered and defeated, and their reign over the Riverlands is at an end. From this day forth, the Riverlands shall be known as the Heartlands, the true heart of the Seven Kingdoms, where the old gods and the Seven have raised up their champion. I, Harald Stormcrown, last Dragonborn and chosen herald of the old gods and the Seven, am king of the Heartlands by right of conquest and by divine will. Let those who come in peace find friendship and trade within our borders. Let those who come in war remember Harren's fate, and know they will not return. By my hand and seal. Harald Stormcrown, king of the Heartlands, chosen herald of the old gods and the Seven, protector of the faith, and last Dragonborn. The Lion King. Loren Lannister stood gazing out into the sunset sea. This was his favorite place in Casterly Rock, a stone balcony carved into the western face, high above the roaring waves. From here, the sun dipped perfectly into the ocean, the burning disk aligning at just the right spot on the horizon. Gold light spilled across the water, turning it into molten metal. He looked out over the endless expanse, then down at the parchment in his hand, the same missive that had reached every lord and king in Westeros a day ago. A new king had been crowned. House Hor and the Ironborn's rule over the Riverlands had ended, swept away after decades of tyranny. And now the River Lords claimed they had a new king. They had even gone so far as to change the very name of their realm, casting aside centuries of tradition. The Heartlands, they called it the true heart of Westeros, if their words were to be believed. Loren scoffed softly at the phrasing, the corner of his mouth curling in wry amusement. What unsettled him more was the figure at the center of it all, the rebel leader. For months, Lauren had dismissed the rumors as nothing more than Riverlander propaganda meant to bolster their rebellion and scare the Ironborn. But now, he had to admit he had been wrong. The sorcerer who had rallied the river lords had not only won the war, he had been crowned king. The man calling himself the chosen of the gods was no mere charlatan, if the flood of contradictory and troubling reports was to be believed. Such a claim was heresy, of course. The Septons in both Lannisport and the Rock had already hounded Lauren about it, urging him to denounce this dragonborn and to stand with the faith against him. "My king," came a voice from behind. Lauren turned to see his Justicar, Lord Swift. "Yes, Justicar. We should take the Pendrick Mountains now, my king," Swift said with a confident bow. "The newborn kingdom has no chance against the might of the Rock. Strike while they are still drunk on their victory." Lauren regarded him for a long moment, then replied quietly, "Did you not hear about this dragonborn Harald Stormcrown, their new king? They claim he shouted Harrennial apart with his own voice." Swift snorted. "Bah! Tall tales, my king. My sources say they took Harrennial by treachery. Rivermen inside rebelled and opened the gates for them. Nothing more than a convenient story to make their peasant king sound like a god." But Lauren did not answer immediately. He turned back to the horizon. It did not make sense, too many reports all speaking of the same strange and unnatural events. And in Lauren Lannister's experience, when too many people swore to the same impossible story, it was rarely just a story. Lauren turned sharply to his Justicar, eyes narrowing. "Peasant king? Do you truly think the noble lords of the Riverlands would kneel to a peasant king?" Swift hesitated, already sensing the danger in the tone. I mean, my king, No. No, there is something else at play here." Lauren's voice cut like a blade. "They say Lord Frey used magics to fend off the entire Iron Fleet with only 5 Molester ships that he burned Prince Wexhor alive." He stepped closer, lowering his tone but not the weight behind his words. "And there are other rumors, of this dragonborn." Swift shifted uncomfortably, his earlier confidence wilting. "So no Pendrick Mountains, then?" he asked at last. "No, you fool!" Lauren snapped, his voice echoing off the stone. "Our prize is in the south, the conquest of the Northern Reach. To do what my father failed to do. His dream, realized." He began to pace, the parchment in his hand crumpling slightly under his grip. "I am certain that Argillac will move against this new kingdom of the Heartlands. We will watch. If Argillac succeeds, then yes, we take the Pendrick Mountains, as you so endlessly insist. And if he is defeated?" Swift asked, catching the slight pause in his king's speech. Lauren stopped, turning to him with a calculating gleam. "If he is, it means everything they say about this dragonborn is true. And we must be more wary than ever." There was a long silence as the sea winds rattled the iron braziers along the balcony. Then Lauren's expression shifted, the edges of his mouth curling into a smile that was both charming and dangerous. "Do not send the offer of my sister's betrothal to Lord Marbrand." Swift blinked. "But my king, if this dragonborn is truly as dangerous as the tales claim, then it is best that we ally with him. And what better way to bind him than with the golden daughter of Casterly Rock?" Lauren's smile deepened as he turned back toward the glowing horizon. "No one can refuse such an offer, no one." Greenhand's heir. "Heresy! Heresy! This is heresy, my king." The High Septon's voice cracked from the strain, but he pressed on like a man possessed. His white and gold robes billowed as he flung his arms toward the vaulted ceiling of the great throne room of Highgarden, as if the seven themselves might descend in righteous fury. Edmund Gardner, heir to the Kingdom of the Reach, stood beside his father, trying not to grimace at the theatrics. It had been 3 years since this High Septon was chosen, and in that short time he had proven himself a zealot far, far worse than the last one. Edmund glanced at his father, King Mern IX, and found his eyes were not on the septon at all. Following that gaze, Edmund's stomach tightened with disgust. His father's eyes lingered not on the holy man's gesturing hands but on Lady Lara, wife to Edmund's younger brother, Gawain. The faintest smirk tugged at the king's lips as he studied her, and Edmund felt the familiar boil of anger rise in his chest. Does his lechery know no bounds? He thought bitterly. To lust after his own son's wife. Forcing his attention back to the High Septon's tirade, Edmund caught the man's final words. I will call for a holy calling, my king. The entire realm will march into the Riverlands to cleanse this blasphemy, to strike down the false shepherd, this so-called Dragonborn, who dares to crown himself king as well. Edmund's jaw tightened. He prayed his father would not even consider this madness. Loren Lannister was already stirring in the west, plotting his invasion. They could not afford to be distracted by this zealotry. No. The single word from King Mern cut through the court. But, my king, the High Septon sputtered, his voice pitching higher in protest. No, Mern repeated, lazily waving a hand as if shooing away a bothersome gnat. The lion plans to ravage my beautiful kingdom, to take its riches. His eyes flicked once more to Lara, and his voice softened with something almost indecent. And, most importantly, its beautiful maidens. A murmur rippled through the gathered court, but no one dared speak. Mern's tone hardened again. I will consider dealing with this charlatan who swindled the river lords after I bring the lion to heel. Edmund let out a slow breath. For once, the seven be thanked, his father's focus was where it belonged, at least for now. The High Septon's voice thundered again, but this time it carried a note of desperation. His gaze swept the court until it found Lord Manfred Hightower, the Reach's most pious lord. Lord Hightower, the Septon implored, you above all must see the danger of this blasphemy. Will you stand with me? Manfred's grey eyes flickered briefly toward the dais, then away. His jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The Septon's face paled. With no pillar of faith to rally behind him, he straightened his back and tried to recover his authority. Then hear me, all of you, he declared, his voice ringing through the vaulted chamber. This heresy will fester in the Riverlands or the Heartlands, as the heretics dare name it, until it is purged by fire and steel. I have already excommunicated the architect of this foul creed, the vile Septon lowballed. His tone swelled into a righteous roar. Let it be known, he cried, every word a hammer blow. I proclaim the Leonite heresy the most sacrilegious affront to the seven since the days of the Andal's first landing. Those of true faith who heed the holy calling, who take up arms and purge this sin from the world, shall be welcomed into the God's holy halls. This is the will of the seven, and I am their voice upon this earth. A wave of loud cheers erupted from the more fervent members of the court. Edmund Gardner stood unmoving, his hands clasped behind his back. Seven, save me, I have no time for this. The lion is on our doorstep, and we waste breath on this foolishness. His father raised a hand, dismissing the gathering. As the courtiers began to file out, Mern descended from the dais with uncharacteristic haste, heading directly for Lady Lara. Edmund felt the heat rise in his chest again, the same familiar, choking anger. That is your good daughter, you scum, my brother's wife. His mind whispered treacherous thoughts, visions of wrapping his hands around the old man's throat until the crown fell from it. He shut his eyes, forcing the image away. It would be kinslaying. Unease clung to him as he turned and strode from the hall, unsettled by every thread of rot now winding its way through Highgarden while the lion prepared to pounce on them at any moment. The yellow toad. Mother, I have some surprising news from the Riverlands, Nymor Martell said. His mother Maria Martell, once the famed beauty of Dorne, now sat sprawled at the head of the table, fat, nearly bald, and blind, yet still eating and drinking as if she were a maiden in her prime. She tore into a fig, juice running down her fingers, and reached for her wine without a second thought. The Ironborn have been driven out, Nymor continued, watching her for any sign of interest. Apparently, a sorcerer who claims to be the chosen of the gods, led the rebellion and is now crowned king, at least according to the raven we received 3 days ago." She swallowed noisily, then let out a long, unladylike burp. "Why should we care?" she said, her tone dripping with disinterest. "The Riverlands are far from here, they can crown a whore or a mummer, for all I care. Now go and make yourself useful, see what those Danes want." Nymore's jaw tightened, but he inclined his head. "As you wish, mother." He turned and left the hall. The Riverlands might be far, yes, but the name Dragonborn lingered in his mind. This was no ordinary uprising, if the stories were true. Even Dorn could feel the ripples of this change, and Nymore Martell was not a man to ignore ripples that might become waves. The Lonely Queen. "Your knights stand ready, my queen. Just say the word, and we will begin the invasion. The salt pans will be ours within a week," said Lord Protector Royce, his voice steady but eager. "Yes, my queen," Lord Redford added, nodding firmly. "The time is ripe." Queen Shara Oren sat upon the weirwood throne of the Eyrie, fingers drumming lightly on the carved armrest. She had listened to their arguments all morning, but her thoughts kept drifting to the raven that had arrived 4 days ago. The whores were gone, wiped away along with their ironborn. That pleased her. The heathens were no longer squatting on her borders. But their replacement, that was what disturbed her. The lords of the Riverlands had crowned a new ruler, styling their realm the Kingdom of the Heartlands, and at its head stood a man called Harald Stormcrown, claiming to be the chosen of the old gods and the new. There were stories about him. Strange stories. Of a voice that could destroy entire castles. Of stone giants that walked at his command. Of how he could fight entire armies alone. And now her lords wanted to invade the lands of this so-called divine king. "My queen." Lord Protector Royce called again, drawing her from her thoughts. Shara's eyes turned to Lord Redford. "You said some of your small folk, held captive in Harrenhal, have returned to your lands." Redford nodded. "Aye. And you brought one of them here, did you not?" "I would speak to him before I make my decision." Redford gave a short bow and gestured to a pair of knights. They strode from the chamber and, before long, returned with a thin, pale man in rough spun clothing. He was made to kneel before her, pressing his forehead to the cold marble floor. "Rise, my subject," Shara said gently. "What is your name?" The man lifted his head just enough to speak. "Jarek, my queen." "Tell me, Jarek," Shara said, her voice calm. "You were there in Harrenhal. Did you witness what this King Harald could do?" "Yes, my queen," Jarek stammered. "I told Lord Redford everything." Redford cleared his throat. "My queen, the man's mind is broken. That is the only explanation for what he told me, and why I did not even bother to bring him to you." "Well, then," Shara replied, eyes fixed on the thin, pale man before her. "Tell me yourself, Jarek." Jarek's hands shook where they clung to his knees. I was hidin' in the pantries o' Harrenhal, queen, me and some others. Weren't no food left, but 'twas the only place away from the fightin'." Then he swallowed hard. "Then the thunder came. Not from the skies, no, but from inside the bloody castle. The walls rattled, the floor kicked like a mule under us. Men screamin' ironbornin', oh, gods, oh, gods. Thought the gods 'ad come for me, I did." Royce and Redford exchanged uneasy glances, but Jarek pressed on, his voice rising with remembered terror. "When they let us out, I seen I'm the Dragonborn. I was there in the crowd when they dragged Harren the Black out. He stood there like somethin' out of them old tales the Septons tell by the fire." Jarek's voice broke, and tears spilled down his cheeks. He shouted, "Lady," just one shout, and the whole o' Harrenhal, biggest castle I'd ever laid eyes on, came crashin' in on itself. Towers, walls, all gone in a blink. Nothin' but dust and stone where it stood for years. The chamber was silent save for the man's sobbing. Royce's face had gone pale. Even Lord Redford, who had dismissed the man as broken, looked uneasy now. Queen Shara sat straighter on her throne, her eyes unreadable. "Lord Protector," she said at last, "there will be no invasion. Instead, you will travel to meet with the new king in my name and in my son's." Royce bowed his head. "And if he is what he claims, my queen?" Shara's gaze did not waver. "If he is indeed a holy and divine figure, and not some sorcerer out of Asai, then you are to offer him my hand in marriage." A ripple of shock went through the hall. Shara's eyes remained on Jarek, who still shook with fear, and for the first time, she felt a flicker of her own. Chapter 36, Let It Be Known to All PT2. The Storm Princess. "I don't believe it, no, it's too fantastical," Maria Estermont said, pacing the length of the chamber, skirts swishing about her ankles. Argella leaned back in her chair, watching her friend with the same mild patience she always reserved for Maria's fits of disbelief. Of their little circle, Maria was the skeptic, the one who needed every tale nailed down with proof. "Maria," Elena fell sighed, "you don't have to explain away everything." Cass's own cousin saw what the Dragonborn could do. Cassandra nodded sharply. "Yes, and Cedric is not one to make up fanciful tales. How else could the River Lords have won their rebellion so quickly? Harrenhal is the greatest castle ever built." Argella made a noise of disapproval. "Greatest castle ever built," she teased. Cassandra rolled her eyes. "After Storm's End, of course. But still, the stories from the Riverlands are too many to ignore." Maria folded her arms and looked to Argella. "The man claims to be chosen of the gods, princess. It's heresy. More likely he's some vile sorcerer, perhaps from Asai, who's bewitched the minds of the River Lords with shadow magic and blood rites." Elena leaned forward on the table. "Do you believe that over him being a true divine warrior sent to save the Rivermen?" "It's Heartmen now," Cassandra corrected with a smirk. They all looked at her. "What? Since they're calling the kingdom the Heartlands, we can't keep calling them Rivermen, can we?" Argella let them argue while she turned to the darkening sea beyond the window. Shipbreaker Bay was roiling with an incoming storm, but her thoughts were on the man whose name seemed to be on the lips of every lord and king, even small folk in the Seven Kingdoms, Harald Stormcrown. The rumors about him had become a game among the courts, each one more absurd than the last. Some said he was a sorcerer from Asai, wrapped in flesh that wasn't his own. Others whispered he was a beast in human form, with claws and teeth hidden beneath his gauntlets. One maid swore he drank the blood of virgins to keep his unnatural strength, while another claimed he was not a man at all, but one of the gods walking the earth to claim a mortal kingdom. More ridiculous still, one tale said he'd fathered 100 children in a single night. Argella knew better than to believe such nonsense. But one truth stood out like a lighthouse in the fog: the entire Riverlands save for House Muten had bent the knee to him without quarrel. In a land famous for bickering lords, such unity was remarkable and dangerous. "Heart Lords," Cassandra said suddenly, snapping Argella's attention back to the present. "It sounds romantic." Argella allowed herself the smallest of smiles before rising to her feet, the motion drawing every eye in the chamber. "Father will be holding court soon. Let's prepare. Find my blue gown, the one I wore last moon." Her handmaidens bustled around her at once, fetching silks, arranging her hair, fastening the golden stag brooch at her shoulder. Soon enough, the three of them were walking through the high-arched corridors toward the throne room, the familiar hum of voices growing louder. Argella took her place to the right of her father, where the Storm King's heir always sat when court was in session. The position of heir was one many had coveted and some had quietly plotted to take from her. She knew the schemes of ambitious lords who dreamed of wedding her to their sons to rule through her, and of lesser Durandans who dreamed of being king, but Argella preferred them to think she was ignorant of them, and when the time comes she would deal with them all and then ascend to the throne when her father's reign ends. The court moved in its usual rhythm, petitioner after petitioner stepping forward, bowing low, and stating their grievances or requests. Some were as dull as sea water, but Argella's eyes were sharp, noting every name, every face, storing away the ones that might prove useful. One merchant, thin as a ship's mast and smelling faintly of tar, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Your Grace, I come to speak of the Blackwater. Since the lords there declared their independence from the fallen Hoare kingdom, their port tolls have risen. Our profits shrink with every voyage." A ripple of irritation passed through the court. Argillac's deep voice cut through it. "They will be part of our realm soon enough," he said, his hand resting lazily on the arm of the throne. "Their tolls will vanish when their banners fly beneath the crowned stag once more." That drew a cheer from several lords and courtiers. Argella noted the gleam of eagerness in their eyes. It was the same mood that had gripped Storm's End since the news of Harren the Black's fall reached them and, with it, the proclamation of a new realm, the Kingdom of the Heartlands, ruled by King Harald Stormcrown. Many, her father foremost among them, saw the chance to march north and reclaim the Riverlands, erasing the shame of losing them to the Ironborn a century ago. After her father finished holding court, Argella followed him toward his solar. Marshal Lord Swan, Lord Dondarian, Lord Caron, and Lord Estermont, the most trusted of Argillac's councillors, fell in step behind them. "My king, we should strike at Blackwater Bay now," Lord Dondarian said the moment they were away from the court. "Just Blackwater Bay?" Marshal Swan scoffed. "No, we should invade the Riverlands entirely." "Heartlands, my lord," Argella corrected, her voice calm but firm. "They call it the Heartlands now." Swan's lip curled. "Princess, with all due respect, I care not what some heretic sorcerer has decided to call it. The Riverlands are ours." Argella bit back the retort that rose to her tongue. She disliked Swan, but she knew the weight of his influence. Instead, she looked to her father, who had been strangely silent. They entered the king's solar. A servant was ordered to pour wine. Argillac took a long swallow, then turned to face them. "The heartland of all West Eros," he said, a hint of mockery in his tone. "That's what this new king calls his realm, the true heartlands, where the gods themselves have chosen a new ruler." He laughed dryly. "We will march into these heartlands and take them for ourselves. I have made my decision. Send out the ravens. Raise the armies. We march to conquer." "Father, if I may." Argillac's eyes narrowed slightly. "You disagree, daughter?" "Yes," Argella said without hesitation. "I believe we should first strike only at the Blackwater lords. Take them quickly, secure the coast, and stop there. We can watch and measure this new kingdom from the safety of strong borders. If even a fraction of the tales about this Dragonborn are true, then we could be marching into far greater trouble than you imagine." Swan frowned, but Argella pressed on. "An invasion of the Blackwater would show our strength. It would remind the new king of the power of the storm without committing us to a costly war. And the Riverlands' heartlands must be nearing famine after their rebellion. Their people are bled and hungry. If the small folk turn on him, this king might kneel without a single battle fought, crawling to Storm's End to beg for aid. We could win a kingdom without losing a single man." Her words hung in the air, and all eyes turned to Argillac to see whether the Storm King would favor caution or conquest. Argillac's laughter rang out, sharp and booming. "That's why she is my heir," he barked, looking to his lords with a grin. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Yes, daughter, we will do as you say." Lord Caron shifted his weight. "My king, what of the dragons? If they claim the Blackwater for themselves, well, they already own most of." "Dragons!" Argillac cut in, his voice dripping contempt. "They will do nothing. Just as they have done nothing for a century since setting foot on their dreary island. The sister fuckers, I hear, are planning an expedition east. Maybe they'll leave and never come back." Argella gave a small nod. "It's true. The Targaryens have shown no interest in the mainland. Lord Aegon is said to be going to Lys to aid the city. There'll be no trouble to us. But Lord Dondarrion's voice cut into the ease of the conversation. My king, what if the claims are true? Argilac frowned. What claims? That this Stormcrown is what he says, a chosen warrior of the gods. That his powers are real, and divinely given. Dondarrion went on, slowly. If it's proven true, perhaps there's another way to bring the Riverlands into our kingdom. Argilac's eyes narrowed. What way? Even Argella leaned in slightly, curious. Dondarrion's gaze moved from her father to her. Offer him the princess's hand in marriage. Argella's eyes widened, though not entirely with horror. The king's face flushed red. Karen looked stunned. Lord Swan's jaw tightened like a drawn bowstring. Estermont remained a silent watcher, as he always did. Dondarrion pressed on. The princess must marry eventually, and you yourself made the law that all her children will be Durandons. If she weds King Harald, their children will bear your name and will inherit both kingdoms, thereby unifying them forever. And if his divine nature is true, then the Durandon line gains the favor of the gods themselves. Argilac exploded. No. I'll have your tongue for such words. I will not marry my daughter to a charlatan, a sorcerer. My line is that of Durin gods Grief and Ilnia. We already have the divine in our blood. He turned on his heel and stormed from the chamber, the lords following after, especially Lord Dondarrion, who sought forgiveness for his words. But Argella remained where she was. Dondarrion's words stayed in her mind, coiling there like a serpent. She did not find the idea repulsive, not at all. She wondered what kind of man Harald Stormcrown was. Did he look like the dark sorcerers her septa told her about as a child, or was he a handsome warrior truly blessed by the gods? As she finally left the chamber, her thoughts were already turning toward the problem. She needed to meet Harald Stormcrown, the last of the dragon lords. Aegon sat with the parchment still in his hand, the same one every lord and king in Westeros had received days ago. Beside him sat Rhaenys, her eyes lingering on the parchment in his hands. This changes things, she said at last. This changes nothing, Aegon replied, his tone firm. The kingdom of the Isles and Rivers has merely changed its name and its king, that's all. Rhaenys turned to him with that familiar pout, the annoyed expression he always loved. Aegon, this needs to be taken seriously. We are now certain this man is a sorcerer. And considering one of his titles the Dragonborn, he could be Valyrian as well. Aegon scoffed. Even the mightiest sorcerers of Valyria found it difficult to kill a dragon. We have 3 and one of them is Balerion. This sorcerer, if that's what you believe him to be, will either kneel or be burned. She did not look convinced. He didn't understand why. He and his sisters were dragon lords, blood of old Valyria. They possessed the most powerful weapon in the known world. But his sisters had always treated matters of magic with more gravity. They were the ones who had pushed him to take the dream of ice and fire seriously, interpreting it for him. Aegon had never needed prophecy to fuel his ambitions. He had dreamed of conquering Westeros since he was a boy. The prophecy merely served as another spark, a divine confirmation that the gods themselves wanted his family to rule all 7 kingdoms. I'm sure Vis will agree with me, Rhaenys said. As if summoned by the words, Visenya entered the chamber, but she did not carry her usual force of presence. Her skin looked paler than usual, the fire in her violet eyes dimmed. Dark shadows pooled beneath them, giving her a gaunt, restless look. Her posture was tense, and she looked as though she had not slept in days. Vis, you look, Aegon began, but his voice trailed off as he took in the full measure of her pale, drawn face. I'm fine, Visenya interrupted, her tone clipped as she sank into the cushioned seat. Everything is prepared for Lys. Rhaenys frowned, concern creasing her features. Sister, have you been performing the blood rites again? Aegon's eyes darkened. I forbade you from performing blood magic, sister. You've disobeyed me. Visenya turned her cold glare toward him. I know what I'm doing, brother. I had to. Something's happening, something I don't understand. Magic, it's growing stronger. It's thicker in the air, like the world is changing beneath our feet. Rennis looked between them, then quietly said, and that's why you haven't been sleeping? You haven't joined us in bed for a few days. Visenya shook her head slowly. No. That's something else. What is it? Aegon asked, the edge in his voice dulled now by curiosity. Rennis leaned closer, her worry deepening. Visenya's hands folded tightly in her lap. I've been having strange dreams. What kind of dreams? Aegon asked, wondering if his sister was having dragon dreams of her own. I find myself alone in some chamber vast and black as pitch. There's a doorway, far off, and in it stands a thing. A creature. Skull-faced, with great horns and eyes like burning coals. It stares at me. I wake feeling its gaze on me. I can't even describe it, it's. A silence fell. Even Aegon didn't speak right away. That is troubling, he finally said, the words quiet. Rennis murmured, perhaps the Dragonborn is connected to it somehow. The rumors of his feats shouting castles apart, able to command fire and lightning fighting armies on his own. Visenya nodded. Yes. I believe he is. We need to meet him, speak to him. I need to know what he is. He could pose a danger to our plans, brother. No, Aegon said, standing. We will do no such thing. Aegon, Rennis said gently, what if we could sway him? If he is indeed of Valyrian origin as we suspect him to be, perhaps he will serve the Dragon Lords if asked. He could become a great and powerful ally in our plans. Visenya looked up. If there is even a chance he can be turned to our side, we must take it. Why waste a sorcerer as powerful as he is? I know he will be nothing against our dragons, but... Aegon's jaw tightened. He hated the idea but he knew when to compromise. Fine, he said. I'll send Orys to the new kingdom. Let him see the man for himself. Speak to him. Let Orys assess how dangerous he is and if he is a danger. He trailed off as he walked to the window and looked eastward, where the sky smoldered with the last hues of dusk. Then, when the time comes, he said, he'll have to die. I won't allow anyone, man or sorcerer, to live who could threaten the future I plan to build for our family. A heavy silence settled once more as his sisters left the chamber. But Aegon remained, eyes fixed on the horizon. He was not worried. He was not worried. He was a dragon lord, and dragon lords did not fear. Dragons had conquered Valyria's enemies for thousands of years. When the time came, Balrion's flames would burn the Dragonborn like all the rest. Chapter 37, 6 months in. We should have been here 6 months ago, grumbled Prince Bart Hogan Stark, his voice heavy with frustration as his black horse trudged through the mire of the neck. The youngest son of King Torrhen Stark, Bart did not like the slow, humid drag of the neck's bogs. Mud clung to his boots, and the stench of wet earth never left his nose. Beside him rode his uncle, Brandon Snow, his father the king's bastard brother, son of a woman from the neck and of Bart's grandfather, the late King Brandon. Bart sighed inwardly. Gods, how my family loves the name Brandon. It had become almost a tradition, a superstition, even that there must always be a Brandon Stark alive, lest the line fall. Founder's name, founder's blessing, as grandfather used to say. My dear nephew, Brandon said, drawing Bart's attention back to the present, if we had ventured out 6 months ago, who knows what dangers we might have stumbled into. The kingdom was on fire with rebellion. Father wanted me, Bart began, but Brandon cut him off with a dismissive wave. Yes, yes. Torrhen wanted you to leave as soon as possible. Yes, that's what he told you. Then he sent word commanding me to keep you here in the neck until things calmed down. All these strange tales coming out of the south had him cautious. Bart didn't answer. He looked ahead instead, to the thinning swamps and drier lands that signaled the end of the neck. By dusk, they would pass into the riverlands proper. 2 more days of riding, and they'd reach the Twins. No, he reminded himself. Not the riverlands anymore, the heartlands. The new king had declared it so. The old kingdom long oppressed under Ironborn rule was gone, replaced by something reborn. A new crown, a new name. Kingdom of the Heartlands, Bart thought. Better name than the Riverlands, I'll admit. If the new king wanted the world to believe a new age had dawned, he succeeded. But there was more, much more. Rumors still swirled of Harald Stormcrown, a warrior sorcerer who had torn Harrennial to rubble with his voice alone, who called himself the herald of all the gods, and who was chosen as king by one of the most quarrelsome lords in Westeros. We should pick up the pace, said Bart, urging his horse forward with a click of his tongue and a flick of the reins. Brandon Snow sighed beside him. You truly inherited my father's impatience, he muttered, but followed suit, spurring his own steed into a brisker trot. Their retinue of a dozen sworn men followed in tight formation. The muddy tracks of the neck began to harden beneath them as the land slowly shifted to drier, flatter ground. With torches lit and little rest granted, the group pushed through the night, taking only brief stops to water the horses and check their bearings. The moon hung low, silvering the grass and marshes around them as they raced southward. Brandon occasionally murmured a prayer to the old gods as they rode beneath the stars, but mostly, they rode in silence. By the second dawn, their speed had shaved nearly a day off their travel, and as the first light broke across the land, a distant stone structure came into view. There it is, Brandon said, pointing toward the rising form. The Twins. 2 stout towers stood on either side of the Green Fork, a long stone bridge straddling the rushing river between them, not the most beautiful castle, but undeniably important. Between those towers, House Frey had amassed power and coin, even if little respect. Upstart Freys, Bart thought. 300 years ago, the first of their line had been a hedge knight, a nobody granted this land by some half-witted storm king who hadn't cared much for what lay at the far edge of his vast domain. That same storm king had, according to old tales, even attempted to invade the north once. A foolish man. But unlike the king who gave them the land, the first Frey had understood its value. He began construction on a bridge, and by the time his grandchildren ruled, House Frey was collecting tolls and wielding influence far beyond their pedigree. Now they were counted among the great houses of the Riverlands. Heartlands, Bart corrected himself with an inward smirk. Well, nephew, Brandon said, gazing up at the towers, our journey into the Heartlands begins. He put a mocking lilt on the word. Bart frowned. I doubt we'll see anything good. Winter is coming, uncle. I remember Lord Blackwood's missives to father, they spoke of a great famine stirring in these lands. I fear these people will suffer far worse than we will. And we are northerners. Brandon gave a solemn nod. Aye. But we'll see soon enough. Come. Let's meet Lord Frey. As they rode toward the Twins, Bart slowed his horse in confusion. Fields lay before them. Fields full of golden wheat, barley, and rye stretched out ahead. Everywhere he looked, men and women were laboring cutting stalks, tying sheaves, loading carts. Some children collected spilled grain while older folk worked at threshing stations. Not a field looked abandoned or spoiled. Bart blinked, then muttered, "What the fuck?" Brandon Snow laughed heartily beside him. So much for the famine we were expecting. Gods be good, these people look like they'll be eating better than half the kingdoms come winter. Bart didn't answer right away. His brow furrowed as they trotted past a smiling woman waving to a young boy hauling a sack of grain. Yes, I think they will, he said at last, still stunned. But how? It was late autumn. The harvest should have been long finished. Frost touched the morning air. Yet here was bounty fresh, golden, ripe. Had the Blackwoods lied? What kind of magic could conjure crops like this, so close to winter. And then the thought struck him cold, had the tales of King Harald been true after all? The dragonborn chosen of the gods, they said, wielder of divine power, harbinger of a new age. If this was proof of that, then was every bizarre tale they had heard true? As the group approached the bridge of the twins, guards called from the towers. One, with a thick Riverlander accent, barked, "Halt! Who rides to the twins?" Brandon Snow answered with the practiced cadence of a royal envoy. Brandon Snow, brother to His Grace, King Torhen Stark, and Prince Bard Hogan Stark, third son of the king in the north. We come under the banners of peace to treat with House Frey. There was a moment of silence. Then a more polite voice called back, "Be welcome, your graces." With a groan of chains and wood, the gate creaked open. The bridge was cleared, and the escort rode on, crossing the span over the green fork beneath curious eyes. Inside the courtyard, the keep was alive with motion. Stable hands rushed to lead horses to shelter. Maids carried baskets of drying herbs and onions. Men unloaded barrels of dried meat and cloth, preparing for the long cold months. Bart's ears caught snippets of hushed conversation. "King's potion worked, gods be thanked. Can't use it again, fool. It was a one-time gift. Miracle, a miracle." They dismounted, Bart and Brandon exchanging silent glances. They had hoped to be greeted by Lord Merrick Frey himself, but instead they were met by two young men. "I am Forrest Frey," the elder said with a stiff nod, hand on the pommel of his sword. "Heir to the twins. This is my brother, Edwin," he added, gesturing to a leaner, sharp-eyed man in finer silks. "You are welcome here, Prince Bart Hogan." "Lord Brandon. My lord father is with the king as part of his council." That makes sense, Bart thought. Frey was the first to join the rebellion, after all Frey, Blackwood and Mullister. Bart Hogan inclined his head with formality. "I thank you, Lord Forrest," Bart said. "I find myself with many questions." He glanced at the full granaries, at the workers stacking baskets of the rich harvest. Many questions indeed. The 1,000 questions Prince Bart Hogan Stark carried into the Twins and the Heartlands remained unanswered. It had been a day since they arrived. Though the Freys had received him and Brandon with the courtesy due envoys of Winterfell, they proved evasive in ways that frustrated the prince. They answered only what they must. They praised their king, calling him divine, a savior, a worker of miracles, but otherwise kept tight-lipped. Lord Forrest told him to his face that the king himself would answer all his questions. From bits of gossip and guarded conversation, he'd gathered that King Harald Stormcrown had gifted each of the lords in the kingdom with something. A blessing, they called it. Others, more plainly, called it magic. It had brought forth harvests from soil already gone fallow. Some even claimed the fields grew twice over, and faster than nature should allow. Bart stepped outside into the chill morning air, where he found his uncle near the stables. "Uncle," Bart said. Brandon Snow didn't turn. "Nephew." Bart stepped beside him, folding his arms. "What have you learned?" Brandon sighed through his nose. "Enough. King Harald gifted his lords some kind of potion. They were told to pour it into the fields. That is what made the soil rich beyond reason. Crops sprouted in half the time, sometimes even less." Bart's eyes widened, thinking of the possibilities. That could. "But only once," Brandon said. "That's the catch. The potion works once, and only once. The king gave it to stave off the famine after the war. After this, I'm afraid it's back to non-magical farming." Of course it was too good to be true. "Anything else?" Brandon turned to him. "Come, I will show you." They mounted their horses again and set off, riding out of the castle. The land rolled outward, green and gold despite the approaching winter. They passed rows of harvesters still at work, wheat tied in bundles, turnips pulled from the earth. Wagons creaked under the weight of abundance. Bart kept his silence, though his thoughts ran hot. If they have any of it left, if we could purchase grain for the north. The idea stuck with him. Could the king be persuaded to trade? Or even share some of this potion for this winter only? Perhaps, used carefully, the north was vast, after all. After more than an hour, they reached a village nestled in the crook of a low hill and a wide field. The air smelled of hay and baked bread, full of life. They dismounted and began walking toward the quiet village. Bart narrowed his eyes. A large crowd was gathered in the village square, packed shoulder to shoulder, men, women, even children watching with rapt attention. "What's happening there?" he asked. "A septon, no, a priest is giving a sermon," his uncle replied. "I spoke with him this morning," Brandon said, voice low. "He had some interesting things to say. Come. Listen." Bart followed, pushing through the quiet crowd until he could hear the words clearly. "Gather your ears and hearts, folk of the heartlands. I speak in the name of all the gods, the old, the new, and those whose names cross the veil from beyond." Bart's brow furrowed. The old and the new? Together? What is this madness? For too long we were told the gods warred against one another. That the weirwoods whispered only to the chosen. That the seven sat proud upon their heavenly thrones, and that all else was falsehood. But the truth has been revealed. The crowd looked enraptured. The gods have made a covenant. Bart nearly choked on his own breath. "A what?" The septon raised his voice further, carried by the wind. "The old gods, whose roots run deep beneath forests and streams. The seven, who sit in their shining heavens. And the heavenly nine, whom our king has now revealed to us, the guardians of order and creation. All are bound in a pact to guide us. From that pact was born a herald, a guide sent to rule us. Harald Stormcrown, King of the Heartlands. The last Dragonborn. His voice shakes the world because it is not his voice alone. It is the voice of the covenant made flesh." Bart stood frozen, struck dumb. This was blasphemy to both faiths. To speak of the old gods in the same breath as the seven was heresy in the north. And to the south, elevating a man above the seven? Madness. But the villagers were not angry. They were rapt. Awestruck. Reverent. "You have seen the signs. Fields once withered now flourish. Our kingdom, starved under iron chains, now drinks deep of plenty. Villages once silent with mourning now sing with life. These are not the works of one man, but the blessings of all gods, channeled through the chosen herald." The septon spread his arms like wings. "But what does the covenant ask of us? Not only prayers, though prayers are holy. Not only songs, though songs rise sweet to heaven. The covenant calls us to duty. To guard the weak, to till the soil, to defend the heartlands from those who would enslave us again. To live in justice, so the land itself blessed by all gods may answer with bounty." A murmur of agreement rippled through the villagers. Some wept. Some clasped hands in devotion. Bart stood still, trying to process it all. "Hear me, folk of the heartlands. No longer shall the old and the new be set against each other. No longer shall gods be rivals as men have made them. The covenant is unity. The covenant is strength. And the covenant has given us a king. He is proof that the gods have not abandoned us. He is proof that they have chosen our heartlands as their new home." Bart turned slowly to his uncle, his lips parted in disbelief. Brandon Snow simply smiled, shaking his head with quiet amusement. "Well, nephew," he said, "I told you the sermons were interesting." Equals. "The covenant," Bart muttered under his breath, eyes still fixed on the village square as the crowd began to disperse. Brandon stood beside him, arms crossed, a ghost of a smirk playing at his lips. "That's what they're calling themselves," he said calmly. "Seems a new faith has sprung up to go with their new kingdom, one that says the old gods, the seven, and these strange nine, have all come together." "That's blasphemy," Bart said, half in disbelief, half in anger. You heard that sermon? That man called their king a vessel of all the gods. That's heresy for everywhere and everyone. North and south. Brandon shrugged. But I like what the priest was saying. Bard turned, stunned. You, uncle. Brandon chuckled. Now don't go losing your head. I'm not saying I'm ready to burn the weirwoods or start praying to the Father. But did you hear him? He didn't denounce the old gods. He didn't call them false or wicked. He said they were part of something greater, something unified. Bard scoffed. All the gods joined together to send them a king. Brandon nodded thoughtfully. That's what it sounds like. King Harald Stormcrown, he's done something unexpected here, Bard Hogan. He's created a faith that binds together a land of divided peoples, and they seem to have accepted it wholeheartedly. But Bard began. And why wouldn't they? He freed them from the Ironborn, they say he supposedly brought down Harren with his voice. And he pointed back toward the golden fields. He's made the land grow rich, when a year ago they had resigned themselves to famine. There are more stories, nephew, talk of building roads, bridges, even a grand castle being built as the king's new seat near the God's Eye. Many are leaving, even with winter coming, to help build it. They see it as a holy cause. Bard fell quiet, he did not know how to respond. We should be on our way, uncle, Bard said after some time. Brandon nodded. The king has claimed the lands around the God's Eye for himself. We can be there in a week. Then we go as fast as we can. Equals. They left the twins at first light. Lord Forest Frey had convinced them to travel by boat. A sleek river barge was lent to them, swift and sturdy, and they were accompanied by 70 trained men-at-arms in other boats. Forest had explained the presence of the 70 men before their departure. King Harald planned to raise an army of 1,000, a royal legion, with seasoned fighters drawn from all his vassals. The 70 were the Frey's share, sent to muster. Bard spent the journey stewing over unending questions about the man he was about to meet. Just who or what was he? It took a day to reach Crossing Ford. From there, they rode hard with the Frey men toward the God's Eye. Soon they neared where Harren should be. Bard expected to see the largest castle in Westeros in ruins. Everyone boasted the king had shouted the castle down. But what they saw stole the breath from both Bard and Brandon. Harren. The castle no longer existed. All that remained was a grave of shattered stone. Hundreds of workers toiled, piling rock and hauling rubble. The so-called largest castle in Westeros was completely gone. My gods! Bard muttered, stunned. It's true, he truly destroyed it. Brandon stared silently for a long while before quoting the bard they'd heard at the twins. He shouted, and the walls caved in like eggshells. The wind blew through what was left of Harren, whistling like a death wail. Dread slithered down Bard's spine. They passed into what the Frey soldiers called by many names Harald's Rest, King's Rest, and Harald's Rest. The name, it seemed, had not yet settled. As they crested a low hill, the landscape below unfolded. Rows of new settlements were rising, stone foundations, timber beams, freshly dug wells all laid out in tidy lines. Wagons rattled by, filled with bricks, lumber, hay, and quarried stone. And at the center of it all, on a broad hill overlooking the glittering waters of the God's Eye, dozens of workers swarmed over the foundations of a great castle. How? Bard breathed. This is a year's worth of work. How did they do this so fast? Unless he's got giants laying stone. Then Brandon Snow's voice trailed off. He stopped in his tracks, his mouth opening in shock. Bard followed his uncle's gaze to the hill and saw what had silenced him. Giants. 12 titanic figures, towering over men and scaffolds alike, moved in rhythm. Their skin was the rough grey of mountain rock, their limbs bound by glowing seams that shimmered like molten gold. They worked in silence, lifting stones the size of wagons and placing them precisely into the growing foundation. One of them knelt, hands as white as a cottage, and gently lowered a cut block of white stone while men scrambled like ants beneath it. Another passed great bundles of timber up the hill. Bart's jaw dropped. By the gods! Brandon let out a barking laugh. Giants, fucking stone giants! Behind them, the Frey men snorted and chuckled, clearly enjoying the northerners' reactions. Somewhere inside this burgeoning capital was King Harald Stormcrown. Bart wondered how much his life would change after meeting him. Chapter 38, King Harald of the Heartlands. The shores of the God's Eye shimmered with a beauty that felt almost otherworldly. The lake stretched out wide beneath the autumn sun, its waters clear and smooth as glass. A gentle breeze carried the scents of pine and wild flowers from the forested banks, whispering through the tall reeds at the water's edge. Overhead, birds drifted lazily in circles, their cries carrying softly across the still expanse. Above it all, the sky was a flawless sheet of blue, not a single cloud daring to intrude. It was as if, with the end of Ironborn rule and the birth of the Kingdom of the Heartlands, nature itself had been reinvigorated. Harald stood at the edge of it all, dressed in clothes fit for a king and wearing the ethereal crown he had crafted after his adventure with the tragic adventurer Katria. His purple cloak fluttered lightly behind him. He stared out across the glittering waters toward the Isle of Faces, the island that had called to him from the moment he set foot in Westeros, one of the many nexuses of magic he sensed in this world. He closed his eyes and concentrated. He could feel the roots of the weirwoods stretching beneath the water, beneath the soil, deep into the earth, not only on the Isle of Faces, but everywhere. It was as if the trees were not many, but one, a single, vast organism scattered across Westeros. Harald had thought on it often. He found the old gods more interesting than the others. He had theorized that they were an amalgamation, a collective consciousness formed of every green seer who had ever lived and died. Green seeing was said to be an ability possessed by the children of the forest and, later, by the first men, and it was bound to the weirwoods. Observing the almost hive-like nature of the trees, Harald had concluded that when a green seer died, their mind did not pass on, but joined something larger. This hive mind of knowledge, thousands upon thousands of voices, was what the children of the forest and the first men had named their gods. Harald called this system of weirwood trees connecting the entire continent the Weirnet. He theorized it was a psychic lattice formed through the weirwoods. The worship of the old gods was simply ancestor worship. He had plans to tap into this Weirnet. He needed to make a trip to the Isle soon. The sound of massive, grinding footsteps shook Harald from his thoughts. He turned from admiring the pristine waters of the God's Eye and saw one of his ash golems lumbering past, its body a hulking mass of compacted soot and stone, glowing faintly with ember veins beneath the surface. It carried a marble block the size of a cottage across its shoulders. The construct ascended the hillside where Harald's new castle was being built. The hill itself had once been a modest rise overlooking the God's Eye, but Harald had shaped it with earth magic he'd learned from a wood elf clan during his travels through Valen Wood. He used it to raise its sides and widen its crown into a far more defensible structure. It was the perfect place to site a capital, overlooking the mystical God's Eye and the fertile lands that stretched around it. Harren's fall had given him access to many expert workers. Survivors of the sack, many of them master masons and castle builders, now applied their skills under his command. They, alongside thousands of Heartlanders eager to serve their new king, toiled from dawn to dusk. And when night fell, the golems, larger ones like the ash giants and smaller forms that could work more delicately, continued without rest. In 4 short months, they had achieved what would normally take a year or more. Harald had indulged himself in the design, drawing on memories from his 2 lives in 2 different worlds before his arrival here. From Tamriel, he borrowed the grandeur of the imperial city's white gold tower. From his first life on Earth, he recalled the soaring walls and graceful spires of Tolkien's citadels Minas Tirith, Gondolin, and Númenórean cities. He made sure the walls would be of white marble, quarried from the mountain ranges near the salt pans, with a bit of magic woven in. The castle would be indestructible and a thing of beauty when it was done. Transporting stone had seemed a potential bottleneck until Harald used a form of magic he had always considered useless, a teleportation spell. The spell destroyed living things, people, food, animals, so he had never used it in Tamriel, but here it proved invaluable, as marble and granite could be moved safely. With it, whole shipments of quarried stone appeared at the worksite in moments, feeding the construction effort. It was unfortunate he could not do more with it, as it required soul gems for power, and creating and filling new ones was not something Harald was willing to consider. Doing so would draw the gaze of the ideal masters here. It was also one of the reasons he had not summoned Durnevir here, useful as the undead dragon would have been. Harald walked further toward the rising castle, his eyes settling on the base of the hill where a settlement was forming. Tents had become cottages, and cottages were giving way to proper timber and stone houses. Roads were marked wide and straight, and Harald had already ordered plans for sewer systems, clean water distribution with aqueducts, and open market squares. It would take years upon years for it to truly become a city. He had many plans for his new kingdom. He wanted to connect the small stream behind the hill where his castle was being built, lengthening it and joining it to the Bay of Crabs to create a new waterway that would carry ships to the narrow sea. He dreamed, too, of linking the Great Trident to the Sunset Sea, so vessels could pass between the two oceans with ease. Harald thought of it as a trade highway, a way to bind the world together with the Trident as its spine. It could be easily done with magic and some hard work from his vassals. But these were plans years from fruition. For now, more pressing matters demanded his attention. He turned from the waters and mounted his steed, riding back toward Whitemoor, a small castle that had belonged to the fallen Justman kings. The castle had lain abandoned for centuries until Harald claimed it as his seat while his true capital rose upon the hill. Its halls now bustled with life again, lords and retainers, scribes and soldiers, all lending strength to the making of the new kingdom. Inside, his council and court gathered daily lords Frey, Blackwood, Mullister, Tully and Vance serving as his advisors and councillors. Harald knew this was only the beginning. He was laying the foundations of a proper bureaucracy, one bound not to the whims of feuding lords but to laws, offices, and structure. For now, he used the men and resources his vassals provided, keeping the machinery of rulership turning until he could build something permanent. One of the first challenges he faced was the coming winter. The Heartlands had been vulnerable to famine over the last 2 decades, Harren's cruel misrule was the cause. This was the first matter Harald set out to solve. Drawing on knowledge learned from a Dunmer alchemist in Skyrim, he brewed a potion called the Potion of Seeding, a concoction that forced soil to yield crops with unnatural speed. He ensured it was freely distributed among lords and small folk alike. Fields ripened in weeks instead of seasons. What should have been barren now burst with golden harvest. The potion could only be used once, but it did its job of averting famine. After winter, Harald could turn to other agricultural advancements, there was no need to rely on magic all the time. Harald dismounted, and all around him heads bowed low. The banners of the Imperial Dragon, the same sigil of Tiber Septim and the empire he forged fluttered proudly, though Harald's were purple and gold. He had chosen those colors with intent, purple, rarest of dyes, for emperors, gold, the metal of kings. He handed his horse to a waiting stable hand, returned the salutes with a nod, and strode into Whitemoor. His eyes fell on the old September at the heart of the courtyard, though it was no September now. It had been repurposed into the first church of the Covenant, the new faith born of Leopold's vision and Harald's sanction. The symbol of the religion was simple, a weirwood tree with 9 branches stretching skyward, 7 stars above the old gods, the 7, and the 9 divines joined as one. Leopold had convinced him this was the only way to bind the river lords into something greater, to make the lords forget their old feuds and come together. Harald had been cautious, but he could not deny the results. The covenant spread like fire through dry reeds. The lords, eager for unity and for Harald's professed divinity, took to it readily. The small folk, soothed by miracles of harvest and protection, embraced it all the more. Harald knew the danger. the faith of the Seven would brand this heresy, and other kingdoms might even invade. Leopold had told him of the holy callings the faith had made before crusades, as he remembered them from earth. If war came, Harald planned to answer with fire and steel, and perhaps by taking that kingdom for himself. Harald could not deny that the Covenant was better than the other two religions. Leopold had shown him how the faith of the Seven had grown corrupt. The religion of the first men was not organized, too many interpreted it differently. The Covenant was different. It taught kindness, not only piety. It urged justice as well as mercy. It demanded compassion from the highborn and dignity for the lowborn. It proclaimed that labor was holy, that tilling the soil and feeding the hungry were as sacred as prayer. Unlike the aloof old gods, it offered clear guidance. Unlike the Seven, it did not divide people, but taught that all men and women, all souls, were bound in unity. The Covenant rejected cruelty as a tool of faith, where the Seven burned heretics and the old gods demanded blood sacrifice. It wove together the wisdom of many creeds while discarding the cruelties of both. For Harald, that alone justified it. This was a faith that could serve its people, from the poorest crofter to the proudest lord, without fear or division. And, perhaps most importantly, the Covenant had a living symbol in him. He was also the head of the church, even though Leopold seemed its public face. That gave the crown great power, perhaps too much, but that was a question to be revisited in the future. In the courtyard, 20 men clashed in pairs. They were part of his growing standing army, 1,000 strong, trained, armed, and loyal to him alone. Each lord of the Heartlands had been ordered to provide men for the venture, a show of unity under the new crown. But armies, castles, and cities could not rise on faith and royal commands alone. Harald knew well enough that all things ran on coin. Under the Ironborn, the Heartland's economy had been a plunder economy. To rebuild and grow required gold, and gold was something the kingdom did not have, or rather, had only in small measure. The 3 known gold mines lay in difficult positions, one under his control, another reason he had chosen this site for his capital, and 2 more in the Pendrick Mountains, contested by the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. Harald found a way around this problem. Where other men and kings bent to limits, he simply broke them. In the hills nearby lay an iron mine rich with ore. For 6 months he had drawn from its veins and used the transmute spell, a powerful spell that turns iron into silver, and silver into gold. With it, he fed an endless trickle of wealth into his treasury. As long as iron could be dug, gold would flow. With that power, he remade the coinage of the Heartlands. Only the king would mint coins, and each would carry both a symbol of unity and a mark of his reign. There would be 3 types of coinage. The gold crown, 4.5 grams of fine gold. One side bore the imperial dragon Harald's sigil. The other, his own face. This coin was for kings, lords, and merchants. The silver mark, 20 grams of pure silver. One side showed the sigil of the Covenant, binding faith, and crowned the king as both ruler and divine herald. On the reverse, the imperial dragon. These coins would be the lifeblood of the realm, wages for soldiers, trade for goods, payment for land and tithes. The copper penny, 3 grams of simple copper. One side bore the imperial dragon, the other, a riverboat upon the trident, emblem of the Heartland's many rivers. This was the coin of the small folk: bread, ale, tools, and toil. For flexibility, Harald decreed that half marks and half pennies would also be struck. He made sure his new golden crowns were minted with a purity equal to the lions of the Kingdom of the Rock, a quiet challenge, a statement: the Heartlands were no less than the Rock. Harald did not want to collapse the value of gold with his use of transmute. If he flooded the realm with too much, it would be worth nothing. So he hoarded most of it within his royal reserves. He was certain the Lannisters did the same with their own vast mines. Trade, however, was another matter. Harald knew the other kingdoms would shun him. The Covenant's spread made him more foe than friend in their eyes. His enemies would call him heretic, charlatan, sorcerer. If the Stormlands, the Vale, the Rock, and the Reach barred their ports, he could not risk the disruption, so Essos would become the kingdom's lifeline. He would buy ships, grain, arms, and craftsmen from across the narrow sea, and with his gold he could outbid any rival. "Your Grace," came a familiar voice. Harald turned to see Lord Edmund Tully, his chancellor, striding toward him, parchment in hand and worry etched on his face. Harald smiled faintly. Edmund was well suited to this role. The chancellorship was a post Harald had created, akin to a prime minister. Edmund was steady where others were rash, cautious where Harald was bold. "Edmund," Harald greeted. "You look as if you've just swallowed a lime." The lord offered a short bow, then fell in step as Harald gestured for them to walk together. "I've received ravens from King Mutin." Harald chuckled darkly. "Let me guess. He calls us heretics, enthralled by a sorcerer, our souls damned to some hell or another." Edmund allowed himself a thin smile. "Yes, that and other things as well." They passed into the long hall that now served as Harald's throne room. Once a banquet chamber of the Justmans, it now bore the banners of the Imperial Dragon and the Covenant's sigil. "What other things?" Harald asked. Edmund lowered his voice. "Not from Mutin himself, but from his cousin, the one we found in Harrenhal." "The hostage," Harald said, arching a brow. "Go on." "He tells us that Mutin and the other petty kings of Blackwater Bay are forming a confederation and alliance to resist the heretic sorcerer king of the Heartlands and the Storm King." Harald's smile faded. "I see. And Agrelak? Has he made his move?" Edmund nodded grimly. "Our spies say yes. An army is mustering near the Stormland's northern border. He means to invade the Confederation soon." Harald shook his head. "And here I thought we had a few more moons of peace." "What will you do, Your Grace?" Harald hummed, lost in thought for a moment. "Let Agrelak attack." Edmund blinked. "But, Your Grace, I thought we were." "Yes, Edmund," Harald cut him off. "We will take the Blackwater. But not yet. We need more time to stabilize the realm. Can we march now and claim it?" "Yes. But haste will only cause more issues." They walked to the long oak table where a great map was spread. Harald pointed to the south, his finger pressing down on the Stormlands. "Let Agrelak conquer these petty kings of the Blackwater," he said. "Let him bleed and weaken them for us. This confederation will fight hard for its independence." Edmund frowned, then nodded slowly. "You believe he will not stop there?" Harald looked up to his chancellor. "We both know he will not. Agrelak dreams of uniting storm and river once again the way his forefathers once did." Edmund's jaw tightened. "Then war with Agrelak is guaranteed." Harald gave a small smile. "Exactly. The question is not if, but when. We will face Agrelak and take the Blackwater and more from him. Conquered that way, the lords and lands will be more amenable to my rule." Harald continued, "And when the time comes, we must make sure the Vale, the North, the West, and the Reach do not interfere. If they unite against us, it will only cause more chaos." He traced a finger across the map, circling the Vale. "The Vale is our greatest danger. Their lords will see the covenant as blasphemy, and their septons will preach against me as though I were the stranger himself. They need to be placated with diplomacy." He moved his hand northward, over Winterfell. "The north must be soothed as well, though they will not be as dangerous as the Vale." Straightening, Harald looked to Edmund. "So Lord Chancellor, we will give Agrelak his war. On our terms. When he comes, we'll break him and take what we want. But until then, we need to conduct some careful diplomacy." Edmund nodded. "What of the Isles, my king?" "Ah, the Isles," Harald thought. He had made sure Arenhor lived and made him kneel. The Isles were semi-independent now, with Aren sworn to the kingdom of the Heartlands. Harald knew trouble would come from there soon enough and he counted on it. When the time came, he planned a final war against the Ironborn, adding the Isles properly to his realm, Have they broken my command against raiding? No, your grace. They have not. They've been unduly silent. Then the Isles are not our concern for now, Harald said, ending the discussion. Edmund continued, Prince Bart Hogan Stark will arrive soon, your grace. Last I heard, he'd reached the crossroads. Queen Shara has sent Lord Royce. The Rock, the Reach, and the Stormlands have all dispatched minor lords' courtesies, no more. But... He paused. What surprised me is that Lord Aegon Targaryen of Dragonstone has sent an envoy as well, a man named Orys Baratheon. The Targaryens, Harald thought. Aegon and his sisters would not sit idle on their volcanic rock for long. Their dragons would cross the narrow sea, intent on conquest. That much was certain. But Harald only grinned at the thought, half amusement, half challenge. Make sure our guests are treated with the utmost hospitality, Harald said aloud. Especially Royce and Stark. Edmund inclined his head. Yes, your grace, he answered, and with that, the Chancellor departed. Alone, Harald strode to the only window in the chamber. Beyond its frame stretched his rising capital, farther still lay the God's Eye, its waters glimmering under the sun. His gaze lingered on the mist at the horizon, where the Isle of Faces lay. Perhaps, when the Stark Prince arrives I will leave for the Isle with him. A Stark should stand witness when I make the old gods kneel before me. The crown. The sigil. The unnamed capital location. The next chapter is called Harald v the Old Gods. Chapter 39, Harald v Old Gods PT1. Welcome, Prince Bart Hogan, said Lord Edmund Tully as Bart stepped through the gates of Castle Whitemore beside his uncle, Brandon Snow. The words were warm and welcoming, but Bart barely heard them. His mind was still haunted by the sight outside, giants made of stone setting massive marble blocks into place on the hill, building what looked like a castle that would surely rival Winterfell itself in size. That should have been impossible. A castle of such size ought to take at least 24 years, but at the speed they were building, Bart calculated it would take 3 or 4 to complete. Only sorcery could explain the large blocks of marble Bart had seen. They could only have been mined from the Vale, and it would have taken months to transport even 2. The king was called a dark sorcerer, after all, or perhaps not dark at all, but holy, if the Covenant's preachers spoke true. The thought unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Could Harald Stormcrown truly be the herald of the old and new gods both? His mind wrestled with it, torn between awe and dread. A sharp nudge on his arm brought him back to the present. His uncle's smirk told him plainly that he had been lost in thought again. Bart flushed, realizing too late he had missed Lord Tully's first words. Yes, my lord, he hurried to say, my father, the king in the north, sends his well wishes. He and all the north rejoice that the Riverlands are free at last from the iron-born yoke. Edmund Tully smiled thinly, though there was a fervour in his eyes Bart did not like. It is the Heartlands now, my prince. We have begun anew under a great and holy king, wise enough to guide us into a brighter age. Of course, Bart replied quickly. We have heard of the change in name. I hope I did not offend. No, no, Prince Stark, said Edmund, with a wave of his hand. Please, come. The hospitality of House Stormcrown and of the Kingdom of the Heartlands is yours. You shall want for nothing while you are here. Bart inclined his head politely. I am looking forward to meeting his grace. And he you, Prince Stark. And he you, Lord Tully answered. They followed Lord Tully deeper into Whitemore. Edmund spoke as they walked. This castle once belonged to the Justmans, he said, gesturing at the weathered walls. It was a hunting lodge of sorts. A castle like this, raised only for sport, surprises me, his uncle said. Edmund chuckled. There was a time, my lord, when our kingdom was the greatest and richest. The Justmans invaded the Westerlands when the Lions warred among themselves for Casterly Rock. We took half their realm while the Reach took the other half. The proud Lannisters left clutching little more than the rock itself. Bart nodded, recalling the half-remembered tales from his tutors in Winterfell. Until Tyrek the Restorer, he murmured, who brought the rock back to glory. Just so, said Edmund. But that was long ago. The Justmans are long gone. Whitemoor passed into ruin until His Grace chose it as the seat of his new realm. Brandon gave a short laugh. His seat, his true seat, is out there being built. It would be hard not to notice, Lord Tully. Gods, what sorcery does your king command? What are those stone giants? Edmund threw his head back with a laugh. They are hard to miss. Some were with us in the rebellion, though His Grace has made new ones larger, this time. Bart's stomach tightened at that. The thought of those colossal beasts unleashed in battle marching north made him feel sick. They would be helpless against such things. At present, His Grace is speaking with the envoy from Lord Aegon Targaryen. But if you wish, I will have the servants show you to your chambers. You must be tired from the long journey. Bart shook his head quickly. No, I would like to meet him now, if His Grace does not mind. Edmund studied him for a beat, then gave a single nod. As you will, Prince Stark. He turned, leading them down a wide corridor that smelled faintly of fresh lime and plaster. At the far end stood great double doors. Edmund stopped just before them. He looked to the guards posted before the doors. Is His Grace within? Yes, Lord Chancellor, one replied. Open the doors. Lord Chancellor. Bart asked quietly, curious about the title. Edmund smiled faintly, as if proud of it. Ah, yes. His Grace created the office himself. I am the first to bear it. Think of it as akin to the King's Steward in the north, or the Protector and Justiciar of the Vale and the Rock. Bart nodded slowly. I see, like the Marshal or High Warden in the Reach or the Stormlands as well. Just so. The guards pushed the doors wide. The heavy timbers creaked, and light spilled in. Bart's breath caught as his eyes fell upon the man they called Dragonborn, King of the Heartlands, Herald of the Gods. He was tall, taller than Bart, who was the tallest in his family. His garments were rich, so fine that even the best wool, silk and fur of Winterfell seemed like peasant rags by comparison. Draped about his shoulders was a deep purple cloak trimmed in gold. His hair was a light blonde, and on his brow rested a crown unlike any Bart had seen before, wrought of a strange golden alloy, set with gems that looked not of this world. Beside him stood a dark-haired man, broad-shouldered, a soldier's bearing in every line of him. Bart realized this was the envoy from Dragonstone, not of Valyrian look, as he had half expected. Edmund's voice rang out. My king, I present to you Prince Bart Hogan Stark, son of His Grace King Torrhen Stark of the North, and Lord Brandon Snow, his uncle. They come bearing his words and his goodwill. Bart watched as King Harold's face broke into a wide smile. Welcome, Prince Bart Hogan. Lord Brandon. Welcome to my humble abode. Before Bart could reply, his uncle spoke first, grinning. Humble, you say? This is quite humble, but there's nothing humble about the monster you're building near the lake. Harold threw back his head and laughed, the sound booming in the chamber like rolling thunder. Yes, yes. But tell me, should I not? Am I not to be counted among kings who rule from such legendary castles, the Eyrie, Highgarden, Storm's End, Casterly Rock, Winterfell? Should I not raise one to rival theirs? Bart inclined his head respectfully. Of course, Your Grace. You are all too right. It is only fitting. The king turned then, gesturing toward the dark-haired man at his side. This is Lord Orys Baratheon, brother to Lord Aegon Targaryen, or perhaps I should say the Dragon Lord. Orys gave a short bow, his voice deep and steady. Both are used, Your Grace. An honor, Prince Stark, Lord Brandon. Bart gave him a polite nod. The king folded his hands behind his back, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I imagine you must have many questions. Bart met his gaze, silence spreading between them. Yes, Your Grace, he said at last. I have. King Harald was quite a man. Bart had always believed no one could surpass the pedestal on which he placed his father, King Torrhen Stark. Yet, after a week in Whitemoor, he found himself wavering. King Harald Stormcrown stood close to that height, perhaps even higher. He had spent his days in the king's court, in his company, and among the lords and people who now called themselves Heartlanders. He had heard the tales firsthand, from Harald himself and from High Priest Leobold, of how the king had come to Westeros as a lost wanderer, how he lived with no sense of purpose until the gods old and new revealed his destiny, how he was chosen to save the Riverlands from iron-born tyranny and to show all of Westeros that the gods had forged a covenant, united for the first time. It was too much to believe. Too fantastical. Yet Bart found belief creeping into his heart against his own reason. He had seen with his own eyes what Harald's magic could do. Not the vile, blood-soaked rites of human sacrifice and other things he had heard of, but something gentler, purer. He had watched the king heal the sick with a touch, restore strength to a wasting man with a word. He had even felt the power himself when sparring with Lord Orys Baratheon. A mistimed blow had nearly cracked his ribs. Harald had laid a hand upon him, whispered a word, and the pain had vanished as if it had never been. Yes, Harald had shown him other things too, spells that destroyed, powers that could shatter walls or call down fire. Yet never once did Bart feel malice from him. Even the destructive was wielded with a strange restraint, a weight of responsibility. The high priest had called it holy magic, and Bart was beginning to believe him. His uncle was not so easily swayed. Brandon Snow, loyal always to the old gods, found the covenant intriguing and inoffensive but not convincing. To him, it was not blasphemy, but he could not yet bend his heart to believe Harald Stormcrown was the chosen champion of the gods to whom he had given his life. Bart spoke to Harald of the woes of the north: starvation, sickness, the creeping threat of a harsher winter than most could remember. And Harald had offered remedies freely, potions to quicken crops, healing for frost fever, magic that would heat homes, all without demand for coin or tribute. To end suffering, I need no price, Prince Stark, Harald had told him just yesterday. I wish for all to prosper. All. Bart found his heart stirring at those words. If his father was the king of the north, proud and unyielding, then perhaps Harald Stormcrown truly was what these people called him, the herald and the voice of the gods, a kind, honest, and honorable ruler who wished only good upon this world. So why does he want to go to the holiest place of our gods? His uncle asked, his voice low and cautious as they walked toward the small port that had been built along the shore of the God's Eye. There, a sleek river ship waited, its sail furled and crew already preparing for departure. King Harald himself stood upon the quay, his purple cloak snapping in the lake breeze. Harald had asked Bart and his uncle to accompany him across the waters to the Isle of Faces. He had given them no reason beyond the simple, he wished to meet with the gods. Bart answered his uncle. As his grace said, Uncle, he wishes to meet with the gods. Brandon stayed silent, his eyes narrowing. Harald turned when he saw them approach, and a smile touched his face. I am glad you decided to come with me. Brandon inclined his head. You wished it, Your Grace. How could we say no? Bart cut in, his tone half earnest, half defensive. To visit a holy place of our gods, it is an honor. Harald studied Brandon a moment longer, then spoke. I know this is unusual, Lord Brandon, but you will understand when we get there. The three of them stepped aboard. The ship's timbers creaked softly under their weight, and the crew shoved off from the dock. Slowly at first, the vessel slid into the open waters of the God's Eye. Bart stood at the railing, watching the water churn beneath them, until a sudden realization struck him. The ship was moving fast. Too fast. The sails were fully raised, yes, but the wind was hardly more than a breeze, and yet the bow cut the lake as though driven by a strong gale. What sorcery? Bart began, before stopping himself. Harald's voice carried easily over the sound of the water. "It is a spell, my prince. I wish to return by sundown." Bart exchanged a glance with his uncle, who frowned but said nothing. The ship glided forward, swift as an arrow, and in the distance the mists around the Isle of Faces began to take shape. "How many of these spells do you know, Your Grace?" Brandon asked. "You seem to have one for everything." He smirked and added crudely, "What's next?" "A spell for wiping ass." Bart would have chastised his uncle before, but he knew King Harald was fine with jests. Harald laughed. "I do, in fact. My ass is the cleanest in this world." Bart nearly choked trying to stifle his laughter, but Brandon lost all composure, roaring with mirth. The king only smiled, letting the moment breathe before his tone shifted calm but instructive. "Magic," Harald said, turning his eyes to the waters, "the purest and noblest magic comes from the eternal realm of Aetherius. It is the source of light, creation, healing, and order. But not all magic is so clean. There is also the dark and twisted kind, gifted to mortals by foul beings known as the Daedra." Brandon's laughter died. His brow furrowed. "I have not heard of this. Daedra." The king's smile grew faint, knowing. "Of course you have. You just know them by different names. You must have heard of the drowned god." Bart and Brandon both froze. Their eyes went wide. "You mean to say," Brandon whispered. "Yes," Harald said with quiet gravity. "I fought him when he possessed Dagon Hor. You must have heard the stories." Bart found his voice, hesitant. "I thought it was just." Harald shook his head. "No. The drowned god is real, and he wished great evil upon these people. I am glad I was able to stop him." Bart had no answer. He turned away, his throat dry, and fixed his gaze on the horizon. An hour later, they reached the shore. The ship slid against the pebbled beach. Harald stepped down first, and Bart, Brandon, and the others followed. As they stood on the isle, Bart saw the king raise his hand, and with a motion so casual it might have been mundane, he lifted the entire vessel off the sand with invisible force, set it gently back upon the water, and anchored it in place. Bart's eyes widened in awe. Even after a week in Harald's company, even after the miracles he had already witnessed, seeing such effortless command over nature left him shaken to the core. "There. That's done," Harald said at last, brushing his hands together like a man who had just completed some simple task. Then he raised his chin toward the mists ahead. "And we have a welcoming party." Bart followed his gaze. At first he thought he saw only shadows shifting between the trees, but soon the shapes emerged, tall figures clad in green cloaks, their faces hidden by masks of wood and leaf. Behind them came two smaller forms. "By the gods!" Brandon whispered, his voice reverent. "Green men." Harald smiled faintly. "And not only green men, also the children of the forest, as you call them." Bart's knees buckled. The two leading the company were no men at all. Their skin was the color of tree bark, their eyes wide and golden like lantern light. Tiny antlers sprouted from one's brow, curling like young branches. Bart tried to speak, but no words came. His uncle fared little better, standing frozen, his usually sharp tongue struck dumb by shock. Harald, unshaken, addressed the newcomers directly. "You know why I am here. I trust they have told you." One of the children nodded. "Yes, Otherworlder. I see you have brought two of the children of the Builder as well. They may come." "Good," Harald said simply, and strode forward. Bart and Brandon followed, silent, though Bart's heart thundered in his chest. After a time, Harald glanced back at them. "This must be shocking for you both unless you have seen the children of the forest before." Brandon finally found his tongue. "I don't even know what to say. Have they always been here? I was raised to believe the children were gone. Even my mother, daughter of a green man, told me that if they still lived, it would be beyond the wall, not here, in the heart of the south. One of the green men answered, his voice muffled beneath his mask. We have guarded this isle since the dawn, Stark. But these children returned only a moon ago, by the gods' command. Only we green men have kept vigil here. Bart swallowed hard, still trying to believe what his eyes told him. I see, he managed, though his mind swam. They were led deeper into the isle, down a winding path shaded by ancient oaks and ash until the world opened into a grove unlike anything Bart had ever seen. He thought of Winterfell's Godswood, with its solemn stillness and sacred heart tree, but this place surpassed even that. At the center stood a great weirwood, its trunk impossibly wide, its white bark streaked with crimson that gleamed as if freshly bled. The carved face upon it seemed to breathe, eyes like pools of living red sap staring out over the grove. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and earth, yet sharp with something unearthly. It was beautiful and terrible all at once. The children of the forest halted, and one of them, the one with antlers crowning his brow, turned to Harald. You may commune with them now, Otherworlder. Bart glanced at the king. Harald's expression was calm. He stepped forward, but before he sat he spoke softly to the children, words too quiet for Bart to catch. The conversation lasted for a short while, their voices low and urgent. Then, at last, Harald's voice rose, clear enough for Bart to hear. I wish one of yours to witness this. The children exchanged glances. One stepped forward. This one is called Ren. This one shall witness your meeting with the gods. And so it began. Harald settled cross-legged at the base of the weirwood. Ren mirrored him. Together they placed their hands against the pale trunk. Bart's breath caught when it happened. Harald's eyes flared with light, glowing blue. At the same moment, Ren's small body went slack, collapsing to the earth as if all strength had fled. The other child's face twisted in shock. This was not supposed to happen. His uncle took a step forward, alarm plain on his face. What's going on? What's happened to them? The child's golden eyes darted to him, wide and unsteady. I do not know. Only the gods, the Otherworlder, and Ren know now. And so silence fell. The air grew thick, every heartbeat loud in his ears. Bart knew he was witnessing something life-changing, something that he felt would change even the North itself, forever. My king, Lord Marshal Swan called as he rode up, his horse's hooves kicking up dust. Agrelak Durandon, Storm King, did not turn at once. His gaze lingered on the hills and fields that marked the edge of his domain. Then, with a grunt, he looked to Swan. What is it? Swan bowed slightly from the saddle. It is true, Your Grace. The Blackwater Kings have formed an alliance. They have chosen King Mudan to lead their combined host. Agrelak's lip curled. Kings, he spat. Bah! They are not kings. They are but lords playing at crowns. Address them as such. Forgive me, my king, Swan said quickly, bowing deeper. But it is Lord Mudan who leads them now. Mudan. Agrelak chuckled bitterly. Was Mudan not a vassal to Harren? So the so-called king of the Heartlands did nothing while Mudan declared himself king. It shows what a weakling he is, a false king with no leash on his dogs, he added, his voice edged with mockery. Swan allowed himself a thin smile. Yes, my king. It looks as though both the Blackwater and the Heartlands are ripe for the taking. Perhaps, Agrelak said, but I shall follow my daughter's advice for now. I will make my final decision after we bring these lords to heel. Agrelak turned his horse, the sun catching the golden antlers of his helm, and looked out over the 20,000 men gathered beneath his banners, the hosts of Dondarrion, Swan, Cairn, Estermont, Tarth, Penrose, Selmy, and more. His voice boomed like thunder as he bellowed across the ranks. Warriors of the storm! Look before you, these petty lords of the Blackwater dare to call themselves kings. Kings! He spat the word like poison. They are nothing, nothing before the might of Storm's End, nothing before the line of Durandon that has ruled since the world was young. They sit behind their paltry castles, thinking to withstand us. But we are the storm, we do not bow to wind or wave. We break upon our foes as thunder breaks the sky. Let these would-be kings tremble when the storm lords come for them. Let them see the banners of Durandon. Let them feel the wrath of our spears, the bite of our steel. Let them know that there is but one crown to which they will bow, one true king, Agrelak Durandon, the Storm King. A roar went up from the host, shields clashed and spears thrust skyward. The sound rolled like waves crashing upon cliffs. Agrelak raised his sword high. Forward! March! The cheer thundered once more as the great host of the Stormlands began to move, Agrelak himself at its head, leading them forward like the storm he claimed to be. Chapter 40, Harald v Old Gods Pt 2. As soon as Harald's hand pressed against the weirwood, his senses were pulled away. He no longer stood upon the Isle of Faces but within a vast forest where only white-barked weirwoods stretched as far as the eye could see. Their blood-red leaves moved without wind, and the sky above mirrored that same crimson hue, bathing everything in an eerie glow. Beside him stood Ren, the small, antler-crowned child of the forest, her golden eyes wide with awe. "The realm of the gods," she said, her voice no more than a whisper. Harald glanced at her, then back to the endless pale trees. So it would seem. Harald knew better than to think of this as a divine realm in the sense most men did. This was not a plane in oblivion, where the Daedric princes each ruled their own domain. This was different, this was a network, a simulation, a mindscape. His consciousness had been uploaded into the Weirnet, the vast lattice of roots, trees, and blood-bound memory that bound together every green seer who had ever lived. Thousands of souls, thousands of minds all living on, merged into a single collective that men worshipped as the old gods. Ren's ears twitched nervously. Where are they, the gods? I thought. Harald kept his eyes on the swaying red canopy. Let's wait and see. Tell me, what did they tell you of my arrival? The child replied softly. Many of us were sent visions. We were told to bring you here, before the gods themselves. Harald nodded. He was not one to bow to any power, be it mortal or divine. He had come to either forge an accord or to take what he needed by force, because he knew what few in this world did. If the Daedra beings like Malag Bal or Hermias Mora ever found a way to corrupt the Weirnet, then all of West Eros, perhaps the entire world, would fall under their dominion. And Harald needed answers as well. He needed to know what catastrophe had scarred this world so deeply that its magic was dwindling. He could feel it everywhere, a weakening, a hollow echo of power where once a tide had flowed. Something had happened long ago, and he would uncover it. Harald began walking, Ren following quietly at his side. The forest stretched endlessly, a world of white trunks and crimson leaves, but in the distance Harald saw it, a towering weirwood, the largest of them all. It rose impossibly tall, its pale bark gleaming like bone, its leaves bleeding into the air as though the tree itself wept into the realm around it. They walked in silence until Ren finally broke it, her yellow eyes fixed on him. What are you, really? I have never seen a man like you before. Harald glanced down, lips curling with faint amusement. I am a dragon in human form. Ren's eyes went wide, her antlered head tilting in awe. Truly? Harald chuckled. Yes. Truly. The child's voice grew hushed. I have heard tales of the olden times, when dragons roamed the world in great numbers, dragons of ice, dragons of fire. Harald's brows lifted. Yes. I believe there are some on Dragonstone. Ren shook her head sharply. Ha! Those are no true dragons. Pale imitations only made by human sorcery so dark and twisted it cursed the very land they were birthed from. That made Harald pause. What do you mean? True dragons, Ren said softly, her voice almost reverent, were noble creatures, the greatest of all living things. Some even allied with man. Together, they forged the great empire of men and dragons, but after the long night, they were gone. All of them. The great empire of the dawn. Harald's thoughts flickered to his long discussions with Lobald, who had once mentioned a great empire that existed in the east long before humans ever set foot in Westeros. They pressed onward until at last they stood before the massive weirwood. They lingered in silence for some time, Harald observing the great tree. Then a voice broke the stillness, neither male nor female, but both at once echoing from every direction. "So, you have come." Harald straightened. "I have." The red leaves scattered across the ground began to rise. One by one, thousands lifted into the air as though caught in an unseen current. They whirled, spun, and then began to coalesce. Slowly, impossibly, they wove themselves into a humanoid figure 20 feet tall. Harald tilted his head, smiling. "Nice trick." The old gods loomed above Harald in a humanoid form woven from red weirwood leaves. Ren was already kneeling, not daring to look up. "So you are the one who calls himself our servant, the one who brought the interlopers into this world." Harald folded his arms. "I am not your servant. I claim to be one to become king, yes. But I bow to no one." The towering form bent forward. "We do not know what you are, but we know what you bring. We want you gone." "No." The forest roared with the answer. "No? You would deny us? We are older than the mountains, older than the seas. We are the very roots of this world, the memory of all things that live and die. We are every song sung in the dark, every secret whispered to the trees. We endured when dragons burned the skies, when ice devoured the world. We endured, for we are eternal." Harald only smirked faintly at the grand speech. "That is very impressive, truly. But I am not here to kneel. I am here for an alliance. You need me more than I need you." The god's form shuddered, its voice splitting with anger. "We are gods." Harald's eyes sharpened. "No. You are not." Ren gasped, her small body going rigid with fear. "You dare!" The voice bellowed, the forest trembling. Harald's tone stayed calm, cutting through the storm. "I know what you are. You're not gods, you're an amalgamation of green seers. They gave their minds to the weirwoods. A hive of minds. I have seen gods, and you are not one." The air darkened, and the red figure leaned closer. "You are in our realm, Harald Stormcrown. Be careful with your words." Ren clutched his sleeve, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" Harald laid a hand on her head, steadying her. "Do not worry." Then he turned back to the massive form. "I only wish to protect you. I seek an alliance. This world is corrupted and broken, and I mean to heal it. There are many threats coming." The god's reply was cold. "Threats brought here, by you." Harald's voice did not waver. "Yes. It is my fault. You believe that if I left, everything would return to what it was before, but no. The beings that have come to prey on your world will not stop. You need me." The towering figure rumbled, "We do not need help." Then another voice, softer, spoke behind him. "Yes, we do." Harald turned. A smaller humanoid shape was forming from drifting red leaves, no taller than himself. Harald pointed to the smaller figure with a grin. "Let me guess, you are part of the consensus that agrees with me." The figure of drifting red leaves nodded. "Yes. And what would it take for you to convince the others?" Harald pressed. "I fear it is not possible. They are quite set in their ways." Harald's grin deepened. "What if I were to soften their way of thinking? Could you take over?" "I do not understand." "Oh, you will soon." From above, the great 20-foot figure thundered, "It is time for you to leave." Harald's expression hardened. It is a shame it had to come to this. Ren clutched at his arm, her yellow eyes wide. "What are you doing, Harald?" He patted her hand softly. Don't worry. This is for their own good. Gol, he shouted. The Thursday flew through the air, striking the colossal figure. It reeled back as 1,000 screams of men and women echoed from all around. No! No! Stop! What are you doing? Ren cried in horror. Do not worry, child. He is doing what is best for us, the smaller figure said, comforting the distressed Ren. Gol! Harald shouted again. The towering form collapsed to its knees, crimson leaves scattering on the wind. Harald's eyes narrowed. One more will do, he thought. He drew in his breath and unleashed the final blow. Gol ha! The shout hit the gods. The ground trembled, the blood-red sky itself seemed to shake. The gods shuddered, the giant figure of leaves breaking apart. That will do, Harald said coldly, turning to the smaller figure. You know what to do. It bowed, its body dissolving into floating red leaves. They drifted upward, merging into the broken giant. Slowly, the immense form steadied, its shape shifting. What is happening? What did you do? Ren asked. Just a small reset, Harald said with a grin, as the consensus that agreed with him took control of the vast hive mind. It is done, the gods boomed. So you agree, then? With my terms? Yes, the gods answered. We will ally. Harald strode forward until he stood before the largest weirwood in the grove. Placing his palm upon its pale bark, he smiled. Then hear me, and know this, from this day forth, you are under the protection of the Last Dragonborn, the son of Akatosh. None shall harm you while I draw breath. The tree shivered at his touch. Its crimson leaves began to glow with radiant white light, brighter and brighter, until the entire realm dissolved into blinding brilliance. Winter fell. King Torrhen Stark sat alone in Winterfell's God's Wood. The chill bit at his hands as he cleaned his family's ancestral blade, ice. His thoughts these last few moons had been on the new kingdom rising in the south, the north's new neighbor. He had sent his son, Bart Hogon, and his own bastard brother, Brandon Snow, as envoys. The last missive he received from them came from the twins, bearing tales of a new religion spreading through the realm and of magical crops that grew in only a month. Madness, Torrhen thought. What kind of madness was happening in the south? Suddenly, the great weirwood before him stirred. Torrhen looked up in shock as its leaves glowed faintly, a pale red turning almost white, as if lit from within. Then he heard it a whisper threading through the air, through the rustling leaves, through his very bones. Dragonborn! Dragonborn! Torrhen's breath misted before him, his heart hammering. Dragonborn, that was one of the titles King Harald of the Heartlands carried. Was this a warning from his gods, or a sign of their blessing upon King Harald? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. He thought of his son, Bart Hogon, and his brother, Brandon. They would have all the answers soon. The world, it seemed, was shifting, moving into strange and perilous days. Times that promised to be interesting, and interesting times were seldom good. The Vale. Drums pounded with a primal rhythm, voices rose in wild song as the first men of the Vale knelt before the many weirwoods they guarded in their mountain home. The weirwoods' leaves glowed, a sign that their gods had blessed them. Chieftain Harlan, son of Bran, stood upon a boulder. His breath misted in the chill air, his wolfskin cloak snapping in the gale. The gods were here. He could feel them in his bones, in the very earth beneath his feet, humming with a power not felt since before the Andals came with their steel and their false gods. The old gods have answered, he thought, his heart hammering like the drums below. For years he had led raids only to keep his people fed, retreating to the high valleys while the lords of the Vale cursed them from their castles. But now, with the trees blazing with holy light, he knew what this was, a call to arms. He raised his hand, and silence fell. 1,000 eyes fixed upon him. He saw the same fire that burned in his chest reflected in theirs. The gods call on us, he thundered, his voice echoing across the peaks. No longer shall we cower in the shadows of the Andals. No longer shall we hide away in these mountains. It is time, my brothers, my sisters, to take back what was stolen. The clans roared. The Griffin King shall rise once more. Harlan bellowed, thrusting his axe skyward. The blood of the first men runs in our veins, and with it we will break the Andal yoke. The Vale shall be ours again. The people howled, stamping their feet, beating shields, and brandishing weapons. The drums resumed louder, faster until it seemed the mountains themselves trembled. Harlan looked to the glowing weirwood, its pale light pulsing in rhythm with the clan's fury, and he swore he would not fail. The Vale would be theirs once more. Chapter 41, The Rats. The cawing of ravens was something calming to Theomore, something he needed more and more these stressful days. He stood in the middle of the grand rookery of the citadel, breathing in the musky scent of feathers, droppings, and old parchment. All around him were cages stacked in endless rows, the black-feathered birds shifting, hopping, and flapping, their calls echoing through the stone halls. Acolytes bustled about, some training young birds to fly from perch to perch, others writing down feed records or practicing the binding of messages to claw and wing. This was Theomore's domain. As Archmaester of Ravenry, he was one of 15 Archmaesters who wore the highest chains of knowledge in the citadel, each a master in his chosen discipline. Others held the lofty titles of Archmaester of History, Economics, Medicine, Warfare, and more. But Theomore had always considered Ravenry among the most vital of them all. And how could he not? Was it not the ravens that bound the kingdoms together? Through their wings, kings and lords communicated across leagues of wilderness and sea. Sometimes a single flight of black feathers had been enough to stop a war before it began. They were not just birds, they were threads in the great loom of power that wove the 7 kingdoms into one fabric. Yet the birds served another purpose too, one far more subtle, and far more dangerous. They were a weapon, wielded not openly but in the shadows, by order of the citadel. The ravens were one of the many tools by which the maesters exerted their influence over lords and kings. Never outright control, Theomore would never call it that, for such a thing was impossible, but influence, yes. Vast influence, carefully hidden, quietly applied. The citadel had always been careful never to overreach, never to abuse its hidden strength. Too much interference drew suspicion, and suspicion was poison to their work. Yet sometimes bold action was required. Theomore's lips pressed thin as he thought back. Princess Branda of Winterfell the child had been a green seer. Maester Harris, Winterfell's maester, had recognized it and quickly sent word to the citadel. It was a dangerous ability. Like skin changers and other dark practitioners, such talents threatened to pull the realm backward into superstition, chaos, and the wild dominion of old magics. He and the 5 others who sat on the secret council founded 6,000 years ago by the greatest and smartest of the order to cleanse the world of magic could not allow it. For generations they had labored to blunt those powers, choking them from the bloodlines of men and women from the north to the southern kingdoms. And so Branda Stark had to die. The official word was that she succumbed to winter fever, a common affliction in the north. Her family mourned. None questioned the maester who tried his best to save her, the very man who was also her executioner. With that, the world was made safer. Theomore clasped his hands behind his back as he walked slowly through the rookery toward the exit, ravens shifting restlessly in their cages. He would have to write to Maester Harris soon, discreetly, of course. He needed a fresh report on the Starks, especially with recent changes in the world. He walked out of the rookery. Recently, his thoughts and those of the 5 others who shared his burden had been consumed by troubling reports. Their mission seemed under greater threat than ever before. His mind replayed the news again and again. The kingdoms of the isles and rivers had fallen, and in their place had risen a new realm, boldly renamed the Heartlands. A new king sat the throne, and with him had come a new faith that spread like wildfire, entwining the old gods, the 7, and strange foreign divinities into a single creed. But worse, far worse, was that this king was no ordinary man. He was a sorcerer. The tales chilled Theomore's blood. This man, who styled himself Dragonborn, could apparently use his voice to topple castles. He had, according to reports, reduced Harren to rubble. Rumor held that he could command fire, earth, water, and ice with equal mastery. Reports from Maester Walden of Riverrun spoke of impossible feats, stone giants building the sorcerer's new seat of power, marble and granite transported across impossible distances by magic, fields transformed from barren to bountiful overnight. At first, Theomore and the others had dismissed such accounts as hysteria, peasant gossip. But then came more and more. Dozens. Hundreds. Each corroborating the last. Too many to ignore. The Secret Council had spent millennia quietly pruning away such threats, skin changers in the north, secretive blood mages, even Valeria itself 100 years ago. Each time, the Citadel had guided the hand of history, ensuring that reason and knowledge triumphed over sorcery and chaos. But this was different. This was not a hedge witch in a snowbound hut, nor some green seer child. This was a man crowned, a king anointed, a realm transformed in the span of 6 short moons. Already, Harald Stormcrown had become the center of a religion, and that made him the greatest threat they had ever faced. Theomore's breath caught as a darker vision seized him, the sorcerer conquering West Eros, unleashing all manner of terrible magics, the world sliding back into the grip of horrors best forgotten. He shivered at the thought. Not since Valeria had the Secret Council faced so dire a threat. Unless they found a way to act. Equals. Night fell as Theomore made his way down into the lower levels of the Citadel. Torches flickered along ancient corridors, their smoke curling across stone older than most kingdoms in West Eros. These were the same halls where Paramore the Twisted had gathered wise men, teachers, priests, healers, singers, alchemists, even sorcerers thousands of years ago, the small company that would one day grow into the Citadel, founders of their order, from a prince's playthings to the hidden masters of an entire continent. He descended through narrow stairwells that few were permitted to tread until, at last, he reached one of the deepest vaults. There, hidden behind a weirwood door bound in star steel, lay the secret chamber. A single stone table dominated the center, ringed by 6 carved chairs. Around them stood several artifacts the council had collected through the millennia. This had been the meeting place of the Secret Council for 6,000 years, ever since the Citadel first bound itself to the mission of cleansing the world of magic. Theomore stepped inside and saw the others already assembled. Quentin, Archmaester of Faith and Theologies. Morin, Archmaester of Economics and Trade. Yerrick, Archmaester of Healing and Medicine. Eddard, Archmaester of Astronomy and Astrology. But Tyrak, Archmaester of Law and Governance, was absent. His chair remained empty. "Am I the last to come?" Theomore asked, his voice echoing faintly in the chamber. "No," Yerrick replied with a weary sigh. "Tyrak is later than you." Theomore's eyes narrowed. Tyrak was always punctual, more so than any of them. His absence set a knot of unease in Theomore's stomach. Quentin gave a sharp snort. "I care not whether Tyrak joins us or no. Have you not heard what has happened? Heresy festers in the Riverlands." "Heartlands," Eddard corrected mildly, without looking up. "I do not care what that vile sorcerer dares to name it," Quentin snapped, his voice rising. "He has undone thousands of years of our work. They worship him like a god. Millennia of teaching peasants the dangers of magic vanished in an instant." "Perhaps," Morin interjected coolly, "this sorcerer has indeed addled their minds. A man with such power could twist thought itself to obedience. There may be compulsion at work." Theomore raised a hand for silence. "Whatever the method, my brothers, this is the gravest threat we have faced in all our long years. Do not make the mistake of dismissing him. This Dragonborn is not to be taken lightly." Quentin leaned forward, eyes flashing. "It was folly to place only one of our own within the Riverlands. Had we stationed more loyal eyes, we might have strangled this madness before it spread. Theomore grimaced, he could not deny it. Quentin was right. The council had always placed 6 of their own loyal only to the council across every kingdom in Westeros, to watch and guide events by their design. But the Riverlands had been neglected, their attention consumed by the Ironborn. That oversight had birthed a disaster. Theomore straightened his chain and fixed the others with a hard look. Let us discuss how to combat this, my brothers. Yerrick was first to answer. Perhaps, assassination. A knife in the dark. Even the mightiest sorcerer bleeds. Theomore shook his head firmly. We cannot risk Walden in Riverrun. Any plan that relies on him for such a deed may prove fatal. The sorcerer is powerful, too powerful. If we send one of ours and fail, it will not be only he who pays the price, but the whole of our order. Quentin leaned forward, his sharp eyes glittering. Then perhaps we should approach the House of Black. No. Theomore's voice cracked like a whip, startling even the calm Eddard. We will not deal with them again. Once was enough. His lips pressed tight, his voice lowering. It had been nearly a century since they last used the Faceless Men's services. It was not the Council's way, but their predecessors had broken their rules and gone to them to finally purge the world of the greatest threat it had ever known, the Valyrians. That act was the Council's greatest achievement, and also its greatest sin. Their discussion carried on plots and counter-plots traded between them, poison, perhaps, using the Faith or the Storm King as proxies until, suddenly, a sound cut through the chamber. A low hum, like 1,000 bees trapped in glass. All turned as the relics stored along the walls began to stir. The glass candles, long dead remnants of Valyria, flared to life with green fire. The horn of winter rattled on its hooks, as if some unseen hand sought to claim it. Crystals from Asai began to keen. Tomes bound in dragonhide fluttered their pages, though no wind stirred. What is this? Yerrick cried, stumbling to his feet. What is happening? Quentin's face went white with rage and terror. The sorcerer! The damned sorcerer! Theomore felt his throat tighten as he and the others huddled together at the table. The green flames leapt higher and higher, and within them Theomore saw the shapes of weirwoods. Then, one by one, the lights died. The crystals quieted. The artifacts slumped back into their lifeless state once more, all save the relics of the first men, the carved weirwood masks, the stone idols of the old gods, the bronze sickles buried with ancient green seers, the horn of winter itself. Those still pulsed faintly with unseen power, throbbing like the beat of a heart. Theomore's palms were damp with sweat. He hated this, hated not knowing. He was Archmaester of Ravenry, Master of Secrets, Keeper of Knowledge. But now, for the first time in his long life, he felt like a child fumbling in the dark. They were startled again as the sound of the heavy weirwood doors opening echoed through the chamber. Theomore felt his pulse leap as the hinges groaned. In strode Archmaester Tyrak, the youngest of their secret council, his face alight with a grin. He did not come alone, someone lingered in the shadows behind him, an armored man. Tyrak, Quentin snapped. Where have you been? Tyrak bowed his head slightly, though his grin never faded. Finding a solution to our problems, brothers. And I have found one. Eddard frowned, his chain clinking as he leaned forward. What are you on about? Tyrak spread his hands. I have found someone who has had close contact with the sorcerer, one who can reveal to us his secrets. One who carries an artifact that belongs to him. Theomore felt his heart soar. Could it be? Could Tyrak truly have brought them the key they needed? How did you find this man? Can he be trusted? And what artifact do you speak of? Tyrak turned toward the shadows and spoke. Come forward, my lord. The figure stepped into the light. His armor bore the sigils of House Hor, blackened and dented. In his hand he carried a great black-covered book, its surface strange and alien, unlike anything Theomore had ever seen. My brothers, Tyrek said with pride, allow me to introduce Prince Harren Hor. Theomore's eyes went wide. Harren? The youngest son of Harren the Black alive? The prince gave a stiff bow, his voice respectful. Honored maesters. Quentin's lips tightened. This is unexpected. Tyrek nodded. I, too, was astonished when I learned of his survival. Harren lifted the book slightly. I have seen what the Sorcerer King can do. He is a danger to the world greater than you yet imagine. And he has stolen from me, my brothers, my father, and many of my kinsmen. He held the book higher. This contains knowledge of how to defeat him, his power, his secrets laid bare for those wise enough to find it, wise men like you. Theomore's throat went dry, his eyes fixed on the black tome. Yes, he thought. This is it. This is what we need. The order would not falter. Their quest would continue. The sorcerer would fall, as all things magical had before. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.